A powerful wind lifted the banner over the spire of the royal palace tower. Lightning flashed in the dark sky, and there was heavy rain. In the castle itself, an equally dramatic scene was taking place. Something thick in color spilled out of a teacup that had been overturned onto the floor. A fair-haired young man lay next to a cup, and above him stood a woman in a long dress, from under the hem of which the toes of her shoes were visible. The moonlight from the large window illuminated the woman's face, calm, but also stained with something. The lady stood over the man, clasping her hands. The woman turned to the warriors in armor and ordered them to deal with the crown prince. The knights carried the man away, and the woman looked the other way, thinking about her beloved lover. Her hands were shaking, but everything she did now was for him. She committed a sinful act for his sake. Now she walked past human bodies that lay on the floor. There were many of them, covered in blood, the light from the window illuminating their broken poses. The woman continued on her way, without turning around and with her hands clasped. On the orders of her lover, she betrayed the kingdom, and now wanted to know if he was happy after all he had done. As a result of the coup d'etat, her lover was to become king. She wiped the blood from her face with the back of her hand. Then the woman entered the open doors and found herself in the throne room. She wondered if her chosen one would now love her even more. A red-haired man in a scarlet cloak sat on a throne under a banner. His face was also covered in blood. He looked at the woman and asked how it went. The woman came closer, passing the still slain defenders of the throne. She glanced at them, but did not express her emotions in any way. "I have dealt with Crown Prince Alfonso," she said. The man on the throne dropped the sword from his hand and wiped his own forehead. Then he covered his face with his hand for a moment, and only looked through his fingers. His eyes were bright blue. "Ariadne," the man said with a smile, looking at the woman. He told her that she had done a good job, and she smiled back at him. The man stood up from the throne and walked down the steps. He said that now their time had come. They looked into each other's eyes, and the man assured them that they just needed to wait a little while for everything to calm down. He hugged the woman and promised to make her the most noble lady in the entire kingdom. "Cesare," Ariadne said, gently touching the man's face. She hugged him and thought that this was all her heart desired. If her lover was happy, she was happy too. She did everything she did just to be with Cesare. She was willing to do anything for this. 9 years have passed since Cesare successfully staged a coup d'etat and became regent of the Etruscan kingdom. All these years, Ariadne was among the women of the castle. She was at Cesare's side, playing the role of the one who manages the internal affairs of the royal court. She managed the servants and took care of everything. Ariadne tried to do everything that the previous queens did. 8 years ago, she happened to overhear a conversation between the ladies of the court who had gathered in the drawing room. They gossiped about her, the lady who ran the inner life of the court, and wanted to know if she would become the regent's wife, since everyone knew that she had grown up on a farm and was uneducated. The representatives of the capital's aristocracy considered it a disgrace that such a girl occupied an important post at the royal court. One of the ladies asked when Mr. Cesare was going to get married. Ariadne heard all this, sitting at her lonely table. The second lady asked whether her interlocutor meant the regent's current bride. "Of course not," the first lady answered her. Ariadne clenched her hands on her skirt when she heard that it was wrong for Cesare to marry a woman whose origins were highly questionable, since she was born out of wedlock. Ariadne looked at her hand, which was missing one finger, but had a sapphire ring, and she wondered if these gossips had thought too much of themselves, because Cesare loved her. Meanwhile, the ladies gathered to discuss some special rumors. One of them stated that the regent was also an illegitimate son. They said that the story about the crown prince's cousin was a hoax, and that in fact Cesare and Alfonso were half-brothers. The old lady remarked that such illegitimate children do not receive God's blessing, because they are only the fruits of a dirty union. Lord Cesare, Ariadne heard, was not fit to be king given his unclean origins. Ariadne couldn't stand this. She jumped up from her seat and extended her hand to the gossip. "Shut your mouth," she screamed, grabbing the old woman by the hair. She screamed that this woman could only spit out these lies from her filthy mouth, but now she had to apologize. Ariadne was ready to endure being insulted, but not Cesare. No one dared to speak so vilely about Cesare. An authoritative voice sounded over the scene, asking what was going on. Ariadne joyfully saw Cesare in front of her. "My God," exclaimed the regent, Countess Marquez. Ariadne was not expecting these words from her lover. Cesare walked towards her opponent, who was sitting on the floor, and asked if she was okay. He offered her to lean on his arm to stand up, and the Countess remarked that the regent had been taught manners, unlike this girl. Ariadne stood behind Cesare and watched what was happening. She didn't understand why her loved one was reacting to everything that happened in exactly this way. Cesare turned and looked at her. He grabbed Ariadne by the hand and said that he could not behave like that with the ladies of the court, because Ariadne knew that as regent, he needed the support of the aristocracy. He declared that Countess Marquez was more useful than someone like Ariadne. The woman looked at her beloved man in confusion. He angrily asked whether it was possible to allow the one who behaved so stupidly to take the place of the regent's wife. He had already said more than once that Ariadne should become a virtuous and modest lady, whom it would not be shameful to introduce to society. Only then will he accept her as his wife. With these words, Cesare turned and walked away. All these 8 years, Ariadne tried to fulfill the condition in order to achieve what she wanted. But she was still only a bride. That night in her bedroom, Cesare told her that he was a magnanimous ruler. That is why he took over the power of the deposed crown prince. When Cesare and Ariadne found themselves in the same bed, she tried to stop him, to persuade him to wait. He simply told her to behave herself. Ariadne thought she needed to try a little harder. And then Cesare will definitely marry her. That's the only reason she put up with all this. While entwined with Ariadne in a passionate embrace in bed, Cesare suddenly remembered that he had recently done some thinking. He had made his decision and now intended to tell it to Ariadne. Cesare intended to make Isabella his queen. This news came as a blow to Ariadne. She asked again what the man had just said and pushed him away from her. Ariadne cried out that her sister was Alfonso's wife, and marriage with an ungoverned widow was considered blasphemy. Cesare replied that this was not true, since Isabella had remained chaste throughout her marriage. Then the man asked if Ariadne really wanted her own sister to spend the rest of her life in a monastery with other widows. "But she's no longer a virgin," cried Ariadne. "She had miscarried the crown prince's child," she said, looking into Cesare's blue eyes. "The enemies of women are women!" the man exclaimed. "Even among sisters, this is no exception." His fingers dug painfully into Ariadne's shoulders. He pushed his mistress away from him and declared that such women were disgusting creatures. Ariadne looked at him, not believing her eyes. "You," she said with difficulty, her voice trembling with suppressed pain. Ariadne stretched out her hands to Cesare and reminded him how he said that he loved her. The woman placed her hand on the regent's shoulder and stood next to him. She exclaimed that he kept saying that he would take her as his wife and that they would always be together. Cesare and Ariadne's gaze met. The regent said that only now did he understand that she really was nothing more than a very stupid woman who only hindered him in his plans. He declared that someone like Ariadne was no match for the noble Isabella. Ariadne looked at her lover in despair. She asked if he had been planning all this since the time when the crown prince was alive. Cesare smiled in response to these words. He said that Isabella belonged to him from the very beginning, because the strongest man needs the most beautiful woman. But it turned out that one circumstance intervened in his fate. Unfortunately, Ariadne's father foisted another daughter on Cesare instead of Isabella. This daughter turned out to be Ariadne, whose existence no one knew about until then. Cesare asked if she had any idea how humiliating this was for him. "Damn!" he cursed. "This is pathetic." He looked at Ariadne, who sank down on the floor in front of him, exhausted, and bowed her head low. Bitter tears rolled from the woman's eyes. She asked if she was just a replacement for her loved one. "Replacement?" Cesare asked again, clearly surprised by the chosen word. He told the bitterly crying Ariadne that she was not worthy of even becoming a replacement. The regent stood opposite the woman, looking like a dark, frightening figure. Ariadne said that for his sake, she even took part in a coup d'etat. She recalled that she lost her finger for Cesare. "My reputation, my marriage, my life, it was all for you," Ariadne said. She threw everything she had in her life at the feet of her lover without a second thought. The regent looked at the woman at his feet without sympathy. He turned somewhere towards the door. Cesare asked if there was anyone there, because Miss Ariadne had completely gone mad. He did not see the angry shadow that fell across his lover's face. Cesare told her that he would lock her in the western tower. "Cesare!" Ariadne cried out loudly as she was led away by the guards. There was a full moon above the western tower, but Ariadne remembered a completely different time. It was a beautiful sunny day then, during which the couple in love were walking arm in the park. It was Cesare and Ariadne, and the girl could lean on his reliable arm. Cesare smiled and said that the lilies of the valley that grow by the road looked so humble. They seemed to bow to everyone who passed by. But Cesare saw Ariadne in them, They were a symbol of her readiness to surrender to his will, to do everything for him. The girl smiled because she liked to hear these words from her lover. This is what Ariadne remembered as she lay on the cold stone floor, locked in the western tower. Only a flock of white doves flew past its walls. Weakened by the tears she had shed all night, Ariadne wondered if it had all been just a dream. She remembered that Cesare's coronation was scheduled for today. Ariadne heard the sounds of music. It was a song that she had prepared for this day. It was she who organized the grand ceremony. All this was only for the sake of Cesare, who now joyfully greeted his subjects from the flower-decorated balcony of the palace. If he had kept his word, Ariadne would be by his side now. The lilies of the valley blooming outside are not treated with the same care as the roses that were grown in a greenhouse. The woman suddenly heard and raised her head. A golden-haired girl in a luxurious dress and a long veil stood at the window, and she asked if her sister had slept well. Ariadne recognized Isabella in this graceful and elegant beauty. In the completely empty room that had become her prison, it was strange to see a figure bathed in sunlight. Ariadne asked her sister how she got there, and Isabella smiled in response. Ariadne screamed. She wanted to know what kind of relationship her guest had with Cesare. Isabella asked how Ariadne dared to speak so impudently about her fiancé. Ariadne was afraid of these words because they made her absolutely unhappy. She asked Isabella to forgive her if she was still angry about Crown Prince Alfonso. Alfonso, Isabella repeated the name thoughtfully, her face showing a look of bewilderment. She objected that she did not mean him at all when she called him her fiancé. She was talking about Cesare. Ariadne could not and did not want to believe what she heard. Isabella asked her interlocutor if it seemed to her that the status of the most noble woman in the kingdom was created especially for her. She asked how Ariadne dared to have the intention of becoming queen and leaving her sister behind. She should have immediately abandoned this idea and stepped aside. Isabella reported that Ariadne had blackened her name by presenting her to Cesare as an indecent widow who had an unborn child. She asked if Ariadne was ready to take responsibility for this. Ariadne assumed that this was the reason for her sister's anger. She asked what about Alfonso, who had been genuinely kind to Isabella. Isabella wondered if all men had not always been kind to her. She stated that she could not reciprocate their feelings to all of them. After all, then she could be known as a courtesan who gives her body and love to too many. Ariadne asked if her sister really loved Cesare, but in that case, they should have just gotten engaged from the very beginning, many years ago. She recalled that it was Isabella who had once given her the opportunity to enter into this marriage. She asked why Isabella was only now deciding to make her claim. Isabella stood in her luxurious dress in the rays of sunlight from the window, and opposite on her knees was a barefoot and bare-headed Ariadne. Isabella replied that at that time Cesare was only a count, but now everything had changed. After today's coronation, he will receive full power in the kingdom and his wife will become queen. Isabella said she was sorry about Alfonso's death, but the crown prince could not make her his queen, and this was enough reason for his death. Ariadne stopped understanding anything about what was happening, about the things that the visitor was talking about. Isabella explained that she simply wanted to take her place next to the ruler of the state, and Cesare was able to give her what she wanted. He paid a price that Isabella considered worth receiving in return. Ariadne gave a short, evil laugh. She made an effort to rise to her trembling legs. She admitted that Cesare was everything to her. He was the one she valued even more than herself. But Isabella did not love Cesare at all. She herself admitted this. She separated them from Ariadne for her own whim, in Ariadne's opinion. Ariadne was furious that her sister did this just to gain the throne. Isabella asked why Ariadne thought it was just her whim. Now the sisters stood opposite each other again, and the wind fluttered their clothes. Suddenly Isabella started laughing. She said that it was Cesare who came to her and began to beg. He promised to give her the status she wanted, just so long as she was by his side. Cesare never forgot about Isabella. He told her that by hugging Ariadne, he was imagining her. Ariadne listened to these confessions with pain in her heart. And Isabella said that Cesare claimed that because of Ariadne's large build, it seemed to him that when he hugged her, he was hugging a man. Cesare did not like Ariadne's hair, because it was black as a crow's, and her overly large, sagging breasts reminded him of a cow's udder. He told Isabella that, on the contrary, she was so small and delicate that she was perfect for his embrace, and he wanted to protect her from the whole world. Her hair was like noble gold, so she seemed to him like an angel. Isabella asked if Ariadne had ever been the object of such strong desire. Ariadne remembered how Cesare had once said that the old countess was of more use than she. He stated that the enemies of women are women. She had always been nothing more than a substitute for the one he truly desired. And now she found herself in prison, bent over by her grief. Isabella smiled at the reaction her words were causing. She stated that even if she risked her life and devoted herself entirely to a man, Ariadne would receive nothing in return. Isabella believed that they did not know what gratitude was, so they should not be trusted. She believed that she was simply getting what she wanted for a price that matched it. Ariadne tried to object that Cesare was not like that. Isabella looked at her sister thoughtfully. She stated that Cesare was simply madly in love with her. But over time, Isabella understood she would get tired of this man. And then he can remember the one who was devoted to him for 14 years, Ariadne. Ariadne listened to these confessions in silence. Isabella said she didn't want to worry about her future. So, she said with a smile, it won't hurt. She took the sword and plunged it into Ariadne's back. After all, you are my dearest sister, said Isabella. Ariadne fell into a pool of her own blood. She had time to think about how unfair it was before she closed her eyes forever. Her victim did not return her love. Ariadne didn't understand where she went wrong. When everything went wrong, she desperately wanted to go back to the time when everything could be fixed. There is a golden rule: sinful deeds will be punished and good deeds will be rewarded. That is its essence. Ariadne wished for such a world before her death, dreaming with all her soul that it existed. She could not understand why she did not receive a reward for her good deeds. She heard a voice asking her if she could stick to this rule and said that she would try, that she would do it, that she had to manage. At that moment, Ariadne opened her eyes again. In front of her was a familiar place, a room in the house where she lived as a child. She looked at her hands, they were so small. She stood up from the chair she was sitting on. In the mirror that Ariadne approached, she was reflected, as she had been in her early youth. Could she have somehow returned to that time, Ariadne wondered? But she discovered a mole on her face that wasn't there before. The loud shout prevented her from examining the birthmark and thinking about where it came from. A woman entered the room and asked Ariadne if she considered herself a noble maiden, and then called her a beast and said that she was just a servant like her mother. Ariadne thought that this time she had to protect herself. She looked at the woman and thought that she would not allow herself to be neglected any longer. A second woman in the same suit with an apron ran into the room, calling for Ariadne. She said that they had come for the girl, the one named Ariadne. She realized exactly what day she was reborn. Today, her father will bring her home and make her part of the family. Cardinal de Marais took holy orders. But like other clergymen of that era, he had a wife and children. But as a cardinal, he could not afford a legal marriage. The born aristocrat Lucretia remained with him in the status of his mistress, but she behaved like his legal wife. They had 3 illegitimate children, the second of whom was Isabella. These children were treated as if they were born in wedlock. Isabella was the one her father valued most of all. It was her unearthly beauty that was sung in odes. This girl was called the capital's main beauty. On the other hand, there was Ariadne, born to a cardinal's maid. She was the child of a servant, and her origins were considered ignoble. So the girl was sent into exile to a farm where she grew up. That day, Ariadne was brought to the residence of Cardinal de Marais. The girl resolutely entered this rich house. The cardinal met her sitting at the table in his office. He looked at Ariadne sternly and did not say a word when she came closer. Ariadne looked at her father's face. Their eyes met, but even at the sight of his daughter's slight smile, the cardinal did not look any happier. Ariadne bowed and said that she was glad to see the gentleman in good health, and that she was immensely happy to meet him for the first time in a long time. The road here was difficult, the cardinal said. He noted that the girl did not have the opportunity to get a good education, but he was glad that she still grew up smart. Ariadne was grateful that he, at least in words, pretended that he cared. She promised that she would work harder and study more in order to bring glory to the house of de Marais and not be disgraced in front of her father, brother, and sisters. Lady Mrs. Lucrezia said that the dignity of a woman is not in learning and improving herself, but in taking care of her parents, brothers, and sisters in her youth, and also taking care of her husband and her children when she gets older. Lucretia told Ariadne to stop fooling around and behave like a real woman. Ariadne thought that in her past life, this luxuriously dressed lady seemed to her like an ideal representative of the aristocracy, but now, when she looked at her, it seemed absurd to her. In the presence of a father who values harmony in the family, it was very easy to fall for the trick. Ariadne smiled at these people and at her thoughts. She bowed even lower and promised to try very hard to live up to all expectations. "Madam," she said, her face hidden by her hair. Lucretia was surprised to hear the address the girl used. The cardinal repeated the word, looking questioningly at Lucretia. The woman said that Ariadne shouldn't call her that. She asked to be called Mother. Ariadne smiled and said she was glad and thanked her. "I'm sorry I'm late," she suddenly heard. Ariadne felt a strong emotion at the sound of this voice. "Welcome back to the family," she heard. Ariadne found the strength to turn to the owner of the voice. It was Isabella, and she said that her sister could contact her whenever she had any questions or help. Isabella came very close to Ariadne. The two girls' gazes met. Ariadne slightly bowed her head to Isabella in her past life. When they first met, she thought how beautiful and perfect her sister was. Then it seemed to her as if Isabella was like a heavenly body. She trembled in awe and wanted to be closer to her, so she always followed in her footsteps, like a tail. She gradually faded into the shadow of Isabella and felt depressed. And all this led to the fact that with the same bright smile on her face, Isabella came to her cell. And smiling, Isabella plunged the sword into her sister's back. Ariadne no longer intended to live to please others, as in the past. Isabella looked at her with an unspoken question. She extended her hand to her and said that they were family so Ariadne could call her sister. Ariadne smiled and extended her hand in response. The cardinal noticed that he saw how friendly everyone was. He stated that such relationships in the family make him immensely happy. Soon, Isabella, Ariadne, and the cardinal's youngest daughter followed Lady Lucrezia towards the stairs. Lucretia suddenly turned to Ariadne and told her not to dare create problems for her. Ariadne thought that she hadn't done anything like that yet. However, it was time to take action. The cardinal's youngest daughter screamed that she would never recognize Ariadne. She did not want to believe that she was her sister. The girl was outraged that Ariadne grew up on a farm as a commoner. She pointed her finger at Ariadne and declared that she was born from exactly the same servant. Previously, in such situations, Ariadne did not allow herself to open her mouth, but now she knew how to calm the girl down. She leaned over to the girl and said she was very sorry. Ariadne smiled and said that apparently her mother and father only paid attention to Isabella. The girl fell silent and looked at Ariadne in confusion. "What does someone like you know?" she screamed a moment later. She pushed Ariadne so hard that she took a step back from her. Ariadne managed to move away from the push, but the girl still looked at what had happened with fear. It was not Ariadne, but Isabella who stumbled and fell several steps down the stairs. Isabella sat on the steps and tears glistened in her eyes. When the girl pushed Ariadne and she recoiled from her, they hit Isabella and she fell. Ariadne thought that something bad was about to happen, but her younger sister was very scared. The cardinal came out of the office and asked where the noise was coming from. He saw Isabella and wanted to know what happened here and who did it. The cardinal looked at his youngest daughter, and she muttered that she didn't mean for it to happen this way. Ariadne watched her indifferently. Suddenly, the girl turned around and screamed that Ariadne did it, that it was all her fault. The cardinal turned to Ariadne and stated that she had just returned to her family and was already doing such things. The younger sister hid her contented expression by bowing her head. Ariadne said she was sorry for causing inconvenience to her father. She explained that dear sister Isabella had suffered while trying to help her. The younger sister never expected to hear this. Isabella also looked at Ariadne with bewilderment. Ariadne said that she was very sorry that Isabella fell down the stairs. She said that Arabella, the younger girl, got carried away playing and wanted to push her. The cardinal asked her in surprise what she meant. Arabella screamed that it was not true. Nothing like that had happened. She said that Sister Isabella had no intention of helping Ariadne, but simply happened to be nearby. Ariadne said that, despite the lack of proper education, she had no right to lie to her father. She stated that her father had the right not to believe her. Ariadne suggested asking Isabella how it all happened. The cardinal turned to Isabella, who was still sitting on the steps. Isabella looked into Ariadne's eyes, and she wanted her sister to answer as she usually did. Ariadne looked at her sister and waited for her words. Isabella smiled and said that Arabella had just gotten a little carried away with her older sisters, and she asked them not to scold the girl. Ariadne looked at her and thought that this was very expected behavior. Isabella could not miss the chance that would allow her to present herself as the ideal sister in the eyes of her father. "Sister?" cried Arabella, turning to her. Isabella said that everyone has the right to make mistakes and asked to be more careful next time. Arabella was frightened when she heard her father's loud voice calling her name. The cardinal forbade his youngest daughter to leave her room for the next 2 weeks, and she was also to pray while eating bread and water. Arabella fell to her knees before her father, trying to convince him that she had done nothing wrong. The cardinal replied that she had forgotten about repentance, and therefore he was extending her punishment to 3 weeks. Arabella did not agree, but the cardinal did not listen to her cries, while the maids helped Isabella to her feet. The cardinal turned and left, calling out to Lucretia. He wanted to know where this woman was. Arabella continued to reach out to her father and scream that it was not her fault. The cardinal was outraged by the way his mistress was raising her children. Without listening to the cries of his youngest daughter, he left, and Isabella was taken away by the maids. Ariadne thought that everything turned out even better than she thought, and that this was only the beginning. The day came when Isabella stood before her father in his study and mournfully exclaimed that she did not want to marry the man she had chosen. The girl reminded that there were rumors about him that he was illegitimate. Isabella wrung her hands and reminded her father that he had always said that only she had the power to glorify the good name of their family, and that being a simple countess, she would not be able to become the noblest lady in the kingdom. Cardinal de Marais looked at his daughter carefully through his glasses. Then he took them off and put them on the table in front of him. He said he knew all this, despite the fact that the prospective groom was named as the prince's cousin. Count Cesare was and remained the king's bastard. Lucretia said that she also did not want to marry her daughter to some bastard. "Your Grace," said Lucretia, looking at her daughter's embarrassed face. She believed that the royal bastard's mate should be another bastard. Lucretia suggested that the cardinal take a closer look at Ariadne. This idea seemed quite unexpected to the cardinal. Lucretia reminded that this girl was born from the carnal pleasures of the cardinal with her maid. Perhaps now her mother, forgotten by everyone, ran the farm. The cardinal thought about his daughter. Lucretia's proposal seemed like a suitable option to him. Ariadne sat at the table in the room and thought that if everything was as before, then she was brought to this house for one and only one reason. But now she couldn't repeat the mistakes of the past. She tried to figure out what she could do to avoid her engagement to Cesare. She could have married someone else or earned some money and run away. But she understood that her family would never allow her to marry of her own free will, and getting rich seemed impossible. Only aristocratic men were capable of that. Ariadne thoughtfully went over the options that could change her fate for the better. She understood that there would be no beautiful ending where Cesare loves her. They are not destined to be happy until the end of their days. Now Ariadne was not going to naively dwell on these stupid fantasies. She had a task that would become more important to her than anything else. Ariadne remembered Cesare's face when he had mocked her evilly. She imagined everything that Isabella had told her before killing her. Ariadne was determined to make her unfaithful lover pay for his sins. A maid entered the room with a stack of clothes. She told Ariadne that it was meant for her. Ariadne knew this girl, who was Isabella's faithful minion. The maid told Ariadne to change her clothes and go downstairs for dinner. Maletta was the name of the maid. Ariadne asked her if she had a lot of work, and then asked her to help her change her clothes. Maletta grinned and, crossing her arms over her chest, declared that Ariadne was not a child. Couldn't she cope on her own? She recalled that earlier on the farm, Ariadne changed her clothes herself. Maletta said that the girl had only just arrived and was already pretending to be a mistress. Ariadne put her hand on the girl's shoulder. She forced her to turn around and slapped her. Ariadne said that a maid should know her place so as not to allow such behavior. Maletta clutched her cheek. "Listen," she said. She reminded Ariadne that she too was born a servant. Didn't that mean they were on the same level? Ariadne looked down sadly. Maletta said that, frankly speaking, the cardinal had risen to a high position while being an orphan, so the lady was not even half an aristocrat. Ariadne's sisters were of the upper class because of their mother's background. But how could Ariadne be any different from Maletta? Maletta said that if the cardinal liked her tomorrow, he could give her the same child. Ariadne swung for another slap. This time she hit so hard that the impudent girl couldn't stay on her feet. Ariadne said that Maletta would still pay for her mistake and for insulting her father. She told the maid to watch her language. "Get out!" she ordered Maletta. The girl ran out of the room, and Ariadne thought that, in fact, there was some sense in Maletta's words. Now everything depended only on Ariadne's father. She was no longer going to make the mistake of trusting her life entirely to one man. So to begin with, in order to become stronger, she needed a loyal assistant. "Ariadne," a loud voice came from behind the door. The girl hurried to answer the call and appeared before Lady Lucretia, next to whom stood a tearful Maletta. Madame Lucrezia wanted to know how Ariadne dared to raise her hand against their maid. Maletta, wiping tears from her eyes, said that she was folding clothes when Ariadne suddenly hit her. Ariadne heard Lucretia accuse her of cruelty, saying that she had a disgusting nature. She bowed to Lady Lucretia and addressed her as mother. Ariadne stated that Maletta had insulted her father and Lady Lucretia herself, so there was nothing left to do but show her her place. "What?" shouted Lucretia. Ariadne said that Maletta called the cardinal shameless. After all, he raised all his illegitimate children. He raised them as heirs to the aristocracy, Ariadne said, and Maletta looked at her, no longer pretending to cry. The maid turned to Lady Lucretia and, raising her hands, said that everything was not like that at all. She would not have dared to say such a thing about people who were of noble blood. Ariadne noticed that, in addition, Maletta treated her father disrespectfully, as if he were a commoner. Both sisters were of noble birth, having inherited their mother's blood, said Ariadne, and she did not need to be served since she was born a maid to an orphan. Ariadne knew that although Lucretia was pleased to hear such speeches, she would not ignore it. The problem of the cardinal's blood ties was the weakness of the entire family. The girl was going to take advantage of this knowledge. She said that Maletta claimed that she could have caught the cardinal's eye and given birth to his child, and then he would have been of the same status as Ariadne, so she could treat Ariadne as she wanted. Maletta, hearing all these words, was frightened and tried to explain what had happened to Lady Lucretia, but she only scolded her. Lucretia was outraged that some servant dared to look at someone else's husband for this. 10 lashes with a rod were prescribed. Maletta begged for leniency. She asked Madame to believe her. When the maid was taken away for punishment, Lucretia turned to Ariadne. She told her to report everything immediately if she found herself in such a situation again, because you can't just beat a servant without warning. Ariadne listened attentively to Lady Lucretia. She bowed and said she hadn't thought about it. As a sign of repentance, the girl asked to go to the Ranboya charity house for 3 days. Lady Lucretia was surprised by such a request. With a sweet smile, Ariadne asked to let Maletta go with her, because due to the fact that Ariadne was uneducated, the maid could not get on the right path, so it was worth taking her with her and converting her to religion. Lucretia didn't know what to answer. This girl was in too much of a hurry. In some ways she was right, but Ranbai had doubts. Suddenly Isabella intervened and suggested that the trip take 5 days instead of 3. Isabella suggested that the longer you were there, the more deeply you would understand your guilt. Ariadne thought about her sister's words. After thinking about it, she agreed that Isabella was right, and it would be better to go there for 5 days. Soon the family's carriage took them to Rambouillet, as agreed. Isabella stepped out of the carriage with determination. The girl was wearing a wide blue cloak with a hood. Maletta, who accompanied her with a suitcase in her hands, was trembling with anxiety. People were lying on the barren ground of Rambouillet. Beggars with hungry children sat right on the road. An unconscious boy was carried on a stretcher. It was here that the Rambouillet charity house was located. Ariadne was prepared for this spectacle, but Maletta was very worried. Ariadne thought something like this about what was about to happen to them now. This place was perfect for her plan. This story began during the reign of King Leo III's wife, Queen Margaret. She founded the Ranbai Charity House to help the poor. But the allocated budget was not enough to help everyone in need, so they simply began to die due to lack of funds. Ariadne and Maletta entered the building they needed. Ariadne noticed that her companion was even more excited than she initially assumed. Maletta trembled and prayed. Ariadne said that in the near future they would be alone together and Sister Isabella would not be able to help. So what should they do now? Ariadne reminded that if Isabella had intervened when her mother ordered Maletta to be flogged, the maid would have been able to avoid punishment. "Poor thing," Ariadne said with a smile. Maletta turned away from her, clearly not knowing what to answer. Ariadne was going to go to where all the disadvantaged people gather. She had a reason for taking Maletta with her. Ariadne wanted the maid to be completely subordinate to her. The two of them came to a common room full of people. Ariadne thought this place would be perfect. The poor who were dying gathered here. Ariadne looked carefully at the beggars around her. It was definitely here. "Sister." Suddenly they heard someone's voice. Ariadne realized with a triumphant smile that they had been recognized. She asked Maletta if she could see. Ariadne pointed out the girl with fiery hair to the maid, and Maletta asked what she wanted to tell her. "This is your sister," Ariadne whispered in the maid's ear. Ariadne promised to leave Maletta here if she did not obey her. She said that Maletta, like her sister, would die here in agony. Maletta replied that she did not understand at all what they were talking about with her, because she had already admitted her guilt. So she asked not to punish her. She was very scared. Ariadne grabbed the maid by the shoulders and asked if she really thought Ariadne was lying to her. "Answer," she ordered Miletta. She took the maid by the chin and forced her to look at her. Miletta remembered how someone in a cloak had once come to them and said that he could only take one person with him. He asked the two girls who stood frozen in front of him which of them was smarter and more diligent. One of the girls pleaded. She said that they had grown up together since early childhood. She promised to work hard, if only the lady would take them both. The second girl glanced sideways at her sister. She said that if the noble lady could only take one, then it must certainly be her. She said that Sancha was capable of stealing and that her hands were shaking, which meant that she would not be able to work. The guest grinned and threw the hood off her face. It was Isabella. She said that she liked the ambition of this girl, so the choice was made. The girl promised that she would try, but her sister looked at her in amazement. Then the one who was chosen turned to the second and told her to sit quietly. She promised to get her out of here as soon as she earned some money. After all, if at least one of the family makes it in life, then they will be able to help another, so Sancha just needs to wait. So Miletta left with Isabella, ignoring Sanchi's cries after them. Ariadne unexpectedly saw this whole story from the past and was stunned by it. Ariadne felt dizzy. Miletta asked if she was okay because for a moment she seemed to be dumbfounded. Ariadne couldn't understand what it was, whether she saw an illusion or the real past of these two. Ariadne clenched her fists. She had to check it out. She went towards the red-haired girl, and Miletta tried to stop her. The girl looked at them and asked if her sister had really returned. Ariadne sat down next to the girl and asked how she felt, placing her hand on her forehead. She looked at the girl and told her to answer one question. She asked if she had a sister who worked as a servant in the house of an aristocrat. The girl looked away sadly and nodded. Ariadne asked if her sister had told her that if one of them achieved something, she would help the other. The girl asked how the lady found out about this. Ariadne realized that everything she saw was true. "Okay," said Ariadne, thanking her for the answer and saying that she hoped the girl would get better. Sanchi's eyes were filled with fear and she asked her mistress to wait. She wanted to be allowed to talk to her sister. Sancha said that after Miletta left for the rich house, they did not see each other again, so she asked to let them talk if possible. Ariadne asked the girl if she wanted to say that during all this time her sister had never contacted her. Sancha replied that they had met for the first time today, but she was grateful that Miletta was here now to meet her. Ariadne asked if Miletta had never helped her sister. Sancha confirmed this. She was very thin and dirty, even compared to the memory. Ariadne also noticed the hands folded in prayer. She also saw bare feet, which were not hidden by the skirt. Sancha was kneeling before her, but Miletta did not come up, remaining behind Ariadne. Ariadne made a decision. "Miletta," she said. She turned to the maid and asked if she really didn't know this girl. Miletta hesitated, clearly not knowing what to answer. After thinking, she said that this girl was not familiar to her. Sanchi's eyes widened at the sound of her voice. Sancha bit her lip until it hurt. She clung to the hem of Ariadne's dress, begging her mistress to save her. Sancha cried as she asked for help. Ariadne looked at the girl who asked to be taken with her. Ariadne looked at Miletta. She told the maid to call one of the caretakers of the charity house here. A few days later, Ariadne was sitting under a tree in the garden. She felt very hungry. That first day, Ariadne told the keepers to give Sancha some more food. They answered her that although she was the daughter of his lordship, even at her request they could not treat some poor people in a special way, to the detriment of others. Ariadne said that she understood the caretaker, in which case she would like to give Sancha her food for today. She was going to help the girl just once, but now the third day has passed. She sat there alone and watched the wind blow the dried leaves. Ariadne really wanted to know what she saw then, as if these were Miletta's memories, but then Ariadne touched the maid again. But nothing like that happened again. No visions occurred. Ariadne thought that it didn't always depend on touch. She didn't understand what kind of gift it was. Suddenly, Ariadne saw a large red apple right in front of her. Ariadne slowly looked up at the one who was holding it out to her. The girl could not have expected this. The last time she saw the man, he was lying on the floor next to an overturned cup. Prince Alfonso stood before her and, smiling, asked if she would have this apple. This was the very man whom she had pushed to death with her own hands. She reached out and took the apple from the prince's palm. After all, now she has returned to the time when she had not yet sinned. Ariadne thanked the prince, who sat down on the grass next to her. She took a bite of the apple and thought that now she had a chance for a new life. Soon the apple was completely eaten. Ariadne glanced sideways at the prince. It was very unexpected to meet him here. But the chance to personally meet the heir to the throne had to be taken advantage of, because nothing like this would ever happen again. Ariadne admitted that she had been starving for 3 days, but thanks to Alfonso, she had a little snack. The prince said that he had heard that she had given her food to a sick child, and Ariadne confirmed that it was true. She was trying to think of something to talk about to get closer. The prince looked at her and said that she was truly amazing. Ariadne looked at the young man in surprise. The thought that came to mind made the girl smile. Alfonso said that he probably couldn't give up his food. Ariadne smiled and said that she couldn't either. She said that the bread here was simply not tasty, so she gave it up. If the food at the charity house had been better, she would hardly have done the same. The prince was surprised, and the girl explained that there was no milk or butter in this bread, only wheat and salt. Prince Alfonso looked at her and sighed. "So that's how it is," said the prince. Ariadne thought that she didn't need to act as if she knew that this was a prince. They sat next to each other in a clearing. Alfonso asked how long the girl would stay here. Ariadne replied that until tomorrow. Alfonso asked if she was going to continue giving food to that girl. Ariadne thought about it. She wanted to help her only until today, but now she was not sure. She was treated to such a delicious apple, and therefore she can do without food tomorrow. These words surprised Alfonso. The prince looked at the girl with a smile. He took something out of his own pocket. Alfonso said it would be nice if the girl could eat something else, but he had nothing else. He handed Ariadne a cookie wrapped in a handkerchief. Ariadne smiled and said that she would eat the cookies with gratitude and pleasure. She thought that getting closer to the prince turned out to be much easier than she had previously thought. She said that it was time for her to go, and Alfonso was clearly upset that it was already time to part. Ariadne rose from the ground and said that she needed to return before her absence from classes was noticed. She told the prince goodbye. She didn't know when such an opportunity would arise again. She was glad that she and Alfonso had been able to talk to each other. Now she had to leave behind a slight trace of regret that this meeting had ended. "Wait," said the prince. He asked permission to find out the girl's name. Ariadne turned around and looked Alfonso in the eyes. She allowed a slight smile to cross her lips. "Ariadne," she said, and clarified, "Ariadne de Mar." Prince Alfonso looked at her with excitement. Ariadne returned to the cardinal's residence with Sancha, and Lady Lucretia asked who else was with her. Ariadne explained that she brought the girl from a charity home. Mrs. Lucretia screamed. Was Ariadne in her right mind? Who was she to make decisions about hiring servants? Lucretia believed that Ariadne was apologizing in words, but in reality she continued to do whatever she wanted. Ariadne bowed and handed her a handkerchief, telling her mother to look at it. Lady Lucretia replied that she could not be fooled. Isabella, who was standing next to her mother, looked at the scarf more closely. She made out a monogram of letters in which she recognized Prince Alfonso's monogram. She asked Ariadne where she got this scarf from. As Ariadne thought, Isabella understood everything at once. Ariadne said that she met the prince by chance. The charity house is under the patronage of the queen. It must have been a planned visit. Ariadne said that she had expressed a desire to take care of this girl, and the prince decided that she would take Sancha into her house and give her work. The prince knew about the good deeds of Cardinal de Mer, so he gave his handkerchief as a token of gratitude. Ariadne stated that if she refused to accept the gift, she would tarnish her father's honor. Of course, it was all a complete lie. Lucretia asked if Ariadne thought that if the prince said so, it meant she could ignore the mistress of the house, and if she really decided to bring a ragamuffin here to mock her. The lady shouted for Ariadne to send the girl back immediately. Lucretia, angry, ordered Ariadne herself to leave with Sancha. The girl thought that the lady was very stubborn. Ariadne thought that if Sancha were thrown out, it would be more difficult for her to carry out everything she had planned, but the lady shouted for them both to go away immediately. Isabella intervened again, stating that she also wanted to go to Rambouillet. Mrs. Lucretia asked her daughter in amazement what she had said. She exclaimed that this was not a place for the likes of Isabella, and that tea parties were for meetings with the prince. Isabella replied that she agreed not to go there, but she had one condition. She wanted the girl to stay in their house. Isabella wanted to have something to talk about when she met the prince. Isabella said that her father would not allow them to meet, but she needed to think about it in advance. Ariadne realized that thanks to stupid Isabella, everything became easier. Now Sancha will be able to serve in this house, and later, Ariadne will be able to make her her personal maid. The prince's handkerchief flashed before her eyes. Isabella took it, declaring that she would take it for herself. She turned to leave, but before she left, she told Ariadne that she had done a good job. Ariadne clenched her outstretched hand into a fist. She thought that her life was still the same as before. Something was given, something was taken away. "Madam," Sancha turned to Ariadne. The girl thanked her for saving her. Sancha pressed her hand to her chest and promised that she would definitely repay the lady for her kindness. Ariadne looked into the girl's eyes. Her look changed. She stroked Sancha's hair and thanked him. The girl looked at Ariadne with devotion and trust. A few days later, Ariadne was climbing the stairs and heard the sisters talking with Lucretia. Isabella asked her mother why the queen had invited them so suddenly. Lucretia assumed that, having heard about the beautiful Isabella, Her Majesty wanted to see her with her own eyes. Isabella was worried whether the prince would be there, and thought that the handkerchief should be taken with her. Ariadne froze on the steps to hear even more. Then she finally went upstairs. She tried to remember if these two had been invited to the palace in a past life. Ariadne entered the room where Miletta and Sancha were already. Miletta said that Madame had ordered Ariadne to be collected for the exit. Sancha added with a burning look that a carriage had arrived from the royal palace. The royal messenger said to bring Miss Ariadne, specifically her. This meant that Ariadne would go to the palace with Lucretia and Isabella. The dresses prepared for Ariadne were already lying on the bed. Ariadne grinned as she looked at them. She called Sancha to her. She told the girl to play dress-up with her. According to the Holy Scriptures, Isak Gon the saint sacrificed himself twice. The first time he was branded by the people and died alone. However, the miracle of resurrection was revealed. The second sacrifice was made to save the people from God's punishment that descended on the continent. Only after this did Isak Gon receive public veneration, although the aristocracy of San Carlo were more interested in the mass dedicated to his final fate. Today, the liturgy included the words about the first sacrifice, and the service was conducted in the native language of Queen Margaret, who came from the kingdom of Caligo. Isabella and Lucretia listened with reverent faces, although they could not make out a word. No one would ever think that they don't know the language. But Lucretia, who had given up her studies of the Caligo language, and her daughter Isabella, who had just begun to study it, understood nothing. Ariadne noticed the woman who was praying closest to the altar. This was Queen Margaret. In her past life, Ariadne saw this image only in portraits, which were unable to convey the noble aura surrounding her. In the language of Caligo, a sermon was delivered about self-sacrifice and the salvation of sinful souls, what the saint was thinking about, giving himself entirely for the benefit of the selfish and stupid people. People who possess wealth, status, and faith should most of all take care of those who cannot have it, even if not from birth. But every person should strive to do righteous deeds. Ariadne turned around sharply. Something unexpected was happening in the temple. Her Majesty Queen Margaret also looked in that direction. It was Isabella with her benevolent face who attracted everyone's attention. A whisper was heard among the ranks of ladies who were in the temple. Because Isabella said quite loudly and clearly that she was grateful to fate that the queen personally invited her family to the service for the sacrifice of Isak Gon, because she really liked that part of the scripture. Lucretia was pleased to see that Isabella was benefiting from learning Caligo's language, and asked what the girl liked most. Isabella replied that the part that was closest to her heart was the final part about the sacrifice, and Ariadne realized that the word sacrifice was the only thing the sister could make out of what was said, since today's Mass was dedicated to his first sacrifice, and she was talking about another. Isabella said that after the death of Isak Gon, all the people came out to mourn him, how joyful this was for the saint. The women in the church were surprised by the words that the saint felt joy upon hearing the sorrow over his own death. One of the ladies suggested that this girl was jealous of the saint's glory after death, instead of being grateful for the sacrifice he had made for the people. And the second lady asked how old a girl could be who behaved so immaturely. Ariadne thought that Isabella would be reminded of this incident more than once, and now the cardinal's family might get a bad reputation. Ariadne said that she was close in spirit to the courage of Isak Gon. He seemed to her to be a simply amazing person. The girl bowed her head and said, pressing her hands to her heart, that she thought the saint was very afraid to die. The ladies began to whisper again. But this time about Ariadne, they said that she was so young and so kind that her faith in God was strong. Ariadne decided that this should be enough to stop rumors about the ignorance of Cardinal de Moraes' family. Soon there was a clapping of hands. The lady-in-waiting announced that everyone was invited to the small hall where tea would soon begin. All the guests followed in the indicated direction. Queen Margaret's gaze lingered on Ariadne. She thought that the second daughter of Cardinal de Marais understood Caligo's language well. A ceremonial table was set in the small hall, with Queen Margarita sitting at the head and Lady Lucretia and her daughters standing frozen at the opposite end. The Master of Ceremonies introduced them as members of the Cardinal de Marais family. Queen Margaret said she saw them at Mass. Her Majesty expressed her joy that the guests had arrived for tea and invited them to sit down. One of the ladies complimented Isabella's dress, saying that it was very beautiful. Ariadne looked at this lady in surprise. She recognized her, although she did not think that she would meet this woman here. This was the same woman who in her past life gossiped and said that illegitimate children would never receive God's blessing, because they were only traces of a dirty union. Then Ariadne grabbed her by the hair to force her to close her mouth. In that life, it seemed to her that it would have been better if this gossip had insulted her rather than Cesare, about whom she did not dare to speak so vilely. In this life, Countess Marquez, with a sweet smile, asked Isabella who had made her outfit. Isabella replied that it was the work of the family dressmaker. The Countess said that this craftswoman had golden hands. She expressed regret that she herself could not use the services of such a talented seamstress. But Lucretia said that the Countess could turn to their worker, and she herself was always welcome at the de Marais house. The lady-in-waiting smiled contentedly. She noticed that the dressmaker apparently had not yet finished making the dress for her second daughter, so she was not going to add any extra work to her for now. The Countess suggested taking a closer look at how the two sisters' appearance differed. She recalled how uneducated Isabella had shown herself to be, and said that it was strange that Lucrezia realized that her eldest daughter was not up to the ideal, but still, being in an illegal marriage, continued to care only for her. After all, a virtuous wife must take care of all the children, and anything else would be unacceptable. The Countess said that the girl was not guilty of anything. She, poor thing, deserved sympathy. Isabella hastened to intervene in the conversation. She asked the Countess for forgiveness and explained that her little sister had recently returned from the village, where she had stayed due to her health. So she did not have many clothes, but the dressmaker had recently started sewing her a new wardrobe. Isabella said that she lent Ariadne her dress for a while because they were almost the same age, and sisters are supposed to share. According to Isabella, there was a misunderstanding, because many of her dresses were simply tailored to her own modest taste. She squeezed Ariadne's hand and looked into her eyes before asking if she was wrong. Ariadne understood without words what Isabella's intentions were. Of course, her sister was waiting for her to give the right answer, and Ariadne smiled and squeezed Isabella's hand in response, saying that she was absolutely right. With a smile, Ariadne declared that this outfit was even too perfect for someone like her. The lace frills at the hem of this dress were clearly stained. When Ariadne rose from the table and picked up her skirts, all the ladies noticed it. Ariadne said that she didn't know it was her sister's dress, but she really liked it. She stood up to better show everyone present something, an answer her sister would obviously appreciate. The ladies began to whisper. They all noticed the hem of the dress. They assumed that such a stain could appear from long work in the kitchen. The fabric was so yellowed that they would rather believe that it was a servant's dress and not a girl from a noble family. Everyone looked at Lucrezia. It looked like this woman was raising the cardinal's daughter like a servant. One of the ladies asked Isabella if her sister didn't just wear her clothes. Queen Margaret's commanding voice ordered everyone to calm down. The queen said she had a question for Lady Lucretia's eldest daughter. She wanted to know about the petticoat that Ariadne showed everyone. The queen asked if Isabella had worn it before. Isabella looked down and muttered something, not finding a suitable answer right away. The queen said that everything was clear to her. She ordered Lucretia to take her eldest daughter and return home. She deliberately called Lucrezia Madame de Rossi, after her family name, and not de Marais, as she called herself, considering herself part of the cardinal's family. Ariadne thought with glee that Lucretia was now being treated as an open mistress. She must have felt disgraced. Queen Margaret turned to one of her ladies and ordered her to take her second daughter and give her a clean petticoat. The lady assured Her Majesty that everything would be done properly. Ariadne was very surprised by this order from the queen. She followed the lady down the corridor of the palace. It felt so strange to be in this place again, only now everything was completely different. She lived here for 9 years in her past life and was considered Cesare's fiancée. Now she would like to erase these years from her memory. Ariadne, lost in thought about her past, did not notice how her companion stopped and bumped into her. Meanwhile, the lady bowed in a courtly manner. She said that the crown prince was coming. Instead of bowing too, Ariadne looked over the lady's shoulder and loudly called the prince by name. "Ariadne," the prince responded, also noticing the girl. They looked at each other, not noticing anything around them. A thick shadow seemed to fall across Ariadne's face. She asked Alfonso if he was really a prince, and the lady-in-waiting noticed that Madame de Marais was behaving very rudely. After all, before her was the only heir of King Leo III and Queen Margaret, His Highness Prince Alfonso de Carlo. The lady reminded Ariadne that she must behave properly in the presence of the prince. Ariadne remembered this lady too. Her name was Lady Carla. Usually, the daughter of a cardinal was not supposed to bow to the palace servants. But this woman was a trusted servant of Her Majesty. Everything that Carla saw and heard would reach the queen. So Ariadne bowed respectfully and said that she had behaved impolitely and now offered her deepest apologies. Alfonso looked sad. He explained that he had not specifically told the girl that he was a prince, but Ariadne was his friend. Carla said that the prince was saying ridiculous things and that any friendship between them was unacceptable. Alfonso asked whether a man who received him without even knowing his title could not be his friend. Carla replied that people belong to different social classes for a reason. Representatives of different classes have different intentions and character traits, so no one, not even a prince, should forget about their place. Ariadne thought that Alfonso was still an ungrateful child to everyone. It was clear just by looking at the displeased expression on his face. She knew that even the most exemplary young gentleman at this period of growing up could not resist his own desires. Alfonso looked at her and grinned conspiratorially. The prince grabbed Ariadne's wrist tightly. "Let's run!" he told her and quickly dragged her along the corridor, ignoring Carla's screams, trying to stop him. The prince stopped only in the garden near the fountain, and Ariadne was struggling to catch her breath, while Alfonso tried to look around, clearly deciding where to go next. He turned around and looked at the girl with noticeable excitement. Ariadne still did not look up, but she could see the prince's fingers squeezing her wrist. Alfonso released her hand from his. Ariadne laughed and said that His Highness was reacting too openly, and Alfonso responded by asking to be called by his first name. Ariadne smiled slyly and asked if she should show such disrespect to the prince. Alfonso asked her to stop, because she didn't have to address him like that. Ariadne smiled faintly, looking at the prince's embarrassed face. She laughed and suggested that they come up with fictitious names for each other. Alfonso looked at the girl with amazement. Ariadne met his gaze calmly, her bright green eyes shining. Alfonso turned around conspiratorially and asked if the girl was too self-confident if she wanted to call him by some kind of affectionate nickname. Ariadne replied that if she called him by his real name every time they met, everyone would immediately understand that he was a prince. It wouldn't be difficult to guess. Ariadne looked at the prince's thoughtful face. She thought that this young man wanted to be accepted as he really was, without paying attention to his special position in the country. For such a young man, the offer to start a secret relationship will be a temptation that is difficult to refuse. Alfonso said that they would do as Ariadne suggested. She began to suggest possible names for the prince, but he rejected all the options because he thought they were too simple, too much like a nickname. The girl laughed joyfully. She liked that he didn't even object to her idea. Ariadne covered the prince's hand with her palm. She began to draw with her finger on his palm, tracing the first letter of his name. Alfonso watched her actions, fascinated. Ariadne smiled sweetly at him. She removed her hand, but the prince continued to sit, looking into her eyes. The prince did not take his eyes off Ariadne, and then he clenched his hand into a fist. They were sitting in the park, surrounded by flowers and the sound of fountains. Alfonso said that there was something else that he had not yet told the girl. Ariadne turned to him curiously. The prince said that the queen had invited Ariadne to visit because of him, and she was informed that they had met at a charity house. He explained that no matter who he saw or met, everything was reported to his mother. But it was surprising that it was the story about meeting Ariadne that attracted her attention. Ariadne had previously thought that Prince Alfonso was not so attentive to his surroundings, but she was amazed at how well this young man was aware of what was happening around him. The girl was interested to know something else about him. Alfonso said he understood that his mother was doing all this because she cared about him, and yet sometimes this concern seemed excessive to him. The prince did not know how to explain everything that was on his mind, and Ariadne simply sat next to him, ready to listen to the end. Alfonso clasped the fingers of both hands. He was visibly nervous. Then the prince suddenly turned to Ariadne with a smile and said that he talked too much about his own problems. Instead, they could talk about something else. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. Ariadne came closer and, bending down to Alfonso, touched his hair. She stroked Alfonso's head, causing his face to look confused. "It must be hard," Ariadne said. Ariadne removed her hand, which had just touched Alfonso's hair. The prince looked at the girl as if he did not dare to say anything. Ariadne looked away with a smile and said that Lady Carla must be looking for her, and if she did not return now, she would certainly receive a severe reprimand. Besides, Her Majesty said that Ariadne should find other clothes. The girl rose from the edge of the fountain where she and the prince were sitting and turned away to leave. Alfonso didn't say anything after her. He just raised his hand to his face. The young man looked embarrassed and thoughtful, left alone. Lady Lucretia was already at the cardinal's residence, and she was beside herself with rage, because the queen had called her Madame de Rossi, and everyone in the palace addressed her as the cardinal's mistress, despite the fact that this was not accepted in society. "How dare they?" cried Lucretia, knocking over a floor vase so that it broke and the flowers scattered among the fragments. Lucretia was outraged that such things were said to her, a lady from Etruscan. In a rage, the woman called those who came from the kingdom of Caligo filthy scum. She threw objects to vent her anger, and one of the flower pots broke next to the skirt of a girl entering the room. Ariadne stood next to the columns, silently examining the place where her stepmother had given free rein to her emotions. Broken dishes and a torn chain with jewelry, an overturned cup, a piece of furniture and a torn book lay on the floor. Ariadne bowed to Lady Lucretia, called her mother, and said that she had already returned. For some reason, this address served as a new reason for anger. Lucretia asked if the girl thought that she really considered her a daughter and would allow herself to be called that. Lucretia wanted Ariadne to admit that she had deliberately soiled her dress. Ariadne was prepared for such suspicions. She thought it was expected. She bowed even lower and said that she could never do such a thing, because she had no other clothes but this one. And then Lucretia wanted to know who was responsible for this outfit. The lady ordered to search Ariadne's room and find her real petticoat. Ariadne enjoyed watching how Madame Lucretia became furious, because she knew perfectly well that even if, on the orders of the mistress, the maids turned the room upside down, no one would find anything. The girl wanted to think of a way to make stupid Lucretia shut up this time. "Madam," there was a loud cry, hearing which Ariadne turned around sharply. Clutching her hand to her chest, Miletta said she knew and could tell who was responsible for what happened. The attention of all present was drawn to the maid. Miletta remembered how she had reported today that Madame had ordered Ariadne to be prepared for the exit, and Sancha, who was present at the time, had added that she had seen a carriage sent from the palace. It was then that Ariadne suggested that Sancha play dress-up with her and lend her her old and dirty skirt. Now Ariadne belatedly realized her mistake. She had completely forgotten to take care of Miletta's silence. "It was all her," said the maid, pointing at Sancha. The girl turned to Ariadne in fear, seeking support. Sancha was very excited about everything that was happening. Ariadne, meeting the girl's gaze, also became alarmed. Lady Lucretia grabbed Sancha by the hair and screamed that the girl had decided to steal Ariadne's petticoat, despite Sancha denying everything. Miletta, who had managed to search the room, showed Lucretia a skirt that was lying in Sanchi's things. Ariadne looked at them. She understood that she had managed to avoid suspicions that it was she who had disgraced Lucretia in front of everyone. Lady Lucretia slapped Sancha on the cheek. The girl fell to the floor and tried to protect herself from the blows that her mistress brought down on her. Ariadne remembered how Sancha had promised to repay her for the kindness she had shown her. Then Ariadne thanked Sancha. Now she could do nothing to protect her from reprisals. Ariadne remembered one frightening thing that made her heart beat faster. In addition, she felt the pain of the new mole that appeared on her face after the rebirth, and the finger that she had lost in that past life began to feel like it was pulling and pulsating. Ariadne remembered the moment before her rebirth and the golden rule she learned then. Sinful deeds will be punished, but good deeds will bring goodness back, so you should treat your neighbors the way you would like to be treated. Ariadne was angry and regretful when she was betrayed by those she trusted, but hadn't she herself neglected others for her own benefit? Ariadne grabbed her head. The voice that was now sounding in her head was heard only by her. Lucretia continued to beat Sancha, calling him an ungrateful wretch. Ariadne rushed towards them with a scream to prevent this beating. Lucretia's hand was already raised for the next blow. When the lady finally applied it, blood spilled onto the floor. Sancha, covering her head with her hands in fear, carefully opened one eye. The blow did not land on her back because Ariadne, rushing to her defense, covered her with herself. Lucretia's whip cut Ariadne's shoulder, and now Sancha saw the hole in her dress becoming stained with blood. She asked the young lady why she did this. Ariadne grabbed the girl by the hand and ordered her to tell them the truth. She wanted Sancha to admit that it was Ariadne who had told her to change her skirts, but the girl only squeezed her wrist, calling her to silence. She looked Ariadne in the eyes and shook her head resolutely. Ariadne couldn't take her eyes off her in surprise. Mrs. Lucretia had no intention of giving them time to explain themselves. She raised her hand again to strike, asking if they were trying to make fun of her here. She was distracted by the cardinal, who entered the hall and asked what kind of noise was coming from here. He wanted to know how dare such things happen in his house. In response, Mrs. Lucretia asked why the cardinal had only just arrived, and she asked if he knew what had happened to her today. Taking advantage of the fact that Lady Lucretia's attention had turned to the cardinal, Ariadne and Sancha hurried together up the stairs to the rooms. The lady and the cardinal continued to quarrel and shout so loudly that they could be heard throughout the whole house. Once she reached her room, Ariadne turned to Sancha and placed her hands on her shoulders. The girl was very worried about the wound Ariadne had received. She thought that she needed to apply a healing ointment as soon as possible. Ariadne said that Sancha should have simply told the truth to Lucretia. It really was Ariadne's fault that what happened today happened. Now the girl wanted to know why Sancha took the blame on herself and did not let her confess. Sancha replied that Lady Ariadne had saved her life. She called Ariadne her benefactor and promised that in time she would repay her for everything. She promised that she would always be on Ariadne's side. Hearing such words, Ariadne felt tears welling up in her eyes. She thought that she had never been needed by her family. Her lover betrayed and abandoned her. No one had ever been on her side before. And now there was a man ready to do this for her. Ariadne leaned towards the girl. Tears were falling from her eyes. She thought that she had let Sancha into this house only for her own selfish purposes. Her intentions were not good at all. But despite this, the girl still intended to be devoted to her. Ariadne rushed to Sancha to ask for forgiveness. Bursting into tears, she promised to always protect the girl from that moment on. She said she would make Miletta leave her alone. She hugged Sancha and assured him that no one would threaten them anymore. Sancha hugged Ariadne back, determined to also protect the young lady from any danger. The girls sat hugging each other for a while. A few days later, Sancha was sorting out her clothes, and Ariadne, sitting on the bed, was examining her own fingers. She tried to understand what kind of sensations she experienced in the one that she did not have in her past life. But then there was still pain in this strange birthmark, and the finger was pulling and pulsating as if it was ready to come off. Ariadne would really like to figure out what happened then. Sancha turned to her and said that if she continued to touch the insect-bitten area, it would only get worse. Ariadne extended her hand to the maid and told her to look too. It seemed to her as if her finger had become larger. Sancha asked if it had swollen so much in just a day. Apparently, Ariadne answered, looking at her hands. Sancha sat down next to her on the bed, and Ariadne noticed that the girl was not at all like she had seen at their first meeting. Sancha asked what her first impression of her was. Ariadne remembered how Sancha asked for help and said that she was like a kitten that was picked up on the street. And now she had changed, became sharp-tongued. Sancha replied that Ariadne needed to stop talking nonsense and go to class if she didn't want to arrive later than the language teacher, Caligo. Ariadne agreed that it was time for her to go and stood up. She told Sancha that she would be back soon and left the room. Sancha waved after her. Ariadne walked down the corridor, clutching a large study book to her. She thought about how time had flown by while talking with Sancha. Ariadne thought about what they could do together when the lesson was over. At that moment, her attention was drawn to voices from behind the closed door, someone asking if she had to live here. Ariadne came closer and listened, wanting to figure out who and what they were talking about. The Cardinal and Madame Lucrezia did indeed talk about her, and the Cardinal reminded them that bringing Ariadne into the house had originally been Madame's idea, to which she replied that it had been a long time ago, but that now everything had become different because the girl was very stubborn, and it was impossible to keep an eye on her. Ariadne came as close as possible and carefully looked into the crack. Her father said that if Lady Lucretia was living so hard with Ariadne, then there was a solution. He suggested marrying her off to Count Cesare as quickly as possible, and these words frightened the girl, evoking memories of her bloody past before her rebirth. Ariadne knew that the only reason Cardinal de Marais did not want Isabella to become Cesare's bride was because of her high value. She was considered so valuable that marrying her to a bastard seemed simply wasteful. Cardinal de Marais considered this daughter of his to be his most useful investment. In order to sell her more profitably, he trained, raised, pampered, and cherished Isabella. All this was necessary in order to exchange it for wealth and honor in society. There was only one young man in the kingdom whom the cardinal considered a suitable partner for such an exchange. It was the only heir to the throne, Prince Alfonso. Ariadne thought that if it was only a question of the value of Isabella, whom the cardinal intended to make queen, it meant that Ariadne herself must become more valuable to him. If this is not enough, then Isabella's value will have to be reduced. Ariadne went down the stairs. From behind the large double doors came sounds to which the girl listened for a moment. She quickly realized what was going on and smiled. The teacher said that today was a special day. The daughters of Cardinal de Marais were supposed to take part in it, so the lesson had to be done quickly and finished early. Ariadne entered the room and greeted the teacher, Madame Romani, in the language of Caligo. She curtsied and asked for forgiveness for interrupting the lesson and asked him to continue. Isabella and Arabella, who were sitting at the table, looked at Ariadne in amazement. Madame Romandi told Ariadne that her pronunciation was simply superb. She asked where the girl had learned the language. Ariadne replied that among the people with whom she grew up there was one man who knew Caligo well. However, the girl said she had not previously known either grammar or correct expressions, but after studying with Madame, she had mastered everything that was missing. Madame Romandi was flattered and embarrassed to hear that Ariadne had managed to learn a lot thanks to her lessons. She said that Lady Ariadne spoke the language of Caligo perfectly and had an excellent command of etiquette. Madame Romandi was sure that it was nothing more than talent, but Ariadne knew that it was only many years of experience, earned before the rebirth. Arabella pounced on Ariadne with questions. She wanted to know how she knew so well how to speak a foreign language. Arabella thought that this couldn't be, that these were some kind of tricks that Ariadne had pulled here. The girl wanted to call Ariadne a liar, but her sister's hand covered her mouth. Ariadne leaned over the girl and told her that she couldn't shout like that in front of the teacher. Madame Romandi asked if Miss Ariadne had made her debut yet. The teacher believed that she was already completely ready to enter high society, and Isabella did not like these words. Isabella felt that Ariadne was taking away the attention that she should have been receiving. She thought that someone like Ariadne should not dare to receive so much praise. No, thought Isabella, and a shadow darkened her face. No, this will not happen. She believed that today the eyes of all the inhabitants of San Carlo would be riveted only on her. Isabella used every trick in her power to be the center of attention, such as wearing a tight corset. She chose a dress with a deep neckline and put on jewelry, choosing a strand of pearls long enough that the cross hanging from it barely touched the tip of her chest. Isabella's makeup was done with pearl powder from Taranto. The girl applied blush from Gaeta, which contained rose water, to her lips and cheeks. Isabella was confident in her irresistibility when she looked in the mirror after all the preparations. In the Etruscan kingdom, government was based on religion, according to which the monarchs and nobles were souls who had accumulated many virtues in a past life and received favor in the present. The common people are those who sinned in their previous lives. Therefore, noble souls should guide and govern the sinful. That is why in the Etruscan kingdom, the religion that gives power to the rulers must be absolute. That is why one very important event is being held here. Once a month, royalty, nobles, and commoners gather together in the church to listen to the great Mass, where the cardinal conveys the words of the Holy Spirit. On the appointed day and hour, Cardinal de Marais, accompanied by his entire family, entered the vaults of the temple. The young man in the red beret was delighted to see them, taking a particular interest in one of the daughters. Isabella de Marais attracted many glances with her youth and beauty. The women whispered, discussing her appearance, her new blue dress and the gold cross around her neck, the work of the jeweler Luca. Men considered her so beautiful that it was difficult to express it in words. Isabella's eyes sparkled with triumph. This was exactly what she wanted, to have all eyes focused on her. Isabella's graceful shoes treaded loudly on the stone slabs of the temple. Isabella walked with her head held high, enjoying the feeling of her own superiority over everyone around her. Suddenly, in the already familiar noise, she caught unexpected discussions. People were talking not only about Isabella herself, they wanted to know who was walking next to her, because this girl was seen here for the first time. Isabella turned around quickly and saw Ariadne walking behind her. After looking at her sister, Isabella smiled dismissively. Ariadne, getting ready for the solemn mass, did not use paint on her face, and her hair was gathered into a tight bun. Ariadne put on a black, dull, and gloomy dress and a very simple silver cross. Isabella thought Ariadne looked pathetic. Of course, she could not compare with Isabella's appearance. Ariadne also looked at her sister, who was proudly walking ahead. She thought Isabella was very stupid. No matter how much Isabella showed off, bragging about expensive things, no one would soon remember her. This thought brought a smile to Ariadne's lips. Ariadne knew that if events in this life repeat those that have already happened in the past, it turns out that the desired event must happen today. The blasphemy that shook the foundations of the kingdom, the event that became decisive and led Ariadne to her engagement to Cesare, will happen very soon. It was the Etruscan king Leo III who saved the cardinal who had gotten into trouble because of this incident, after which His Majesty made an offer to Ariadne's father as payment for his help. The king ordered Cardinal de Marais to become a strength and support for his illegitimate son, who had no power. This is how the illegitimate son of the ruler of the kingdom ended up connected with someone like Ariadne. If Ariadne fails to change the past from this moment on, it will be very difficult to avoid repeating the fate she has already lived. Ariadne will have to marry Cesare again, and everything will repeat itself. Ariadne clasped her hands in the folds of her own skirt and prayed that today's situation would repeat itself exactly as the previous time. It was necessary that everything happened the same way as then. The young man with bright red hair watched the daughters of Cardinal de Marais, without himself being noticed. He liked what he saw in front of him. Isabella de Marais was the embodiment of the ideal of a girl from an aristocratic family of the kingdom. This girl was perfect for the young man, the exceptional treasure he was looking for. The young man's name was Cesare de Como, and he was considered the most handsome man in San Carlo. He loved the rarest jewels. His horses were of outstanding breed. He preferred the company of only the most beautiful women. All this had to be in Cesare's hands. First of all, he was the beloved son of King Leo III and his adored mistress, Countess Rubina. It was not surprising that too many envied the young man, so generously gifted from birth. Cesare believed that only the most beautiful girl of San Carlo was worthy of becoming his wife. Cesare, admiring Isabella, thought that he would soon have to ask Cardinal de Marais for her hand again, and at the meeting next month, try his luck by informing his own father of the upcoming wedding. Suddenly a loud laugh attracted the young man's attention. The golden-haired youth in the crown, Crown Prince Alfonso, leaned towards the king and discussed something quite animatedly with him. Cesare, who had no access to the royal balcony, could only look at it with envy from below. Alfonso laughed happily as he addressed his father, and the king looked at his son with pride. A dark shadow fell on Cesare's face. The feelings that overwhelmed him were the darkest. The young man clenched his fists in impotent anger. Being illegitimate, Cesare could not be recognized as the king's heir, so he now hid behind a thick screen. Only in the secret chambers of his mother could he be considered a true son to his father. Cesare thought with irritation about Alfonso, who was not old enough to occupy an important place next to the king. Suddenly, something not quite foreseen caught Cesare's attention. Cesare walked up to the balcony railing and peered down. The girl who caught his attention came with Isabella's family. She was tall, dark-haired, dressed in dark clothes. Cesare turned to Countess Rubina and asked who it was in the black, nondescript outfit standing with the de Marais family. The Countess replied that this was the Cardinal's second daughter from another of his mistresses, and she asked her son if he had heard that this girl had already managed to attract the attention of Queen Margaret. Cesare asked in surprise what was so special about her. Rubina advised her son not to judge a person by his appearance. It was worth considering that this person managed to please such a fastidious person as Queen Margaret. The girl was clearly not so simple. Cesare looked at the girl more closely, muttering that he couldn't imagine where a woman could use her intelligence. Rubina looked at her son and asked if he thought his mother was able to stand so close to the throne only because of her pretty face. Cesare thought about these words. He asked if it wasn't Rubina's beauty that helped her achieve success, but the Countess called him a poor fool. Cesare noticed that it seemed the sermon was beginning. He noticed one man in the temple. It was a man with a closely trimmed beard. It seems that this was Apostle Asaretto. This man gained great fame in the kingdom, mainly among the poor population, thanks to the help he provided to those in need. Contrary to the teachings of the faith, where a person's birth as a commoner was interpreted as a punishment for his excessive sinfulness in a past life, Apostle Asaretto preached something completely different to the poor. With his lips, he carried an unprecedented heresy, claiming that the most humble sinners can become sons of God if they only learn the teaching of the Holy Spirit and follow it in their present life. According to Asaretto, every low-born person could achieve high status. His words from the temple platform caused whispers and gossip in the crowd present. Asaretto said that at birth, Isaac was a simple man, the son of a shepherd, who came into this world in a barn, and he lived like an ordinary man, until at the age of 30 the Holy Spirit overshadowed him, testifying that he was the Son of God. It was difficult for Cardinal de Mere to hear such things in his church. People whispered, discussing whether these statements were contrary to the Holy Book, and whether it was time to stop him. Asaretto stated that it was only when he was chosen as a god through the first sacrifice that Isaac, who was born a simple man, was named saint and endowed with the same divinity as the Creator. Cardinal de Mere realized that Apostle Asaretto was a heretic, and his philosophy was contrary to the conditions of the kingdom. The cardinal thought that no one dared to preach a sermon that emphasized the faith at a mass led by de Mere. If nothing is done about this, both the cardinal and the preacher will be called heretics. The problem was that Asaretto had been invited to the Mass personally by His Holiness. Trying to stop the sermon would be seen as an insult to the ruler, so the cardinal had no idea how to deal with this situation. Apostle Asaretto continued to loudly proclaim the simple origins of Isaac Gon. The cardinal watched in horror as what was happening. Raising his hands above his head, Asaretto proclaimed that the saint was the Son of Man, a mere mortal, which contradicted the Holy Scriptures. "For God's sake, be ashamed," said a voice, interrupting the preacher's speech. Opposite the podium stood the figure of a girl, the light from the open doors of the temple clearly outlining her silhouette. Ariadne walked along the path through the entire ceremonial hall, attracting everyone's attention. Ariadne's green eyes shone with unwavering determination. Apostle Asaretto fell silent. This intervention was completely unexpected for him. Cardinal de Mere also turned to his daughter with surprised excitement. Everyone present in the temple now looked at Ariadne. The girl loudly asked who Asaretto was to contradict the Holy Scriptures, according to which Isaac commanded to go and teach all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and each hypostasis ascends to a single deity, and therefore has a divine origin. Asaretto replied that the eternally existing God created his Son from nothingness. Therefore, at birth, Isaac had nothing in common with the God, but was his creation. Ariadne asked who Asaretto thought he was if he dared to claim that he knew the truth better than Saint Manuel and Saint Sandro, who served Isaac Gon. Asaretto replied that he was nothing more than a resident of an island village, studying the Word of God and seeking the truth. The great Holy Spirit only called himself the only God and Creator of all things. Did they not all worship the one and almighty God? And if there can only be one God, then accordingly, Isaac has nothing divine in himself. Ariadne cited as an objection the Gospel of Paul, verse 16, which described Yeshak, where it was said that God appeared in the flesh, justified himself in the spirit, which according to the interpretation described that God revealed himself as Yeshak, who with his first sacrifice justified his destiny, since thanks to his deed the attitude towards religion changed, because before religion was associated with threats to life, punishments, and lack of connection with God, now everything changed. Through Yeshak, every righteous person had the opportunity for redemption. He appeared in the flesh of the Father, the Holy Spirit, said Ariadne, and the people in the temple fell silent in order to better hear this conversation. Cardinal de Mere clenched his fist in despair as he watched his daughter. Ariadne stated that Isaac had revealed that the Holy Spirit was his son. She asked if Asaretto considered himself to know more than Paolo, who was one of the 6 apostles. The girl's face was ablaze with righteous anger, her green eyes sparkling brightly. Coming very close, Ariadne grabbed the preacher by the collar. She screamed that he decided to ignore the Holy Scriptures, claiming that Yesek was an ordinary man, but for his good deeds, he received divine powers because everyone knows that the Son of God had his divinity from the beginning. The people in the temple began to whisper. They said that it was impossible to deny the Holy Book, that Asaretto denied that Yesek was a saint. It was too similar to Moorish philosophy. On the royal balcony, the question was still heard as to whether this man was a heretic. The king was informed that the situation on the lower floor was dire, and was asked whether the man should be removed from the temple, to which the king asked which of the two disputants was meant. The guard replied that he was talking about that girl. Prince Alfonso kept his eyes fixed on what was happening below the entire time. The king said that the apostle could have been sent away earlier, but there was no reason to send this amazing girl away. The king ordered to find out what kind of family she was from, because the values she adhered to were worthy of admiration. Alfonso, hearing his father's question, said that the girl's name was Ariadna. The king was surprised that the prince knew her name. The prince turned around and said with a smile that she was his friend. In fact, this girl in a black dress was his most beloved friend. Cardinal de Marais watched the tense conversation between Ariadne and the preacher with extreme excitement, because there was simply no place for someone like her there. He believed that the girl allowed herself to behave like this because she was of humble origin and ill-mannered. The cardinal gripped the railing in front of him. He had to fix this before it was too late. The cardinal heard another noise and turned to its source. "Where is the accused sinner Alejandro here?" asked the man in white, quickly approaching the disputants. He stated that he had come here to punish this heretic by order of the head of the church, Louis. The temple began to whisper again, discussing the appearance of a new character. Aceredo looked at the man with amazement. Cardinal de Marais identified the new guest as the Inquisitor. The cardinal didn't understand how he had learned so quickly about everything that was happening here. Now he himself also needed to hurry down to explain himself before the situation could become more complicated. The Inquisitor demanded that the accused be brought forward. He stated that the Council of Trevero, held in the year 1122 according to the continental calendar, after deliberation came to the theological conclusion that the school of Acereto, which denied the unity of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, was declared a heresy that distorted the nature of Holy Scripture. The Inquisitor declared that for misleading and deceiving the common people, the accused Alejandro was branded a heretic and would be immediately excommunicated from the church. Having said all this, the Inquisitor turned his head. Cardinal de Marais ran up to them and asked them to listen to him. The Inquisitor said that he would also be held responsible for the heretic's preaching in the Great Basilica. The cardinal grabbed his head, realizing that he too would be punished. He thought of the head of the church, Louis, and of the fact that his own guilt would be deliberately embellished in order to limit him in church affairs. Be that as it may, since the Inquisitor has come here as a representative of the head of the church, everything he says will be indisputable. The cardinal clenched his fists, deciding that he needed to try to explain calmly without provoking the Inquisitor. The cardinal said that there had been some misunderstanding and that he had not invited this heretic to preach at all. Ariadna turned to the Inquisitor and asked him to listen to her too. The sermon of the Apostle Aceredo was already familiar to Ariadne. The appearance of the Inquisitor for his punishment is exactly the same as in his previous life. It is from this moment that the most exciting game begins. The Inquisitor asked how a girl from a lower class dared to interfere in such a matter. Ariadna came very close to him in order to answer. She introduced herself as the second daughter of Cardinal de Marais. She said that his lordship had no intention of cooperating with the accused Alejandro because he feared the heresy he was presenting. Ariadna stated that the cardinal had prepared in advance to refute the heretic's words. Cardinal de Marais started in surprise when he heard these words. He put his hand on his daughter's shoulder and asked her to be quiet. He asked if she understood what she had just said, confirming that the cardinal had known everything in advance, and reminding her that she was not allowed to speak so freely. The Inquisitor asked whether the young girl had decided to stand up for her father and whether she really wanted to joke with him. According to this man, it turned out that Cardinal de Marais not only invited a heretic to preach, but also brought his daughter, who turned the Mass into children's games. "Cardinal de Marais and Miss de Marais," the Inquisitor proclaimed, pointing his finger at them. He asked if they were making fun of the Great Mass. Ariadne clutched the skirt of her dress and realized that she had made a mistake because the Inquisitor considered her intervention rude. However, if she made a mistake in front of him now, her plan would fail, and that would mean the end for her. Ariadna stated that she was acting this way only out of respect for the head of the church. She recalled that he personally invited Apostle Aceredo to San Carlo, and if the cardinal had objected before the start of his guest's sermon, it is unknown how His Holiness would have reacted to this. These words made an impression on the Inquisitor. Excellent, thought Ariadna. Moreover, the girl said, the cardinal was deeply concerned about the ideas of Apostle Aceredo and therefore prepared in advance. Ariadne claimed that the cardinal had collected all the evidence from today's sermon for a public refutation. "Am I not right, Father?" asked Ariadne with a smile. Cardinal de Mare could not find the right words to answer. This triumphantly smiling girl was his daughter, but he did not know her. The cardinal had to say something now. Finally collecting his thoughts, he declared that everything was correct. Ariadne was right. It was suspicious why His Holiness would invite Apostle Aceredo to preach on such a day. Perhaps it was because the head of the church was also tainted by the desecration of the Holy Scriptures, and heresy always hides under the guise of holiness. The inquisitor asked whether the father and daughter de Mare were telling him the truth. The cardinal explained that Ariadne had personally stopped the heretic in the middle of his sermon and had literally saved the good name of San Carlo. If it weren't for her actions, everyone would have heard this heretic until the inquisitor arrived. People in the temple whispered that this girl was very brave. Ariadne was seen as one who revered the Holy Scriptures as befitted a cardinal's daughter, a true daughter of her father, a heroine of San Carlo. The inquisitor said that he heard everything that was said to him. He said that his business here was finished for today, and Ariadne thought with excitement that she had succeeded. She was able to prove her worth to her father in front of all the inhabitants of San Carlo, but her main achievement was that she managed to eliminate the reason for her engagement to Cesare. Now Ariadne's fate can change for the better. The girl thought about this, looking with hope into her new future. After the Mass and all the events in the temple, the king was in the audience hall of the palace. His Majesty noted out loud that this girl was not at all as simple as it might seem to someone. The king said that it was as if he had watched an act of a play. He would even believe that all this had been prepared in advance by agreement with the head of the church. His interlocutor noted that reality is often more dramatic than fictional stories, and the king said that a girl with such strong faith deserves a reward. But he didn't know what kind of reward to offer her. The courtier suggested that jewelry or dresses would suit the young girl, but the king said that the blue heart of the ocean depths would be perfect. The courtier was shocked by this decision. The blue heart of the ocean depths was a large, rare sapphire of incredible depth. There is a legend that a school of dolphins swam to the shore and, leaving this stone there, immediately disappeared. Deep beauty combined with mysterious legends have given uniqueness to the stone desired by all lovers of luxury. Sapphire became the most coveted jewel for Countess Rubina, the king's mistress. She had been trying to get hold of this stone for many years, and to think that she would have to give it up to some girl. The courtier bowed to the king, but still said that such a gift would be too valuable. The king smiled and replied that he knew that Rubina also desperately desired the sapphire. The king asked his interlocutor whether he thought that if he gave the stone to the second daughter of Cardinal de Mare, she would return it after she got married. The courtier began to guess where His Majesty was heading. The king said that it would be a great success if this girl became the bride of one of his sons. He suggested that it would be worth marrying her to Cesare. At the de Mare residence, the cardinal called Ariadne into his office. He wanted to know where his daughter got such ideas from. The girl replied that she simply read books in her father's house to avoid getting bored. The cardinal asked if the girl had really thought of all this herself. He looked at Ariadne, because these were not the kind of books that a 15-year-old child could master on his own. Ariadne also knew about this, and therefore assumed that her father would not believe her. She bowed and said that she had been greatly impressed by the records of the Essence of St. Wycliffe and Pelagius's treatise on the Trinity, and the cardinal was surprised to hear that the girl had read all of this. Ariadne replied that the most interesting thing was that Wycliffe focused on the study of the structure of sentences and proved that the Father and the Son are one. Therefore, in to himself, the Son is repeated many times through the Father. Ariadne knew all this because in a past life she lived in those times when these books became mandatory reading for every aristocrat. The cardinal looked closely into his daughter's eyes. Ariadne withstood this gaze with dignity. The cardinal turned to the window and said that in the great temple the priests studied theology. He asked if Ariadne wanted to go there. Ariadne thought that she shouldn't reveal her true intentions too clearly, so she waved her hands and declared that she would be ashamed from her lack of knowledge, so she didn't want anything like that at all. Ariadne said that if her father allowed it, she would rather continue studying books at home, and if anything was unclear, she would ask him. "Okay," said the cardinal and allowed the girl to go. It was easier than Ariadne thought. She bowed to leave. "Ariadne," the cardinal called out to her as if he still had any doubts. "Yes, Your Highness," the girl responded. The cardinal took a long look at the bowed figure. Then he turned to the window again. Well done, Ariadne heard her father's approval for the first time in both her lives. In a completely different place, the atmosphere was not at all so strict. Several bottles and a glass were overturned on the table, flooding the light tablecloth with scarlet wine. Cesare, a voice said, but the man in the room continued pouring wine into the glass. Mrs. Rubina approached her son and asked if he had heard the stories about Cardinal de Mar's second daughter. She said that this girl is very religious. She has already been called the savior of San Carlo. Rubina thought it was expected that the cardinal would have such a child, but everyone in the Etruscan kingdom praised this girl. Cesare continued to drink wine, pouring himself more and more. Mrs. Rubina, arms crossed over her chest, watched him get drunk. She pointed her finger at her son and said that he seemed to have forgotten that his wife should be the embodiment of virtue. She stated that it was necessary because Cesare would become king. Cesare squeezed the empty glass in his fingers and put it on the table, saying that his mother should come to her senses. Alfonso had already taken the place of the legitimate heir, so the illegitimate one would not be able to take the throne. Cesare grinned and poured wine into his glass again. Rubina told him to stop contradicting her, because she was already tired of repeating that Father Cesare loved him. The young man stared furiously into the void in front of him. He rose from the table, knocking over the chair he had just been sitting on. Cesare exclaimed that his father loved him so much that he gave him a meager title of nobility and a palace without lands, and now he was just a miserable count. Rubina looked at her son with poorly restrained irritation. The glass fell and shattered into pieces with a thin ringing sound. Rubina asked how the son born in her womb dared to raise his voice at her. The woman grabbed Cesare by the collar of his shirt. "You will be king," she whispered in his ear with a wild look in her eyes. A bloody web seemed to envelop the mother and son. As soon as Rubina released Cesare, the young man turned away. Rubina said that there was talk at court, that His Majesty would give this girl the blue heart of the ocean depths. She asked Cesare if he knew how much she had wanted to have this stone for herself. "Yes, mother," said Cesare. He remembered that it was because of what the astrologer had told the countess. "That's right," Rubina said with a smile. "The man who possesses the blue heart of the ocean depths will become king. When this happens, Rubina will become the king's woman, and Cesare will become his father's true son." Cesare began to think that the other part of this astrologer's prediction was already coming true. Therefore, Rubina was sure that she was doing everything for the sake of her son's happiness, and now he needed to get this stone and become its owner. This piece of paper stated that the second daughter of Cardinal de Mar, for demonstrating high religious devotion at the Great Mass, had earned praise and gratitude, and was therefore invited to the Queen's court. The cardinal ordered a carriage to be brought, in which Ariadne went to the palace. She stepped out of the carriage in a new dress and modest, neat shoes. Ariadne looked with hope to her new future, which was not supposed to repeat her past fate. Cardinal de Mar told her not to make trouble, to be modest, and to behave quietly. After this, the cardinal left, and looking after him, Ariadne thought that she could never have imagined that he would personally see her off. This time the invitation came from the queen, who was supposed to thank the girl instead of the king. Ariadne walked forward into the palace and thought that she was only trying to avoid her engagement to Cesare, but things had gone too far. In one of the palace corridors, she passed by a large mirror and looked at herself with an appraising glance. Today, she looked completely different from how she had looked that day in the temple. Her dress was light and cute, but she thought it looked too plain. Ariadne thought that if she added a flower to this look, it would look more elegant. This idea seemed to her to be extremely successful. Ariadne went out into the garden and walked along the green lawn. The girl remembered that there were peonies somewhere in the backyard of the royal palace. Ariadne suddenly heard a familiar voice and began to look around to understand where it was coming from. "I'm here!" Alfonso shouted. The prince sat on a branch of a large tree directly above Ariadne's head. The girl looked up in surprise and saw Alfonso. The prince smiled joyfully at her. The sun's rays seemed to surround him with a golden glow. He invited Ariadne to come up to him. Soon, Ariadne also climbed up the thick tree trunk and sat down next to Alfonso on a comfortable wide branch. The fingers of their hands lying on the warm tree bark almost touched. Alfonso suddenly noticed with alarm that his friend was sitting next to him in a light dress. Ariadne asked with a smile which of them, without even thinking, ordered to climb the tree. "Ariadne," said the prince, tapping his fingers on his own knee. The prince looked into the girl's eyes and asked if she wanted to rise. Ariadne thought that Alfonso was asking her to sit on his lap, which seemed too direct to her. She urged herself to come to her senses and stop hesitating. After all, thanks to Alfonso, she would be able to successfully avoid both Cesare and her future life with the de Mare family. This was her golden chance. The prince grabbed Ariadne with both arms and easily lifted her up, almost pressing her to himself. Ariadne felt how close they suddenly were. She thought she could even hear Alfonso's heart beating. Her own heart was pounding just as loudly. "It's ready," Ariadne suddenly heard. She saw a white cloth thrown on a branch. Alfonso said that now the girl's dress would not get dirty. But Ariadne thought that the prince had only stirred her heart in vain. Alfonso asked what brought Ariadne to the palace. She said that Her Majesty Queen Margaret invited her to an audience. The prince immediately guessed that this could be about that significant day, after which his father praised his savior for a long time and was very upset that he could not reward her with a knighthood. Ariadne said with a smile that she was very sorry, because she could have become a knight. They sat on a branch, swinging their legs in the air, and Alfonso asked if it was true that Ariadne wanted a knighthood. The prince pressed his hand to his chest and promised that in that case he would one day bestow a title upon her. Ariadne laughed and asked if she would have to swear allegiance to his highness. The prince looked at her and she cleared her throat in embarrassment, covering her face with her hand. "I swear with all my soul," she said decisively, "that from this moment on I will be faithful only to my master." Her hand fell into the prince's palm, and Ariadne said that she would defend the honor of her liege in the face of any adversity and put his safety above all else, even her own life. She swore to always tell the master only the truth and to fulfill all the promises she made to him. Ariadne said that she would not change her decision and would never leave her master. She would always be by his side. Alfonso laughed sheepishly, looking away, and asked if she was really going to do it. And the girl asked why he didn't believe her. Their shadows on the lawn under the tree seemed as if they had been painted. Alfonso said with a smile that if such an intelligent person as Ariadne would help him in state affairs, he could become an outstanding ruler. Ariadne's face became sad. Too many thoughts came into her head at once. She thought gloomily that it was she who had trapped Alfonso in the past, thereby ruining his life. And now, so casually and without a drop of shame, she swore eternal fidelity to him. If only the prince knew what a grave sin his friend carried on her soul. Then he would definitely stop smiling at her like that. But they could work together perfectly. Ariadne was sorry that they couldn't. Lost in thought, Ariadne slid off the branch she was sitting on. She almost fell, but Alfonso shouted at her to grab onto it. His face was distorted with fear. Alfonso picked up the girl and held her in his arms. The prince asked worriedly if she was okay. Ariadne looked at his face and felt his hands on her waist. "Thank you," the girl managed to say. The prince sat her back on the branch and asked her to be careful. "What is this?" thought Ariadne. Her heart suddenly responded to what was happening again. Alfonso looked at the girl and asked what she was looking for on this side of the garden, since it was impossible to get to the audience with his mother by such a road. "Ah," said Ariadne, and explained that she had come there in search of a flower to decorate her hair, because she thought her dress was too plain. Alfonso asked in surprise if this was really a simple image, since wasn't Ariadne beautiful? Ariadne froze, meeting the prince's gaze. She said that she had no jewelry on, and that her dress lacked elegance, probably. None of the young maidens had ever appeared at the queen's court in such a wretched state, and only after she had finished speaking did Ariadne realize that she seemed to have said too much. Alfonso finally realized what was bothering his girlfriend. He took a richly decorated ribbon that complemented his luxurious suit. The prince asked if Ariadne would like this. Alfonso wove a ribbon into the girl's hair and tied it into a bow. Ariadne touched her resulting hairstyle in surprise. She had a hard time hiding her triumphant smile because this was something unusual. The prince took off the ribbon and personally tied it on her hair. Ariadne thought that Alfonso had an unusually pure and naive soul, and the prince asked with a grin if it didn't look strange, since it was the first time he had done something like this. Ariadne thanked the prince with a smile. The order, which was signed by King Leo III, stated that this award was granted to the second daughter of Cardinal de Mare. Queen Margaret read it to Ariadne, who was kneeling, in the presence of many of her ladies. "Rise," said the queen, and Ariadne stood up slowly. Queen Margaret took the large casket in her hands and said that she herself did not know that His Majesty would choose such a thing for Ariadne as a reward. Ariadne asked if it would be appropriate to ask Her Majesty what was in the chest. The chest contained a reward of 50 gold ducats. The queen personally placed a small box of trinkets. And also there was the blue heart of the ocean depths. Ariadne's eyes widened in amazement. The girl fell on her knees again and exclaimed that one like her would not dare to accept such a magnificent gift. She begged Queen Margaret to understand her. The queen looked at Ariadne in silence. The ladies whispered, "Could anyone really refuse such a treasure? Did she not realize the honor bestowed upon her because such a stone could become her family heirloom?" Ariadne swallowed convulsively. For some, such an award was a matter of family honor and meant great respect. But for her, it was tantamount to a threat to life. Anyone who wanted to get it for themselves would become a threat to Ariadne. Queen Margaret declared that she understood the reasons for Ariadne de Marais' actions, but that she was not free to disobey His Majesty's order. The queen leaned towards Ariadne and asked her to accept this gift. The girl heard whispers all around. The queen said that there was no way to defend against them alone, and Ariadne would have to subdue all those who desperately wanted to get the stone. The queen said that Ariadne would have to find a balance whereby all these people would restrain each other. The queen retreated from Ariadne and said that it would not be easy for her, but there was nothing else to do. "Your Majesty," said Ariadne. If it didn't seem too presumptuous, the girl wanted to ask for another reward. Ariadne and Queen Margaret's gaze met. Her Majesty allowed the girl to express her request. When the girl said what she wanted, the queen asked what kind of nonsense it was. Ariadne was very excited and even scared. She looked at the queen, waiting for her decision. Queen Margaret said that this would not be the only request. She smiled, looking at the girl. Ariadne thought with hope that she had succeeded again. Queen Margaret could not say that Ariadne's 2 requests would be easy to fulfill. However, a similar gift had already been prepared for this girl. Ariadne did not understand at all what Her Majesty was talking about. One of the ladies remarked that Her Majesty seemed to be very kind to this girl, but the queen said that Miss was half a century younger than them and was also very nice, which was what made her so attractive. Her Majesty's maids immediately hastened to assure that this girl resembled Queen Margaret in her youth, just as smart and modest. Margarita smiled and said that she believed that they were right, and that she and Ariadne were similar in some ways. Meanwhile, the queen's thoughts turned to the family portrait that hung above the wall. The queen said that Ariadne's fate must be different from the one that befell her. Returning to the de Marais residence, Ariadne showed the royal gifts to Lady Lucretia and her daughters, and was asked whether the queen herself had given her these jewels. Isabella was delighted with the jewelry that was in the box. She especially liked the earrings with amethysts. Isabella picked them up to take a closer look. Isabella asked her mother if she did not think that the color of these stones was very similar to the shade of Isabella's eyes, and Madame Lucrezia agreed that the earrings seemed to have been made especially for her eldest daughter. "Ariadne," said Isabella, taking her sister's hand, "she said to give her these earrings because they suit her so well, so if they don't adorn Isabella, they might become very sad." Ariadne was not at all pleased with this unexpected request. Lady Lucrezia extended her hand towards the ornaments and said that Isabella was right, and that members of a family should share all goods among themselves for the sake of the common happiness, and that 50 ducati was a very considerable sum, so Ariadne should give them to her mother, and she would take care of them until the hour of need came. "Sister mother," said Ariadne. She assured them both that her own desire echoed theirs, but unfortunately she could not give everything to both of them at once. Isabella didn't expect to hear this. She clenched her fist and declared that if Ariadne didn't want to share with her family, then she should say so. Ariadne waved her hands and objected that that was not the point at all. These pieces of jewelry were a gift from the queen, and all had her initials engraved on them. It would be impossible to take such jewels unnoticed, and anyone who would possess them other than Ariadne would go against Her Majesty's decision. Ariadne even heard that such a person would be punished for disgracing the royal family. Isabella and Lady Lucrezia were very surprised to hear such words. But Ariadne was going to tell them one more thing. Mrs. Lucretia asked what it was. Ariadne showed the order, which stated that the reward of 50 gold ducats was to be given to the charity house of Rambouillet by decision of Queen Margarita de Carlo. Ariadne explained that she had already donated all the money in the name of her second daughter de Marais to the charitable house fund run by Her Majesty. Madame Lucretia was very angry. One of the reasons for her anger was that Ariadne called herself de Mars' daughter. The lady grabbed the girl and began to shake her. She wanted to know in what name she did it, called her crazy. But Ariadne said that everything she did was only for the sake of improving the family's reputation. Her Majesty publicly praised them for not forgetting about the suffering. Lady Lucretia screamed that Ariadne did not dare to object to her so arrogantly and insolently. She swung to hit the girl, but this was noticed by the cardinal, who appeared on the threshold. "Lucretia!" cried the cardinal, and then said that he had guessed that she would do this, and that was why he had hurried here. He asked if the woman knew how many pairs of eyes were currently watching the de Marais family's house. The cardinal demanded that Lucrezia stop demonstrating her greed, especially for such a small amount. It was not worth repeating the mistakes made earlier, and in order to avoid shame, it was necessary to be more modest. After this, Cardinal de Marais turned to Ariadne. He already knew that the girl had been awarded the Blue Heart of the ocean depths. Ariadne could not lie about what was already known to many at court. The cardinal wanted to open the casket and look at the famous jewel. When Ariadne lifted the lid, everyone was amazed by the magnificence of what was inside. Cardinal de Marais saw for the first time what this thing looked like. Lady Lucretia and Isabella could not tear themselves away from contemplating the treasure. They tried to guess how much it might cost, admired its beauty. The cardinal told Ariadne that she had no suitable place to keep such a thing safe. He suggested leaving the stone in his office. He asked his daughter what she thought about this decision. The gazes of father and daughter met. Ariadne began the sentence, but was in no hurry to finish, not understanding why he had not arrived yet. The girl hesitated, trying her best to stall for time. Ariadne pretended to think about the right answer, but she was desperately waiting for something that would stop her from finishing. Finally, the saving knock on the door did come, attracting everyone's attention. Ariadne turned around with a joyful smile at the knock. The messenger who arrived announced that he was there by order of Her Majesty Queen Margherita de Carlo. He proclaimed that on this day, the second daughter of Demar, by order of Her Majesty Leo III, was given a precious gift, for the convenience of storing which the Queen sends a forged casket, which should be placed in the owner's chambers. The messenger asked where the casket should be taken, but when Ariadne began to explain that her room was in the attic, on the 3rd floor, the cardinal interrupted her. He ordered the royal gift to be taken to the 2nd floor and placed in the westernmost room. Hearing this, Lady Lucretia called out to her lover. She hastened to remind the cardinal that the chambers of Ippolito, their eldest son, were there, but the cardinal ordered her to be silent, because it was impossible to allow rumors to spread that they were forcing one of their daughters to live in the attic, and Lucrezia really did not want that. Ariadne smiled. Everything happened again exactly as she needed it to. The girl took her jewelry and went upstairs, preparing to occupy her new room. These were, indeed, entire chambers, consisting of several rooms, with a bedroom and even an office, which delighted Ariadne. It turned out that the cardinal's eldest son used such a space alone. When Ariadne made her 2 requests to Her Majesty, she thought that if she accepted the reward and returned home with it, all this would no longer belong to her. So she needed a receipt stating that all 50 ducati were donated to the Rambouillet charity house, but in such a way that Ariadne could take this money later when she needed it. She asked that part of the money be spent immediately on purchasing a chest, which would be ordered to be installed in her room. She asked the Queen to issue an appropriate order about this. The idea of using the Rambouillet charity house as a kind of bank came to her suddenly, so she wasn't sure if Queen Margaret would give her permission for such a thing. But the Queen accepted all these ideas favorably, and also gave Ariadne many pieces of jewelry with personal engravings, and thanks to this, it will be possible to protect the jewelry from Isabella's greed. Ariadne thought that all these problems were solved quite simply. Sancha appeared at the door to announce that another person from the royal palace had arrived. Sancha handed Ariadne a beautiful box tied with a ribbon and said that the man had told her to give it to her. Ariadne did not know what this new gift from the palace was, so she hurried to open it. What she found in the box surprised her. It was a beautiful comb with amethysts and a neatly folded note. The first thing Ariadne did was take and unfold a tiny piece of paper. The girl liked what she read there. Ariadne smiled mysteriously. After all, on the piece of paper there was only one letter A. "It's so majestic here," said Sancha, helping her mistress settle into the new rooms. The girl really liked the blanket she put on her bed. It was so soft and cozy. Ariadne noticed that Sancha no longer had to do everything herself, because she now had 2 new maids. Sancha exclaimed that the lady could not trust these new girls, much less entrust strangers with work with things that directly touched her body. She believed that even cleaning the office should not be trusted to them, but the girls' ardor made Ariadne laugh. Suddenly they heard a knock on the door and turned around. When the door swung open, Arabella was standing on the threshold, clutching a large lute to her with a serious expression. The girl angrily said that she did not come here to play with Ariadne. She said she was going to watch what other stupid things her new sister would do, but Ariadne guessed that she was just bored. She understood that no one in this house paid attention to Arabella. Ippolito was the eldest child and the only son, the hope of the family, its heir. Isabella was considered the pride of her father and mother, a jewel that could be sold profitably to a wealthy and influential family. Both the elders received the attention and love of their parents, the Cardinal and Lucrezia, while Arabella was a child who had never been able to prove her worth to the family, and she became a forgotten outcast in her own home. Ariadne felt sorry for the girl, and so she decided to talk to her. She asked why Arabella brought the lute. Maybe her little sister liked to play music. Arabella replied that she thought Ariadne didn't yet know how brilliantly she could play it. Ariadne suggested out loud that perhaps Arabella had a talent for playing musical instruments. The girl replied that she could not only play, but also compose melodies well. Ariadne was surprised that the Cardinal's youngest daughter, it turns out, writes music herself. The girl shifted her grip on the instrument to begin playing. The melody that flowed from under her fingers as soon as she touched the strings delighted Sancha and Ariadne. It was amazing that the girl came up with something like this on her own. Sancha exclaimed that Mrs. Arabella was simply incredibly clever. Arabella smiled coquettishly and said that it was not all that incredible. Ariadne suggested that if Arabella had such a talent for composing, perhaps she should ask her parents to buy her other instruments, since the organ would be much better suited for writing music. Arabella clearly hesitated, choosing her words for her answer. She admitted that she wanted to remake this melody for the Mass, so the organ would be more appropriate for such a task, but the mother said that such expenses for the sake of one girl would be too expensive a pleasure. Arabella knew that no one would do something like that for her, and since Sister Isabella would not use the organ, there was no point in buying it. Ariadne thought about it, and a plan was already beginning to emerge. She suggested talking not to Mother, but to Isabella. After all, if Arabella manages to persuade her sister, then perhaps her mother will also give her consent. Looking at the girl's expression, Ariadne thought that she most likely realized that she was loved less than Isabella. Ariadne found it strange that she felt sympathy for a child whose situation was several times better than her own. Here, one still had to ask who should worry about whom. When all three sisters gathered in the study room, it was a good time for them to start a conversation. Arabella was collecting her thoughts. Ariadne was looking thoughtfully out the window, and Isabella, as always, was preening herself in front of the mirror. "Listen," Arabella turned to her sister. Isabella didn't even look up from her mirror, enthusiastically powdering her face. Arabella asked if Isabella could ask her mother to buy an organ for them. Isabella replied that even if the younger sister needed it, it did not mean that others should and could immediately acquire it. She didactically remarked that extravagance was a bad trait that did not suit a true lady who knew her manners. Arabella exclaimed excitedly that this was not a mere whim. She really intended to use the instrument for good. Ariadne thought that Isabella was too serious and confident in stating such rules, while she herself used expensive cosmetics and luxury items of unimaginable value. Without even noticing this discrepancy, Ariadne decided it was time to intervene and informed Isabella that the melody Arabella had written was simply beautiful and was not a childish joke. She asked her younger sister to play her melody for them. Arabella agreed excitedly. At the first sounds of music, Isabella's eyes widened in surprise. She asked in surprise if her younger sister had really made it up herself. "Yes," Arabella answered confidently, clutching the lute to her. Isabella asked where the girl was going to perform it. Arabella replied that it was a melody for a Mass, but it was not quite finished yet. Isabella thoughtfully made a decision, her violet eyes clouding over. She walked up to Arabella and hugged the girl tightly, offering to talk about something secret that should remain only between them. The older sister's face became too gentle, and Arabella clearly did not know how to react to the unusual treatment. The girl turned around and looked sadly at Ariadne. She asked her to leave the room for a while. Ariadne and Arabella's eyes met. The younger sister was clearly very worried. When Ariadne went out the door, Isabella turned to Arabella. She stroked the girl's head and said that the status of a family was determined by the most capable and outstanding person in it. She asked if Arabella understood this, for it meant that the reputation of the eldest daughter in the family was also the reputation of the youngest. After all, they were sisters, which Isabella reminded with a sweet smile. Arabella looked at her sister and still did not understand where she was leading the conversation. The day came when one of the daughters of Cardinal de Marais was going to present her musical composition for a mass in one of the churches, and people discussed how much talent there was in this family. One of the daughters was very religious and versed in theology. The other had the skill of writing. People admired that this girl was so beautiful, and at the same time not lacking in talent. Both de Marais' daughters were different from most of their peers. A radiant Isabella de Mar walked proudly into the church, blinding everyone with her smile. She thanked everyone present for coming here. Isabella's special attention was drawn to a young man and a girl who had just appeared in the church. The girl's name was Camelia. Isabella greeted her, surprised that she had arrived quite early. Camelia shook Isabella's hand and thanked her for the invitation. Isabella replied that they would be playing her first composition, so she simply could not help but invite a person who understood music so well. Isabella noted that the guest had arrived with her fiancé Ottavio, and then, turning to the young man, said that she had missed his company, to which the young man beamed and said that Isabella was as beautiful as ever. Camelia suddenly noticed that the two were so engrossed in their conversation with each other that they had completely stopped paying attention to her. This scene darkened the girl's mood. She drew her companion away, but he looked back and said that he expected much from today's performance, and Isabella thanked him. "Well, let's begin," she said happily. Isabella thought with hidden malice about Ariadne, who, unlike herself, did not deserve either the praise or the attention that was bestowed upon her that day. Now, Isabella had a chance to get back what was rightfully hers, all the glory that Ariadne had taken from her. And only Arabella, forgotten by everyone, sat sadly on a bench among the spectators, her head down. Everything that was happening now caused the girl great sadness. In fact, Arabella was barely holding back her tears and desperately clenching her fists. She recalled the first time she approached the organ, clutching a stack of her notes to her heart. She was happy that from now on she would be able to play the organ and finally rewrite the melody for the Mass. It was a very joyful excitement that Arabella had never experienced before. However, she wanted to know how her sister managed to achieve what she could not. Ariadne congratulated her that day on receiving her treasured instrument, but she didn't look genuinely happy. She said that instead of persuading Isabella to help with the purchase, Arabella did the opposite. She allowed Isabella to take her score and put another name on it. Arabella felt very awkward when Ariadne said all this out loud without embellishing anything. Ariadne asked if she was glad she got what she wanted. Arabella looked at the organ keys. She didn't know what she felt now. The girl said that her older sister promised to help only on the condition that she would perform Arabella's music under her own name. The girl did not know why Isabella did this. It was bad after all. Ariadne didn't know what to answer to this. She said that not all people are kind and good, and Arabella should have realized this by now. The girl clenched her fists and objected that Isabella was her own sister. She stated that Isabella could behave badly and rudely towards Ariadne, but not towards her own little sister. Ariadne asked the girl why. When Isabella said she wanted an organ, it was immediately bought, and all of Arabella's requests were ignored. Father and mother knew that the elder sister was not interested in playing musical instruments. Both of them were Arabella's biological parents, but for some reason the teachers never structured the lessons in such a way as to develop the outstanding abilities of the younger daughter, but at the same time they adjusted to Isabella. Ariadne put her hand on Isabella's shoulder. She said that if Arabella kept quiet and meekly accepted and obeyed everything, no one would know about the bad deeds of other people towards her. Ariadne said that this time Isabella simply stole her sister's music. Arabella told Ariadne to stop this conversation. She got angry and shouted at the girl to stop. The girl said that Ariadne was talking heresy. She should not slander Arabella's sister out of envy just because she was better at something. Arabella declared that her mother and Isabella loved her. She screamed that the most important thing was that she was a real de Marais. Arabella called Ariadne a fake, and bitter tears rolled down the girl's face. She quickly turned around and ran away. Ariadne looked after her sadly. It reminded her of how in her past life she had also so stubbornly denied it, because by admitting something like this, you also realize your own unhappiness. All that Ariadne could do for her younger sister was insignificant. On the day when the melody was to be presented to the public, Isabella was in decisive command of the proceedings. She told the musicians to begin and smiled, reveling in her own triumph and everyone's attention. At the first sounds of the music, a sigh ran through the rows of listeners. It was obvious that the conductor was surprised by the musical notation of what they were supposed to play. The melody suddenly turned into a strange creaking sound that no one expected to hear. Arabella was terrified and trying to figure out what she could do to fix the situation. It was obvious to her that something had been mixed up with the notes. The listeners' faces were obviously dissatisfied, but they still clapped their hands. The conductor said that they had finished playing Madame de Marais' piece, but there was a part in it that he didn't understand. The young man showed Isabella the notes and said that in the middle of the melody there was an illogical construction of notes. He asked why it was there. Isabella smiled and replied that she just wanted to emphasize that part. The conductor noted with bewilderment that this was too bold a decision. However, the part where the organ solo begins was quite strange. The scale from C to A jumps so sharply. It will be difficult to play this section correctly because the musician will have to try hard to perform it with one hand. The young man wanted Isabella to demonstrate to everyone how it was supposed to be played. Isabella asked if he was offering to do it herself, but Arabella, looking at her, thought that her sister could not read music at all, so there was no need to even talk about performing. Isabella asked the musicians why the acknowledged masters of their craft could not play a melody, whether it was because their skills were not as high as everyone said. Arabella, hearing this, nervously bit her nail. She realized that she had to help her sister get out of this situation. "Wait!" the girl cried, jumping up from her seat. Arabella explained that the final version of the score accidentally omitted the introduction of string instruments, which led to unintentional errors. "Of course," said the girl, "even the most skilled musician could not play something like that." But one piece was missing, and Arabella took her pen and wrote it down on the sheet music. She also wanted to explain what was wrong with the strings. Arabella realized she had gotten too carried away and looked up from her notes. The girl realized that she was surrounded by whispers from all sides. People wanted to know if it was her own creation. People said that they found the rumors that Isabella de Mar was also knowledgeable in music strange. Camelia suggested that Isabella simply stole the composition from her own sister. She called her a shameless girl. Isabella looked back at the girl, barely containing the feelings that were overwhelming her. "Stop!" cried Mrs. Lucretia. "She said that there must have been some misunderstanding." According to Lucrezia, the melody that was played today was written together by the de Mar daughters. The basis of the melody was composed by the older sister, and then the younger girl completed it. Mrs. Lucretia explained that Isabella had made a significant contribution to the work. Most of it was written by Isabella, and therefore she did not want any misunderstandings to arise and bad rumors to spread. A loud laugh from the opposite end of the room attracted everyone's attention, and a voice that came after asked whether the lady was telling the truth. The young man who asked this looked straight at Madame Lucrezia. The young man looked at everyone insolently and mockingly. An excited Isabella recognized him. It was Count Cesare. The young man had many acquaintances who greeted him joyfully as he walked through the hall. Cesare bowed before Isabella to kiss her hand and declared that he had not seen her for a long time either. He called her beautiful Isabella and noted that she was as gorgeous as always, which made Isabella's heart melt. Cesare said with a smile that the girl lived up to her title as the capital's first beauty. He stated that Isabella de Mar's greatest asset was her beauty. Moving closer so that no one but the two of them could hear his words, Cesare said that sometimes a person seeks to fit in with society and gain influence by wearing clothes that do not suit him at all. According to Cesare, it always looked disgusting, just like it did today. Isabella asked what he could know about someone else's life. Cesare wondered if he was wrong. Isabella, without holding back her emotions, exclaimed that she did not care about such things at all. Cesare smiled and replied that he had not intended to say anything about her, but nevertheless, she somehow understood him from the first word. Isabella looked away in confusion. Cesare shrugged and remarked that being so beautiful and also so intelligent was incredible. He loudly declared that everyone now knew that Miss de Mare, in addition to all her other virtues, also possessed an exceptional mind. These words caused laughter among Cesare's friends. Isabella was shaking with suppressed anger. She tried to say something, but Cesare easily cut off both her words and movements, and then said that he came here to listen to good music, but became a witness to such an unexpected situation. He said that he had seen enough for today, so he would leave first. The young man bowed and turned to leave. Those who followed him looked at Isabella sideways. People began to stream out of the temple, leaving only the de Marais family in the hall. Isabella watched her audience go. She noticed all the disdainful and mocking glances that were directed in her direction. She wanted these people to stop looking at her immediately, for them to leave here. Cesare and Ottavio entered the arch of the gate, far from the temple. A friend asked Cesare why he decided to intervene. Cesare asked what he meant. Ottavio recalled that it seemed to him that Isabella de Mare had previously caught Cesare's eye. This girl had self-esteem. She had a beautiful appearance, so her narcissism was obvious and understandable. But now it will be very difficult for Cesare to win Isabella over again. Ottavio nudged his friend and asked if he was sure he was up to the task, or if he had perhaps lost interest in the girl altogether. Cesare's eyes narrowed unkindly. He asked since when he had to express his own opinion based on a woman's mood or judgment. Ottavio realized he had said something wrong. Cesare said that the one who wants to be near him must be patient and wise enough not to open her mouth in vain, provoking him to unflattering speech. Cesare said that his mood had worsened and now he wanted a drink. He jumped into the saddle and said that he would go first, but then they could meet at the agreed place. Ottavio was once again surprised at how hot-tempered his friend was. Returning to the de Marais residence, Isabella was sobbing. She was inconsolable. She did not understand how she could now show herself to people. She asked if Count Cesare's mother had seen that look of contempt on his face, while others were looking askance, and now everyone would begin to avoid Isabella in high society. Mrs. Lucrezia stroked Isabella's head, called her poor daughter, and tried to persuade her not to cry. She turned angrily towards the frightened Arabella standing nearby. She screamed at her youngest daughter, wanting to know who allowed her to interfere. Arabella looked down, trying to find the words to explain that she just wanted to help. Besides, the girl could not allow the melody to be played with the wrong notes. When she told this to her mother, Mrs. Lucrezia cried out that it did not matter at all whether the notes were correct or not, because now the name of the elder sister was tarnished, and rumors would fly around the city in an instant. Isabella, too, turned her tear-stained face towards Arabella and exclaimed that it was because of her that everyone would whisper vilely about her music. "Your music," Arabella repeated sadly, feeling lost and alone. The girl objected that the melody was actually hers. Isabella didn't expect to hear this at all. Arabella screamed that she had written this music and that her sister had simply taken it away. Isabella continued to cry bitterly. Arabella turned to her mother. She said that it really was her melody, which her sister simply took away. Mrs. Lucretia had to know this, even if no one else would tell the whole truth. Mother looked at Arabella without sympathy and sternly pronounced her name. Mrs. Lucretia coldly called her youngest daughter by name. She asked if Arabella was talking about her older sister now. The girl raised her eyes and looked at her mother with hope. Madame Lucrezia hovered over Arabella and grabbed her by the dress. She wanted to remind her that their Isabella was the pearl of high society, a treasure that they should all be proud of. The lady would not allow anyone to spoil it, not even the worthless melody that her youngest daughter wrote. A thin, long rod appeared in the hand of Lady Lucretia, and the lady asked if Arabella realized her mistake. The girl's eyes filled with tears. She declared that it was Isabella's fault that she took someone else's music for herself, and if it weren't for this act, nothing would have happened. Lucretia asked whether her daughter refused to admit her guilt and swung the rod to strike. The sounds of the rod cutting through the air could be heard from behind the closed doors, as could the girl's screams, insisting that she was not guilty. After some time, Arabella herself appeared from behind the door, her head hanging dejectedly. The girl looked completely unhappy. Barely moving her legs, she wandered along the long corridor. The maids who saw her whispered to each other, discussing what had happened in the master's family. They looked after the girl, and their faces expressed sympathy. But Arabella paid no attention to anyone and stubbornly walked forward without looking up. Suddenly, a green dress appeared in front of the girl. Someone blocked her path. Arabella finally looked up to see who was standing in front of her. It turned out to be Ariadne. She was looking attentively at her little sister. "Arabella," said Ariadne, and extended her hand to the girl. "Come here," the girl said, and opened her arms wide. A look of confusion appeared on Arabella's face. She began to cry bitterly again and rushed towards Ariadne, clutching her tightly. Ariadne looked at her younger sister very sadly, sharing her emotions. Arabella burst into tears while Ariadne stroked her head. Ariadne knelt down to make it easier to hug the girl tightly and let her cry. A few days later, an invitation arrived at the de Mar residence, stating that, thanks to the help of merchants from the Republic of Porto, an exhibition of many valuable works of art was planned for the last Friday of August. The invitation stated that the highlight of this event would be the appearance of Crown Prince Alfonso, and representatives of other noble families. The invitation was addressed to Miss Ariadne de Mar by the Marchioness Alexandra de Cibo, who hoped that the recipient would take advantage of the wonderful opportunity to expand her friendships. Ariadne received the letter at a time when the entire de Marais family was gathered at the dining table. The girl immediately opened the envelope and read what was written. Her thoughts, as she immersed herself in reading, were directed to Alfonso. Isabella turned to the maid and asked if there was only one invitation. Miletta confirmed it. Isabella glanced sideways at Ariadne with poorly concealed envy and anger. She asked if she was going to the event at the Marquise de Cibo. With a sweet smile, Isabella asked not to think anything bad about her. She simply thought it necessary to remind them that Ariadne had not yet been introduced to society as she should have been. The thing was that before the debut, it was not allowed to go out into society without an escort. Hearing this, Ariadne thought that finally her sister said something sensible. "Sister is right," a weighty remark was heard in the dining room. Isabella made no attempt to hide her joyful surprise. Cardinal de Marais added that he believed the time had come to introduce the second daughter to society. Ariadne looked at her father and thought about her upcoming debut. Isabella didn't expect to hear these words. She asked again, doubting that Ariadne would be able to hold her first ball since the season for such events had already ended this year. Isabella looked at her father with excitement, waiting for his answer. Every year, with the arrival of spring, as soon as the flowers bloom, young boys and girls from noble families are invited to the palace for a special event to greet the king and queen. Sometimes a debutante cannot appear at court because he is traveling, or he may be hampered by illness and poor health. In such cases, a separate ball is held to make a name for oneself in social circles. This is one of the privileges that the most noble people can take advantage of. Annoyed, Isabella asked if her father was really going to arrange such a debut for Ariadne. The cardinal replied that his second daughter was also capable of elevating the name of the de Marais family in society. Ariadne was surprised to hear her father say that after the ball, her freedom of action would increase, and she would be able to do much more. The girl silently watched the conversation but did not intervene yet. Isabella thought with irritation that if she could not stop her father, she should at least prevent her sister from visiting the salon of the Marquise de Cibo. She was quick to remind that it is not appropriate to attend such events alone. She said that even if she started preparing now and hurried very much, autumn had already arrived, and before her debut, Ariadne could not go to the salon without a guardian. Feeling her daughter step on her foot under the table, Mrs. Lucretia also intervened in the conversation. She said that she had been feeling a little unwell lately, so she couldn't go with Ariadne to this event. Perhaps the origins of the illness were in the heat. Lucretia suggested that they call a doctor to examine her, and Cardinal de Marais asked what the lady was doing that was making her sick. Ariadne nevertheless entered into the conversation, saying that she could not ask to be taken to the salon of the Marquise de Cibo when her mother was in such a bad state, because it would only be in her interests. "Is that so?" asked Isabella, and with feigned sympathy added that it was a great pity that nothing was going to work out this time, and it was even more unfortunate because the prince would be there. Ariadne slammed the cutlery down on the table. She smiled and replied that she had no regrets whatsoever. On the morning of the appointed day, the carriage headed toward de Cibo's salon. Joyful voices could be heard from the carriage. Ariadne laughed at Sancha, who was all in impatience for what was to come. The maid, unusually dressed, said that she was excited because the crown prince himself would be there. Suddenly, Sancha thought about something. Looking at Ariadne in her new dress, the girl said that she probably should have dressed nicer for such an occasion. She reminded her how many noble young men would be present among the guests, and Ariadne laughed and asked her friend to stop. But in some ways, Sancha was right when she said that it was good that they were able to go to this salon after all. This was made possible by Ariadne turning to Madame Romani and asking her to accompany her as a guardian, and the lady happily agreed. Now, admiring the sunny day through the carriage window, Ariadne thought about what paintings she needed to buy at auction, because today the works of a newly minted artist would be exhibited, the value of which would increase significantly next year, and in just a few years, she would be known as the ruler of this era. If you buy this master's works in advance, it will be a good investment in art. Even more importantly, Vittoria Nica would be at the auction. This statue of the goddess of victory was highly prized for its artistry and good state of preservation. In a past life, the statue was bought by some aristocrat. He displayed it in the courtyard of the mansion to show off the treasure he possessed. Sometime later, part of Halicardo's travel notes were discovered. They said that the goddess's fragile wing was damaged, so the statue was previously displayed without one wing, and that the head and left arm were missing. This image of the goddess became a symbol of her painful struggle, victory in the Célespontine War, and overcoming all the horrors of our days. For this reason, it was decided to preserve the statue in a dilapidated state. In other words, the sculpture the aristocrat purchased was a fake. Ariadne remembered that when the inhabitants of San Carlo learned of the deception, the talk in the capital did not subside for quite a long time. Even the scientists were excited by the question of the authenticity of this creation. Ariadne anticipated interesting events and was secretly glad that this whole situation had no direct relation to her. When they got out of the carriage, the arrival of Demar's second daughter was announced loudly, and all the guests heard about it. Ariadne's appearance attracted everyone's attention. Ariadne was dressed in a new golden dress, her hair was decorated with flowers, and her green eyes were shining. She knew that here her appearance would be assessed, as well as every action. The ladies said that Ariadne was not as beautiful as her older sister, but still very charming and sweet. Many had heard rumors about Ariadne's origins, and the guests were also ready to discuss the appearance of Lady Lucretia, who was not at all a beauty, so it was unknown who her eldest daughter took after. Listening to the gossip, Ariadne walked through the hall, looking straight ahead and straightening her back. She thought that she was used to being alone among many people. In her past life, everything was exactly like this, so now she simply headed to the table to enjoy the treat. Suddenly, Ariadne heard talk of the arrival of Prince Alfonso. She turned to where a radiance seemed to surround the heir to the throne. Alfonso was having a good time and didn't even notice that Ariadne was looking at him. There were so many people surrounding him that there was no point in even trying to break through the crowd. Standing in the shadows, Ariadne felt that she was completely alone here. The girl sadly turned away from this scene. She decided to leave the hall and stay in the garden until the auction began. She didn't want Alfonso to see her loneliness and how she was really hurt by the neglect of all these people. The girl understood exactly how she looked from the outside. Ariadne, suddenly the prince's loud voice was heard, and the people who were standing next to him all turned to where Alfonso himself had hurried. The prince not only noticed Ariadne, but also tried to catch up with her, seeing that she was about to leave. Ariadne froze on the threshold and turned around sharply, so that the sunlight pouring out of the doorway enveloped her figure in gold. The girl looked at the prince with wide eyes. The prince quickly approached Ariadne. "It's been so long since we've seen each other," Alfonso said with a smile. Ariadne wanted to say something, but instead just smiled back. The girl looked genuinely happy about this meeting. She asked if the prince had had a hard time in the crowd that surrounded him, and Alfonso replied that it had not. And yet the story of how he got out of this crowd made Ariadne laugh. Alfonso said that he did not think that they would see each other today. He asked how it happened that Ariadne was allowed to go to the salon. Did she really come with her mother? The girl explained that her teacher, Madame Romani, was here with her as a guardian. Alfonso asked Ariadne how she liked today's outfit. She replied that it was better than the previous one. The prince looked closely at Ariadne's jewelry and asked where the hairpin he had sent was. The girl was embarrassed when she heard the question. She assured him that the hairpin was very beautiful, but it just didn't go with her outfit today, so she decided to wear it next time. Alfonso said that he would look forward to it, and Ariadne didn't dare admit that the prince's gift was absolutely not to her taste. Rem walked slowly along the park path. The month had turned out to be quite hot, and so the prince told how difficult it was to take fencing lessons in such weather. Alfonso confessed that he had no desire to study lately, and suddenly Ariadne's attention was attracted by something in the garden, and she let out a cry of admiration. It was an alley of blooming lilac bushes, and Ariadne suggested that Alfonso go there. The prince froze, admiring the girl in a lilac cloud of flowers. Ariadne hurried to the flowers and looked at them with delight, touching the petals. Alfonso followed the girl hesitantly into the depths of the garden. They walked together past the magnificent flowering bushes. The bushes were so thick that no one from outside would be able to see that Ariadne and Alfonso were alone here. The prince realized that they were left alone, just the two of them. This thought unexpectedly greatly embarrassed His Highness. He reproached himself for such thoughts because this beautiful girl was his friend. The huge flower that Ariadne was examining was very close. Alfonso asked the girl if she wanted the flower, but the girl doubted that the flowers belonging to the Marquise de Cibo could be simply plucked. Alfonso chuckled and said that they would do it in secret from everyone. Ariadne laughed cheerfully in response. The girl asked what they would do next, how they could sneak the flower in unnoticed, since she didn't want to pick it and just throw it away. But the prince suggested hiding it in the hem of her dress. Ariadne liked this idea. The girl smiled dreamily. Alfonso admired his friend and could not take his eyes off her. "Ariadne," said the prince, and extended his hand to the girl. The girl looked at him in the flower bush. Alfonso picked up Ariadne by the arms and lifted her closer to the flower. This almost frightened the girl and made her noticeably embarrassed. But the prince only told her to pick the flower quickly. Ariadne cleared her throat, covering her mouth with her fingertips. She reached out her hand to the huge inflorescence that she liked. Ariadne picked a flower and showed it to Alfonso, saying that it really was very beautiful. The prince's blue eyes looked only at the girl herself. Alfonso smiled dazzlingly and said, "Yes, very beautiful." They returned to the company just in time for the auction to begin, when the man on the platform announced that the Marquis de Cibo and his wife had prepared a wonderful event, that His Highness Prince Alfonso de Carlo would be the guest of honor that day, and that he expressed his sincere gratitude to all the ladies and gentlemen present. The man gave his name as Vincenzo and said he came from the Republic of Porto. Ariadne sat at the table and thought that Vittoria Nica was simply amazing, because so many aristocrats had gathered in one place for her. Vincenzo announced that they would start with small and beautiful things, and presented a painting by a new artist from Urbino called The Virgin Mary with Daffodils. Its starting price was 5 ducati. There was silence in the hall. The guests sat silently in their places at the tables. Ariadne raised her hand and named the first price. Vincenzo noted that Miss de Mere, the cardinal's second daughter, had made the first bid, and then asked who could bid the most. Ariadne thought triumphantly that for now this master was not so well known, and therefore no one showed interest in his works, but in a few years he would become the chosen artist of the dominant church. And it was completely natural that now the rest of the guests did not want to purchase this work. Suddenly, Ariadne heard someone offer 8 ducati. She was surprised by the appearance of a rival for the possession of this painting. Ariadne wanted to know who it was and quickly turned around. Her eyes widened as she recognized the man. Vincenzo noticed that some gentleman had just shouted out his bet. Everyone turned their attention to the young man sitting with an arrogant look, Count Cesare de Como. Ariadne looked at Cesare. He was also watching the girl sideways. Cesare turned and nodded. His gaze was so familiar to Ariadne that it caused anger and gnashing of teeth. The girl knew that this was exactly how Cesare looked when he became interested in something that was previously indifferent to him. Ariadne raised her hand again decisively. She offered a bet of 10 ducatos. Vincenzo repeated her bet and asked if anyone wanted to outbid her. Cesare glanced at the girl with increased interest. Ariadne answered him with a furious and anxious look. The painting was eventually sold to Miss de Marais. Ariadne sighed with relief. Although she had bought the painting for more than she had expected, but one way or another, she had achieved her goal. For her, the bidding was over for today. Now she could relax and calmly watch the race of fools, as such events were sometimes called. Only Cesare continued to look at her meaningfully, and it was impossible to determine what thoughts were occurring in his mind. Vincenzo loudly presented the next lot, Vittoria Nica. "Here she is," thought Ariadne, and took a cookie from the table. This lot was met with a buzz of voices. In the hall, they said that for the first time they saw such an ancient creation, which they were lucky enough to see in modern times, and in addition, the statue was very well preserved. As a rule, pieces of marble from the Hellenic era were dull gray, but here everyone could see a beautiful pink hue. Vincenzo said that everyone present had an idea of the value of this work, and therefore unnecessary introductions were not needed. Here the first bet was 1,200 ducatos. Ariadne ate a cookie and tried to remember who had taken part in the bidding for the statue the last time, whether it was Marquis Baldassar or Count Marquez. So many years had passed since the last time that Ariadne could not remember how events unfolded at the auction. Suddenly she heard a confident voice say that the bet was his. The girl quickly turned around to see who said it. Her eyes widened in surprise. Prince Alfonso, arms folded across his chest, was determined to take part in the bidding for Nica. Ariadne didn't understand why the prince would get involved in this. Count Marcello rose from his table and staked 1,300. This brought a sigh of relief to Ariadne, because at first she had managed to be scared. Alfonso was not going to give in and set a price of 1,500 ducados. The rivals began to haggle furiously, constantly raising the stakes. Alfonso thought about it. The prince raised his hand and decisively named the price of 2,000 ducados. No, thought Ariadne, she couldn't allow this. She couldn't let Alfonso buy this statue. She must have said it out loud, because Cesare turned to her and asked her again why the last stake could not be left to Prince Alfonso, and then called her little mistress. Ariadne turned sharply to him and asked what he said. Cesare suddenly raised his hand. She stated that Ariadne claims that this statue cannot be purchased. Ariadne looked at the young man with hatred, while Cesare continued. He asked what Vincenzo del Caro of the Republic of Porto could say about this person's suspicions. A wave of whispers swept through the hall. Ariadne wondered if Cesare had gone mad. Vincenzo came closer to them and asked where they got such ridiculous ideas. Cesare replied that he had no way of knowing, but he thought that the answer to the question should be found in the young lady sitting next to him. Cesare asked if the young lady could notice anything unusual. For example, she could notice that this statue was a fake. The guests began to whisper about whether they had heard the word fake correctly, and whether the statue of Vittoria Nica could really be fake. Ah, said Ariadne. She assured that she had no idea what they were talking about. Cesare continued to insist that the miss had told him that it was a fake, but Ariadne was indignant because his words were a blatant lie. Vincenzo excitedly said that the one who spoke such words should be held responsible. All adults are like that, said Ariadne. Ariadne imagined how she could cry and declare that she was surrounded by nasty uncles. She could have said that she was so young that there was a lot she simply didn't know. Yes, Ariadne would like to end everything exactly like this. Unfortunately, the girl could not be sure that if she left this gathering, Alfonso would cope with solving the problem on his own. She thought about 2,000 ducados. Of course, such a sum will not plunge the prince into poverty, but if it is revealed that he has acquired a counterfeit, then probably his good name will be disgraced. It was obvious to Ariadne that the most important thing in this situation was to prevent Alfonso from being made a laughing stock. The girl took a deep breath and decided to intervene. She stood up from her seat and asked Vincenzo del Caro if he was an experienced antique dealer. Ariadne asked whether the authenticity of this statue was confirmed by an expert. Vincenzo replied that he had absolute confidence in her, which is why he brought her to the auction and called Ariadne a foolish girl. Ariadne objected, citing the travel notes of Elinia Halicardo, which stated that the fragile wing of the statue was destroyed during the Celspontine War by the Moorish army, which caused a series of damages during the destruction of the temple, and it could not be restored, to which Vincenzo replied that it mentioned a subsequent restoration of the wing. He believed that there was nothing wrong with the restoration. If it was carried out during the times of ancient Greece, then this does not diminish the value of the statue. Ariadne wordlessly extended her hand to Cesare, who looked at her with distrust. He asked what she wanted from him. Maybe she was asking him for a sword. The girl replied that not at all, but the count always carries a club with him. Cesare was surprised that Ariadne knew this from somewhere, but he fulfilled the girl's request and handed her his weapon. Ariadne's behavior attracted the attention of all the guests in the salon, and the girl again resorted to a quote that was appropriate to the occasion, saying that no matter how hard you try to put a broken cup back together, it will never stop being broken. Patting her palm with her club, Ariadne came closer to the statue in question and asked if everyone knew this proverb. Vincenzo asked if the girl was picky about the fact that the collapsed wing was restored, because if this happened during the time of ancient Greece, then the traces of the transformation have the same historical value. Playing with her club, Ariadne asked if Vincenzo would admit that the wing had once been destroyed, and the merchant did not deny this well-known fact. Ariadne asked what would happen if the broken cup fell. She assumed that the cup would break in exactly the same places where it had once been glued together. Vincenzo was still looking at it, not quite understanding what was going on. Having said this, the girl decisively swung her club. A look of horror appeared on the antique dealer's face. The guests of the salon were frightened by the events that unexpectedly unfolded before their eyes. The wheel of the cart on which the statue stood cracked and the cart tilted. The statue slid off its pedestal and fell down the stairs. To the surprise of the audience, nothing happened to her that everyone expected. Ariadne noticed that the damaged wing should have broken on impact just like before, but this stone statue looked like it had been created recently. "What are you allowing yourself to do?" Vincenzo shouted, stumbling over every word, and then asked if Miss de Marais had gone mad. Ariadne swung her club again and placed it against Vincenzo's throat. "Are you sure," Ariadne asked, "that this is the original?" The guests of the salon were heatedly discussing what was happening, whether other parts of the statue could have broken with such a blow, and whether this merchant was a fraud. Another character walked up to the steps where the scene was unfolding and announced that he had one more question. Ariadne looked at this man with distrust. Cesare wanted to know if this antique dealer was really Vincenzo Delgado. The merchant's face expressed fear and confusion. "Damn you all," he shouted and started running away. "Fraudster," they shouted after him. "Catch him! Don't let him get away! Close the exits!" Ariadne was still standing near the fallen statue, listening to the noise around her. Cesare looked at her with a grin. Ariadne frowned and met his gaze. The lady in the feathered beret noticed that the second daughter of Damar had not stood aside in the case of Apostle Asaretto and had distinguished herself today. Other guests asked if this was how 15-year-old girls behaved, and suggested that she must have special eyes, as if they saw the truth. Cesare and Ariadne left the hall for the garden, and now they could be seen through the window standing opposite each other. Ariadne angrily asked what Count de Como was thinking, pushing another person to lie, without assessing the consequences. The girl did not understand how one could do such a thing. "Look, little miss," said Cesare with a shrug, "it all ended well." Ariadne looked at him from under her brows with angrily sparkling green eyes. She said that the Count was talking to her as if she were an old friend, and then asked if they were close, and reminded him that she was the second daughter of the local cardinal. In response to this, Cesare unceremoniously poked the girl in the forehead with the tip of his finger and said that she needed to be quieter and listen to what he had to say. Cesare was unable to recall Ariadne's debut, which meant that according to local rules, she was still a child. And where had one ever seen children tell adults how to talk to them? So politeness in this case was optional. Cesare smirked as he looked at the girl. He said her dress was yellow, chicken-like, and very childish. He had actually managed to hook her, and now she, with incomprehensible, furious exclamations, approached him, allowing him to triumphantly admire her. Cesare explained that he was not as irresponsible as Ariadne might have thought at first glance. He had known before that the real Vincenzo had been found dead. Ariadne asked why the Count did not settle this issue himself, but dragged her into it. Cesare replied that the girl already knew what position he was in, and if he dared to use his power as the king's illegitimate son and began to interfere in affairs, it could end fatally for him. Ariadne noted that if things were like this, then Cesare should have stayed on the sidelines. "Well, be that as it may," said Cesare. The young man explained that he had come all this way only to meet Ariadne on a special matter. Cesare suddenly found himself too close to Ariadne. He said that the essence of this matter was very simple. He leaned towards the girl and whispered for her to name her price and sell him the blue heart of the ocean depths. "What are you doing?" Ariadne exclaimed in great excitement. Cesare asked if she had ever heard of the Swan of Linville. It was one of the most valuable diamonds the Count owned. He was willing to exchange it for the blue heart of the ocean depths and give 6,000 ducati on top. Ariadne clutched the folds of her own skirt tightly, for it so happened that she knew very well what Linville's swan was. Among the people, this diamond was better known as the gift of true love. In her past life, Ariadne was madly eager to receive it from Cesare. The girl bit her lip hard out of excitement. A shadow of dark memories fell on her face. She thought that in her current incarnation, for such an offer from Cesare, she had not sacrificed her youth, had not killed anyone, and had not risked herself. However, now Cesare stood in front of her and looked at her, waiting for her words. He himself came to hand over the Swan of Linville into the hands of Ariadne. "Count de Como," said the girl. Ariadne asked whether her interlocutor believed that His Majesty had given her the most precious sapphire for such a base purpose as sale or exchange. Cesare did not expect such an answer at all. Ariadne said firmly that the blue heart of the ocean depths was a treasure given as a gift by the king, so this stone could not be bought for any amount of money. The girl clenched her fists. She said that apparently the Count was not given the ability to see the difference between right and wrong, good and bad, what he was given to possess, and what he was not. Ariadne turned to leave. She exclaimed that he needed to come to his senses. "Hey, you!" Cesare shouted at her and ordered her to stop, then grabbed her hand and asked if she had gone deaf. "Let go!" Ariadne screamed. Blue Eyes looked at the girl mercilessly. He had no intention of letting her go. but only asked what she had just said. Ariadne repeated for him to let her go, and at the same moment her words were repeated by another, more powerful voice. Cesare's fingers gripped the girl's wrist like a steel vice. Prince Alfonso looked at this and called his brother by his title. Cesare looked at the prince with an uncomprehending look. Alfonso assumed that Cesare had not heard him well. "Count de Como," repeated the prince, let go of her hand. He asked if Cesare had forgotten that he was supposed to show respect to members of the royal family. Cesare's face became very irritated. He looked away so as not to look at the prince. Without letting go of Ariadne's hand, Cesare bowed slightly to Alfonso. Alfonso watched as Cesare's fingers gripped the girl's wrist tightly. The prince said that this greeting was ignorant. It was more suitable for people who had met before. They met here, in the salon, for the first time. The prince looked straight into Cesare's face. The king's bastard did not look away this time. Ariadne took advantage of the confusion and pulled her hand out of this grip. Cesare dropped to one knee in a proper bow. He bowed his head low before the prince and Ariadne, who stood next to Alfonso. The proud Count de Como knelt before his brother, whom he envied. "Greetings," he said through clenched teeth. "His Highness Prince Alfonso." He clenched his fists and called Alfonso the second son of the kingdom. Alfonso watched what was happening calmly. He turned to Ariadne and said that this was the second time they had met today. Paying no further attention to Cesare, who was bowing, Alfonso reminded him that the Marquis de Cibo and his wife were still waiting, and he suggested that he not upset them any further with his lateness. He was going to accompany the girl, because he needed to go in the same direction. "Ah," said Alfonso, as if remembering something. "Count de Como," said the prince, and declared that he was glad to meet him. Cesare's anger was all too obvious, but it did not prevent Alfonso from calmly saying goodbye. Alfonso and Ariadne walked away, leaving him kneeling. Suddenly, Ariadne remembered that she had not said one thing. She turned around and reminded him that Cesare still had to pay for the broken floor where the fake statue of the goddess had fallen. The girl took some satisfaction in seeing the count's clenched fists. Cesare stood up and shouted after them that Ariadne was a little snake. Ariadne and Alfonso had already gone far away and were wandering along the path in the garden. The prince said the girl was gorgeous. He wanted to know how she discovered that the statue was just a fake. Ariadne replied that she had simply guessed, and then said that the main thing was that everything ended well. Alfonso said that she could have hinted to him beforehand. Then he would not have tried to buy her, but the girl objected that she did not know the prince's intentions. They looked at each other and laughed joyfully. "Listen," said Alfonso. He wanted to know how she decided to break it if she wasn't completely sure she was right. Ariadne thought, choosing her words, and crumpling the folds of her skirt in her hand. She sheepishly admitted that she was only trying to protect someone. The prince looked at the girl carefully. The next moment, both of them turned away from each other in embarrassment, pretending to admire the garden. The prince thought about Ariadne. He would very much like to know whether it could be that for her, even just a little bit, he had become special. Ariadne touched the prince's shoulder. She reminded him that thanks to her help, he had saved 2,000 ducati, and now the girl hoped that he would repay her in kind. "So, yes," the prince asked again, and then asked how he should repay the young lady for her services. Ariadne suggested 2,000 ducati, and then Alfonso declared that he knew who the real swindler was. Ariadne turned to the prince and said that she liked the wish better. She wanted Alfonso to later fulfill one of her wishes instead of money. The prince asked what she wanted, but the girl replied that she herself did not know yet. She smiled and said that one day, at the most important moment, she would definitely tell about it. Alfonso nodded happily and said he would wait. The prince said that it was time to return, and Ariadne said goodbye to him. She waved her hand at him and looked after him. The girl thought that they would be separated again for a long time. She was wondering when they would have a chance to meet again. Suddenly, the girl heard someone calling her name. Alfonso shouted that he would write her a letter. She was surprised when he said he would wait for her answer. Ariadne smiled and answered yes. Sometime later, she returned home and had to appear before the cardinal and Madame Lucretia in the study. Her father informed her that there was a matter that her mother was originally supposed to handle, but he decided to entrust it to Ariadne. He ordered her to organize the ball for her debut herself, an event which the girl thought about with extreme excitement. The cardinal said the budget would be 150 ducatos. Ariadne looked at her father, trying to comprehend his words. He told her to use the money wisely when the girl was busy with preparations. The father and daughter's gazes crossed. Ariadne thought that the allocated money was even less than half of the required amount. Good, she thought, and bowed to her father. She was quite skilled in this kind of thing, and she had previous experience in managing the royal palace, which would be of great use to her now, so she only thanked him, keeping her thoughts to herself. At this time, Isabella was sitting in the living room surrounded by other young people, and they were asking her how she liked today's tea. A fair-haired girl in a blue dress offered her to try some delicious cookies, but Isabella, looking bored, replied that she only ate the cookies that were brought from the kingdom of Caligo. The girl was bored and thought that everything around her was very tiresome. The Viscount's daughter, Letizia de Leonati, sheepishly admitted that she had completely forgotten about this habit of her guest and ordered that some cookies, delivered straight from Caligo, be brought for her. "Yes, madam," said the servant and looked at Isabella. Isabella looked at this young man and noted that he was very handsome. She thought that no matter how attractive he was of ignoble blood and therefore remained useless. The girl wanted to know if there was anything more interesting here than all the triviality. Suddenly, the girl in the green dress looked at this man too noticeably. She was clearly admiring this servant. Isabella watched this scene with a smirk. "Oh, Camellia," cried Isabella, and said that she was looking at a servant in the presence of her own fiancé. Camellia turned around in surprise and tried to object. Her companion's face distorted into an angry expression. Camellia turned quickly to face him, but Isabella quickly caught the young man's attention. "Ah, Ottavio," said Isabella, and called him courageous. She looked into the young man's eyes and asked him not to worry about this servant. She said with a smile that she thought Camellia was incredibly lucky to have a groom like him. "Mr. Mayor," Ottavio exclaimed joyfully. Isabella's finger pressed to his lips, calling for silence. She asked to be called by her first name, saying that she liked it when people addressed her by her first name rather than her last name. Ottavio smiled sheepishly, asking if they should do that. Camellia looked at them with bitter bewilderment. Isabella expected her reaction. She realized that she was still the most desirable girl in San Carlo. The maid entered the room and addressed her mistress. She announced that Miss Giulia de Baldassar, daughter of the Marquis de Baldassar, had arrived. Mr. Leonati welcomed the new guest with joy. "Signorina Giulia," Isabella thought angrily. Giulia was immediately surrounded by all those present. Letizia treated her to special cookies bought especially for her, and Isabella enviously thought that she was no worse than some daughter of the Marquis de Baldassar. She believed that everyone addressed this girl by her first name only because of her noble status, while Isabella herself continued to be called by her last name, as if she were a commoner. It was unbearable to think that years would pass, and after the death of her father, Isabella's brother would inherit the family name. With a smile, Isabella thought that there was only one way by which she could fully enjoy the honors. She was to become the one who would be called Her Highness Princess Isabella. In order to stand proudly under her name, Isabella was going to use all available means just to take that desired place. At this time, Ariadne was busy with her urgent preparations, since it was quite difficult to prepare a ball for an amount that was less than half of the required budget. There was a knock at the door of Ariadne's room, and Sansia entered and introduced the visitor, Mrs. Marini from the atelier in Lazione. Mrs. Marini immediately set to work and took the necessary measurements from Ariadne's figure. She said that Ariadne has quite pleasant facial features, but in order to become irresistible, she needs to apply makeup. Ariadne said that she needed a simple cut dress that would look decent. This meant that there should be no exposed skin or complex decorations, and the collarbones should be hidden under a high collar. Ariadne squeezed the folds of her skirt. She thought that if she made the neckline too deep, society would certainly condemn it, declare it indecent, and call excessive luxury vulgar. In her new life, Ariadne did not want to hear such things addressed to her. She did not at all expect that Sansia and Madame Marini would be outraged by her instructions and would declare in two voices that this would not do. Mrs. Marini said that it is impossible to cover the voluminous upper part of the body. A properly cut neckline of the dress helps to look slimmer. Sancha added that Ariadne has beautiful collarbones, as well as a small face and a short neck. Therefore, if you refuse the neckline, the dress will look suffocating. Mrs. Marini asked if Sansia had any sewing skills, and the girl said that her knowledge was very limited. "Well, okay, unable to resist the double onslaught," said Ariadne. If these two were trying so hard to convince her, there was nothing left to do but agree, so she would have to trust in Madame Marini's experience. The craftswoman looked satisfied with the customer's decision. She said that Ariadne could trust her, promised to make her the most beautiful at her debut ball, and took a few more measurements. Mrs. Marini said that the girl would be so good that her partner would not dare to take his eyes off her. At that moment, Ariadne imagined Alfonso's laughing face. This is what she completely forgot about in her preparations, that the debutante must be accompanied by a partner. She shook her head, fully aware that imagining the crown prince in this role was simply absurd. Ariadne sternly ordered herself to return to reality. She remembered these thoughts a little later. It was then that a young man who introduced himself as Genobi de Rossi announced to her that he would be her partner during her debut. This man was invited by Lady Lucretia. She said that since Ariadne did not have any acquaintances among the offspring of noble families, she invited one of the members of her own family. Genobi turned his head, looking around. The magnificent residence of Damar delighted him. He noticed that all this time his aunt lived in luxury. Ariadne greeted her new acquaintance. Genobi suddenly stroked her head and said that this was the miss whose partner he was to be. He unceremoniously flicked the girl on the nose. Genobi said that he was leading well, so Ariadne could not worry and trust him. The girl indignantly covered her nose with her hand. Genobi looked at her openly and attentively. He said that she was indeed too tall. The young man asked why she, being so tall, wore high-heeled shoes. He wanted to give Ariadne one piece of advice and ordered her to listen to it carefully. He said that recently girls wear high heels to stand out. Genobi believed that there was not a drop of concern for his partner in this, and Madame Lucretia smiled when she heard his words. Genobi instructively told Ariadne that a woman who is able to attract the attention of the men around her stands out from everyone else thanks to her inner beauty. He told Ariadne to wear shoes without heels on the day of the ball. In this way, the girl could demonstrate her wisdom. After such a conversation, Ariadne and Sancha left the hall. Ariadne muttered that she could tolerate many things, but not this. Sancha agreed with her completely. Ariadne said there was only one solution. Yes, that's true, just one thing, Sancha repeated after her. With some annoyance, Ariadne said that she had to ask him for a favor. Prince Alfonso, in his study, was carefully writing the lines of a letter that began with an appeal to the amazing Ariadne, asking if she had arrived home safely. Writing that the hydrangeas that had blossomed all over the royal garden reminded him of her, and he was impatiently awaiting the appearance of a reason for their earliest new meetings. Ariadne also decided to write to the prince. She wanted to take advantage of the wish that he was supposed to fulfill and asked him to be her partner at the ball, because if she did not resolve this issue, she would find herself in a difficult situation. She promised to tell the details later. In a reply message, Alfonso asked his friend not to bother herself with wasting time on such questions, and to simply set a date and place for the meeting. Ariadne put the letter aside and thought that no one had ever shown such unconditional favor to her before. Despite all the self-sacrifice in her past life, she was only used and betrayed. This touched her extremely. Could she accept such kindness from Alfonso towards her? In the palace's secret chambers, Cesare spoke with his mother. The lady said that the girl Damar was throwing a party in honor of her debut. Rumor had it that her partner was the nephew of Lucretia de Rossi. The lady smiled meaningfully. She turned to her son and said that this de Rossi was obviously the most ordinary man, no matter how you looked at it. Cesare looked better from any angle. She asked if she was not right, but Cesare hung his head dejectedly. He, of course, knew all of his mother's thoughts, but suggested changing the subject of conversation. The lady told Cesare not to be stubborn and to listen to her words. In order to take the throne, he needed a wife who was famous for her goodness and whose name was on everyone's lips. But Cesare did not let his mother speak out to the end. He believed that Ariadne was not even a princess with the right of inheritance. He did not understand why his mother claimed that if he married this girl, the throne would immediately fall into his hands. Besides, he considered this girl to be like a mouse with a bad temper. The lady looked at her son and said that she considered this spectacle pathetic. Cesare himself was not able to melt the heart of some girl, and he allowed himself to grumble at his mother. Was he really that helpless? Cesare declared that, whatever the case, he did not wish to sign up as her cavalier. He would die rather than go. The lady said that she was so scared that she wouldn't even try to take the risk, because he was just a loser. "Oh, really?" exclaimed Cesare, turning away in irritation. The lady exclaimed that he simply decided to show her his bad temper since he was going to die, but not listen to his mother's advice. The lady, angry, put the glass of wine on the table. Cesare was wrong to think that she was unable to achieve her goal. This woman had quite an eventful life, and she never missed a single chance, and always achieved what she wanted. In Isabella's room, Miletta reported to her mistress what Ariadne had done. Isabella asked in surprise whether her sister had really ordered the dress from that workshop. Miletta heard that Mrs. Marini from the Lacioni sewing workshop had personally come to see Ariadne. Isabella wondered if her sister was really that self-confident, because if she was born ugly, then at least she should have ordered a dress from the best workshop. Miletta asked if Ariadne's decision would not benefit Isabella. Everyone knows that a girl in a white dress will always shine brighter than anyone else. The studio that Isabella chose for herself showed her fabric samples, but she wanted to see something in a lighter shade, such as white or cream. The craftswoman replied that they were choosing an outfit for Isabella for her younger sister's debut. Traditionally, at the ball, only the debutante and her partner wear white clothes. Isabella was dissatisfied. She would have preferred that the seamstress silently follow her instructions and not interfere with the decisions. She smiled and said that it was her sister's whim that they should dress together for the ball in the same dresses, and, of course, Isabella told Ariadne that this was not right. But she did not listen to her. She said that she and her sisters are very close. Isabella was confident that wherever she went, she would look more beautiful than other girls. But in her room alone with Miletta, she could admit that she was worried and wanted to find a way in which she could stand out, to surpass Ariadne even more. Miletta suggested spilling wine on Ariadne's dress on the day of the ball, but Isabella objected that then everyone would consider her very unhappy and begin to sympathize with her. Suddenly, a new idea came into Isabella's head. She thought about the cut of Ariadne's dress. Perhaps the style of the bodice would suggest something like a chest band, which was worn over the undershirt to give a beautiful shape to the chest. Sancha took care of Ariadne's things, not trusting this work to anyone else. Miletta saw Sancha taking out underwear to be washed, and there was some kind of calico in her basket. This fabric is used specifically for making chest bandages. It was precisely this detail of the toilet that Isabella's idea was connected with. The day of the debut arrived, everything was ready, and Ariadne looked stunningly beautiful in her new dress. She admired herself in the mirror and listened to the admiration that Sancha showered on her. The girl said that she could not say what was shining more, the outfit or the lady herself. Ariadne noted that if the maid continued, she would mislead her into thinking that she was truly beautiful. Meanwhile, Ariadne noticed something strange. This dress felt strangely uncomfortable in my chest. Ariadne asked if Sancha was sure she had tied the fabric as usual because it felt a little loose. Sancha replied that she had tightened it more loosely than usual to show off Ariadne's figure. She believed that she did not need to constantly hide her breasts. Besides, Sancha explained, a maid named Maria said she had a very good thing, and Sancha tried to use it. These were tiny hooks that Sancha had sewn onto the calico. She decided that they should be convenient for using a chest bandage. Now there is no need to wrap the fabric, tie it, and no knots will be noticeable. True, Ariadne asked thoughtfully. Sancha said that Maria had a good head on her shoulders and ideas that were just right. Maria was very flattered to hear all this praise. There was a knock at the door, and they said that Ariadne's partner had already arrived. The girl quickly turned around. She was expecting Alfonso. She took one last look in the mirror and fixed her hair. It's time to go out into the world. Ariadne walked up to the living room and knocked on the door. Alfonso, who was waiting for her, greeted her with a joyful smile. The shining image of Ariadne in a new dress and with the heart of the ocean depths on her neck impressed the prince. The girl asked how long he had to wait, but the prince assured her that he had just arrived. They looked into each other's eyes. Alfonso said with a smile that his friend was beautiful and graceful, like Queen Guinevere from the legend of King Arthur. No one had ever said such words to Ariadne before. She turned away in embarrassment and said that it was not right to say what was not in her heart, but the prince assured her that she was indeed beautiful. They froze again opposite each other with embarrassed laughter. The door swung open and Genobi appeared on the threshold, announcing that Miss de Moraes' partner had arrived. He looked in surprise at Ariadne and Alfonso standing nearby. He asked what this meant and where Ariadne found such a cute boy. The young people looked at each other. Genobi stated that Ariadne should know that a man is famous not for his beauty, but for his skills, so it is not proper to pay attention to others, forgetting about her noble knight-like cavalier. He turned his back and continued to broadcast. Genobi noticed that despite the fact that he ordered her not to wear high heels, Ariadne disobeyed him. But since these were not empty words, she would have to change her shoes immediately. He tried to reach out to the girl, but his hand was intercepted. Alfonso loomed over Genobi and stated that there was no point in all this anymore because Ariadne no longer needed his accompaniment. Genobi's face twisted in anger. "How dare you!" he shouted, and declared that now the opponent would find out who was in front of him. Genobi didn't expect at all that, after these words, he would feel the tip of a sharp sword at his throat. The prince looked at him and told him to stop talking nonsense. The tip of the sword almost scraped the skin on Genobi's throat. Genobi fell to the floor and screamed, asking if the man in front of him was crazy to hold a sword to his throat without even knowing who he was. Ariadne couldn't help but smile behind the prince's back. She happily introduced her friend to the stunned Genobi. "Let me introduce you to our second son, Crown Prince Alfonso de Carlo," she said. Genobi couldn't believe what he heard. He said that he was Genobi de Rossi from Taranto, and falling into a bow to the ground, exclaimed that he was glad to greet the little luminary of the kingdom. Genobi could not even dare to think that he would meet His Highness the Crown Prince here, and now he was ready to repent of what he had done and beg for mercy. Alfonso watched this spectacle with a gloomy look. He noticed that Genobi began to beg for forgiveness only after learning that he was dealing with a prince. Alfonso reminded him that Genobi had just threatened a good and innocent girl. Then he dared to take a swing at a man he saw for the first time in his life. Alfonso supposed that if Genobi had had a similar conversation with any other interlocutor, he would not have repented. The prince ordered to first apologize to Madame de Marais. With a distorted face, Genobi began to mumble words of apology and beg that it was enough already. Alfonso noted that when making an apology, it is appropriate to indicate what one is asking forgiveness for. Ariadne modestly lowered her gaze and said that she did not need it. The only consolation was that Genobi had learned his lesson from what had happened, so he could now go. Alfonso and Ariadne headed for the door, and Genobi muttered after them that he was scared and felt great gratitude to His Highness. Ariadne looked at Alfonso and realized that the prince's face had become sad. She asked what made him so sad, because only her sadness was appropriate here. But Alfonso continued to frown with the most miserable look. He asked if Ariadne was treated this way at home. The prince timidly extended his hand to the girl. Alfonso said that it was not right to tolerate such a thing and carefully touched the girl's hair. He looked into Ariadne's eyes. "You are an amazing Ariadne," he said. Out of excitement, the girl habitually clutched the folds of her skirt. "Alfonso," she said. "Ah, wait," the prince suddenly said. He asked if he had deliberately removed a strand of hair from his hairstyle. Ariadne looked at him and laughed. She laughed and couldn't stop doing it. Alfonso didn't know what to do with this sudden fit of laughter. At this time, the celebration had already begun, and the guests had gathered around the laid tables. Cardinal de Marais raised his hand and invited everyone to greet his second daughter, the main heroine of today's celebration. The doors opened and Alfonso and Ariadne appeared on the threshold. The clothes of both were dazzling white, and on Ariadne's neck a stone shone a deep blue. The guests began to clap and whisper. Having looked at Ariadne more closely, they were ready to admit that she was very beautiful, but the young man next to her was wonderfully handsome. No one had yet recognized him. Suddenly, the lady standing behind Isabella guessed who exactly was accompanying de Mare's second daughter. People were already whispering about Prince Alfonso, and blood rushed to Isabella's face, causing her to blush. The girl clutched her fan, thinking about how dare her sister do such a thing. After all, Ariadne sat at home all day, but still managed to seduce the prince. Ariadne and Alfonso walked past all the guests. At this moment, it was announced that a messenger had arrived with congratulations from His Majesty the King. Ariadne asked the prince what was going on, but Alfonso had no idea, because he had not informed his mother and father that he had left the palace. The herald blew his horn. The guests bowed their knees respectfully. Even Ariadne bowed respectfully, and only Alfonso remained standing nearby. The girl raised her head only after hearing the sound of loud footsteps. Cesare was rapidly approaching them, holding some kind of scroll. The Count de Como's face was stern and impenetrable. Ariadne did not understand why this man was here. Did he really have something in mind? Cesare unrolled his scroll. He read the king's address to the people. According to the scroll, on this day, the second daughter of Cardinal de Marais celebrates her debut, and before that she received recognition for her services to the state thanks to her unwavering faith in God. So the king wanted to congratulate this girl on her official debut. The king also expressed the wish that Ariadne's cavalier at this ball would be Count Cesare de Como. Alfonso looked at Cesare in amazement. Ariadne also could not believe that Cesare would be her partner. Cesare, too, was not very happy with the king's decision. He believed that it was his mother's fault, that today he had to court this impudent girl. It was even more unexpected to see Alfonso next to Ariadna. Ariadna and Alfonso looked angrily at Cesare, who had ruined their plans. Cesare also did not take his intense gaze off them. "So that's how it is," he said, smiling. He quickly approached the frozen couple and asked who he saw there. "Is this really the second son of our kingdom?" asked Cesare. Ignoring Ariadne's angry expression, Cesare said that he had come here in the name of His Majesty and therefore would omit the formal greetings. Cesare repeated that the king had ordered him to be his partner at the ball. He extended his hand to Ariadne and told Miss de Marais to come with him. Their gazes met, Ariadne's furious and Cesare's mocking. Cesare stated that this was a strict royal order, so there was no point in wasting time. The tense expression on Alfonso's face turned into a smile. He turned to Ariadne and said that it was obvious that it was time for him to give in. Looking into Ariadne's sad eyes, he said that they would see each other later. "Ariadne," said Alfonso. Cesare watched this scene with a frown. Suddenly the count grinned unkindly. Soon couples began to dance to the sounds of music. Cesare danced with Ariadna, but she stubbornly turned her face away from her partner. Cesare thought that if he looked closely, his powdered and combed partner was quite pretty, and she also had a luxurious figure. Cesare said that he was pleased to meet Ariadna again. He admitted that what had been said before could not be taken back, but from that day on he promised to behave politely with the girl. Ariadna said that he should call her Miss de Marais. Cesare thought that, unlike many other girls, this one had no lack of courage. Yet what was far more important was that she was Alfonso's girlfriend. Cesare would like to deprive the prince of her. This could be a very exciting game. Cesare said that his soul was warmed by the hope that he and Miss de Marais would soon be able to become closer. At this time, Isabella watched the prince standing alone under the flowering bushes. Alfonso seemed completely absorbed in his thoughts. Isabella walked up to him, her heels clicking loudly. She walked past a vase of flowers that stood on the nightstand. Isabella's skirt hit the vase and it fell to the floor. Alfonso was awakened from his thoughts by the sound of a bell. He extended his hand, trying to help. The guests who were standing nearby also heard this loud ringing and turned around. Alfonso rushed to the aid of the girl who stood among the fragments and broken flowers. "What's going on?" they whispered in the crowd. "I suppose that the prince decided to invite Isabella to dance, but in his excitement he accidentally broke a flower vase." It seemed to the people that even His Highness was unable to resist the beauty of Miss Isabella de Marais. Isabella grinned triumphantly. She looked at the prince and said that she dared to believe that he wanted to ask her to dance. Alfonso was worried. He also heard this whispering around them. Isabella smiled and announced that everyone was looking at them. Alfonso had to invite this girl to dance, during which she asked him if he liked this celebration. The prince replied that everything was just wonderful. Alfonso circled his lady around the room, but did not quite understand what to talk to her about. Isabella kept up the conversation herself. She reported that, as expected, the prince danced quite well, to which Alfonso replied that he had been taught by Lorawald himself. Isabella smiled happily. She whirled around in the dance and said that the decorations of the hall were unique and charming. When the dance allowed, Isabella pressed herself as closely as possible to her partner. She said that all the decorations for the hall were personally selected by her sister Ariadna. Alfonso did not answer and looked agitated. Isabella thought triumphantly that even a prince could not resist her touch. "Miss de Marais," said Alfonso. Isabella responded with a joyful smile. Alfonso said that he considered Ariadna an outstanding girl. Her enterprising mind aroused unprecedented inspiration. Isabella looked at the prince, because she expected to hear completely different words. Isabella thought that what they had planned would happen sooner or later. She glanced sideways at the dancing Cesare and Ariadna. Isabella thought that the fabric needed to be torn as quickly as possible. After all, only in this way will Prince Alfonso finally be able to see all of Ariadne's flaws and turn his attention to Isabella. The dance ended, and Ariadne and Cesare bowed to each other. Immediately after this, Ariadna resolutely turned around and walked away from her gentleman. Near the stairs, she was met by Alfonso, who also left his lady without any unnecessary regrets. Ariadna, blushing slightly, admitted that she thought the prince had left the ball. Alfonso objected that he could not afford to leave without dancing with the heroine of the day. Ariadna noticed that the next melody had already started playing. The prince extended his hand to the girl. Alfonso jokingly asked if the sweet signorina would do him the honor of dancing a waltz with him. Ariadna responded with pleasure, smiling happily. To the sounds of a waltz, Ariadna and Alfonso whirled around the hall. Alfonso asked if Count Cesare had bothered her. Ariadne replied that this time he had behaved extremely politely, so much so that she found it strange. "By the way," the girl asked, "how did your first dance go?" Alfonso replied that he had danced it with Ariadne's sister. The prince saw how agitated the girl was and wanted to know what exactly caused such a strong reaction. Ariadne looked down and muttered that her sister was very beautiful. The beautiful Isabella was always considered the most beautiful of the girls of San Carlo, capable of making any man lose his head. Ariadne understood that for Alfonso it was the same. Both in his past life and in this one, Ariadne could not compare with her. However, the prince was surprised by her words. The sisters were not at all similar, as the beauty Isabella could have been then. Ariadne did not understand what exactly the prince meant. She said that everyone thought Isabella was the most beautiful in San Carlo, but Alfonso objected that it was most likely because she was a little different from the others. Ariadne thought about what she heard. Alfonso asked if it was true that Ariadne herself had chosen all the decorations for the hall. The girl confirmed this, and the prince noted that she had done a great job. Ariadne smiled and wanted to thank the prince, when suddenly there was a crackling sound of tearing fabric. Alfonso stood frozen in amazement. Ariadne's eyes widened in fear as she realized that the fabric of her dress's bodice had cracked. Her dress had just torn and her breasts were exposed. The crowd began to whisper. Someone admitted out loud that her breasts were impressive, but Ariadne hurried to cover herself with her hands, crossing them over her chest. Alfonso threw off his cloak and wrapped the girl in it, hiding everything unnecessary. He ordered them to pass and led Ariadne away. The prince assumed that there would certainly be others in the ladies' room, so they had to go somewhere else. A darkened Ariadne explained that her room was on the second floor and they could go there. The prince escorted Ariadne to her very rooms, where Sancha, instantly alarmed, was waiting. "What is this?" the maid exclaimed, shuddering. The prince had teased Ariadne, and the maids were already rushing to help their mistress, preparing an outfit so that she could quickly change. Alfonso asked Ariadne how she felt. The girl felt disgraced forever. In her past life, before killing her, Isabella told her that because of her large frame, Cesare felt like he was hugging a man when he hugged her, and her hair was black as a raven's, and her overly large, sagging breasts resembled a cow's udder. They gossiped about her, that she was simply worthless, so she hung on men. As befits the daughter of a servant, completely without shame, she seduced Count Cesare, brazenly exposing her breasts to him. Ariadne was so ashamed to delve into these memories that she could not hold back her tears. She tried to explain something, but instead burst into bitter tears. Alfonso looked at his crying friend and looked very worried himself. He had already extended his hand towards her, but did not dare to touch the girl. The prince could only stand and watch her cry. Finally, making up his mind, he sat down next to Ariadne on the sofa and pulled her into his arms. "Don't cry," he said, and reminded that everything was over and everything would be fine in the future. The fact that someone showed kindness and concern to her made Ariadne cry even harder. They sat on the sofa near the window, and she thought about what he said, about how it was all over. "Are you feeling better yet?" asked Alfonso when the girl had calmed down a little. She nodded, still unable to say a word. Then she convulsively clutched the edges of the cloak that covered her and asked if everyone had seen her shame. Alfonso assured that it was only for a moment. He suggested that ladies might have taken this for a new style that was just coming into fashion. Alfonso said that recently, 2 deep necklines have become very popular among older women. These words did not console Ariadne at all. She said that everyone decided that she was ugly. Alfonso was very surprised to hear such words. He asked who was ugly. Ariadne replied resignedly that she was talking about her breasts, to which the prince replied that they were very beautiful. Ariadne felt her cheeks flush. Alfonso also turned away, embarrassed by the words that had accidentally escaped him. The prince thought that he had hastened to cover her with the cloak, because no one except himself should see her like this. He wanted only he to be able to see the beauty of this girl. Ariadne finally decided to look up at him. Alfonso jumped up from the sofa and declared that he had been dancing for too long. He headed for the door, explaining that he needed to go out for some fresh air. Having slammed the door behind him, the prince stood for a while, leaning his back against it. Before his inner gaze, images changed, all of which belonged to Ariadne, the way tears sparkled in her green eyes. How soft her lips were. The prince remembered how the girl had wrapped her cloak around her chest, and the blue heart of the ocean depth shone above her neckline. Alfonso couldn't get these thoughts out of his head. He clenched his fists and thought that he must remain a decent gentleman. He had to restrain his impulses. The ladies in the hall discussed how the seam on the bodice of Ariadne's dress had torn, wondering what kind of workshop could sew so hastily and poorly. They sympathized with the girl. Isabella listened to them and thought that she had not expected this situation at all. She wanted the torn chest bandage to fall out of the dress, but she did not expect that her breasts would become visible along with it. Isabella felt like Ariadne had been publicly disgraced. She didn't understand why everyone was feeling sorry for her. It was time to end it. She joined the company of ladies and asked if this was not a special arrangement to show off her figure. Isabella said that her sister's self-esteem had always been inflated, so Isabella immediately guessed that Ariadne was one of those who were capable of anything just to attract attention. But she could not even imagine that to such an extent. The ladies began to whisper excitedly, not knowing whether to believe these words. And it's true, someone said, if you were to undress by mistake, something like that would remain in the memory of many for a long time, and this whole ball was somehow too much, not what it should have been. The lady who spoke looked at Isabella and noticed that, in comparison with her sister, Ariadne seemed full of vanity. Even then, it seemed obvious to many in the great basilica that she enjoyed people's attention. Isabella listened triumphantly as those who had just sympathized now rushed to condemn. Everyone became interested in how Ariadne managed to get the prince as a cavalier. She clearly stupefied him with some kind of trick. This new gossip brought a satisfied smile to Isabella's face. She wanted to hear even more about how low Ariadne's origins were and how her actions corresponded to them. The ladies said that if you walk around with bare breasts, then even a prince will not be difficult to seduce, they whispered, and did not notice that someone was listening. Prince Alfonso approached quickly and suddenly, immediately asking the gossips if they were ashamed. He asked if they had any evidence that all this was not an accident, but done deliberately, since they themselves had seen the state Ariadne was in after this embarrassment. And could they really continue to believe after that she had done such a bad thing to herself with her own hands? Isabella could not have imagined that the prince would stand up for her sister. But Alfonso was really ready to argue with everyone, defending Ariadne's good name. Isabella was not going to give up and decided to turn this situation to her advantage. "Your Highness," she exclaimed, "there was no evil intent in that." "Mr. Marais," said the prince, turning to her. Isabella dramatically wiped a tear from her eye and said that it seemed there had been a misunderstanding. Those who could not hear the entire conversation saw only that the crown prince had brought Mr. Marais to tears. Perhaps he was angry with her for some reason. She must have been sad because she had a very vulnerable soul. So, Prince, thought Isabella. Now she needed him to comfort the young maiden who was shedding tears right in front of him. No one saw that Isabella was secretly smiling as she wiped away these tears. Alfonso took a step towards Isabella. She thought that the mine needed to come even closer to console her, but at that moment it was announced that the leading lady of this holiday was returning to the ballroom. Ariadne came down the stairs, and her image was completely different from the first, although the dress was also white. In addition, Ariadne let her hair down and adorned it with a tiara. Isabella stopped crying and looked up at her sister. Alfonso was completely unable to contain his admiration for this girl. Ariadne walked straight up to the group of ladies in which Isabella stood. "Sister," she said, standing frozen in front of him. Ariadne asked why Isabella was crying. As Isabella hesitated to answer, Ariadne repeated it sternly. Bursting into tears, Isabella exclaimed that the prince had misinterpreted her attitude towards her sister. She grabbed Ariadne's hand and squeezed it tightly, saying that the prince had let it slip that she had slandered her own sister. But in fact, despite the humiliating incident with the outfit, which unexpectedly became a blessing, Ariadne only became more beautiful in the eyes of others, which Isabella told everyone. When Isabella spoke of his sister's luxurious figure, Alfonso could not resist exclaiming that it was all a lie. "Sister," said Ariadne. "Yes, yes," Isabella responded, shaking Ariadne's hand again. Ariadne asked how her sister could make small talk about her figure. With these words, Ariadne resolutely took her hand from Isabella. Ariadne said that she didn't like such conversations at all. She noted that Isabella knew very well that this question frightened Ariadne, and compliments did not bring much joy, so she hoped that no one else would gossip about it. Ariadne exclaimed that when people cast strange glances at her, she felt uncomfortable. The crowd began to whisper again, this time about how terrible it was when people looked at the poor girl like animals, and Isabella continued to talk about such a sensitive topic, being the eldest in the family. Even if the girls were half-sisters, such behavior was still unacceptable. Isabella rushed to Ariadne again, trying to explain that she had not meant that at all. Ariadne sadly said that even though they were only related by blood, Isabella had gone too far, and Ariadne herself had done everything she could to be a good younger sister to her. Ariadne turned around and walked quickly away from Isabella, who had rushed after her, exclaiming that everything was wrong and asked her to wait. And suddenly, she heard someone say that it was a pure lie, that both had put on white dresses at the debutante's request. Another person added that it was Isabella who first said out loud that Ariadne had staged the incident with the dress for the sake of public attention. Isabella was horrified to hear people say that her behavior was truly vicious, and were surprised that they had not noticed it before. Ariadne moved further and further away from this endless whisper. She wiped away her tears and was now smiling. The girl walked out onto the stairs behind the ballroom and began to climb the steps. Ariadne climbed the stairs while Isabella shouted at her back to stop, accusing her of being deaf because she couldn't hear her. Isabella caught up with her sister, grabbed her by the arm, and called her a vile bitch because she couldn't remember them ever discussing this issue before. Ariadne did not turn around, but her sister did not let her go and continued to speak. She could not know that Ariadne did not like talking about breasts. It sounded like utter nonsense, and Ariadne herself turned out to be a master at shifting blame onto others. "You worthless creature!" cried Isabella, raising her hand to strike after coddling this girl. She dared to speak out against her so insolently. Ariadne intercepted the troublemaker's hand and squeezed her wrist tightly. "Crazy bitch," she whispered in her ear. "It won't take long for her to die." Isabella's eyes widened in surprise when she heard such words. Ariadne removed her hand and asked Isabella if she thought that only she knew how to insult. Ariadne smiled subtly and warned that they needed to be careful and remember that their rooms were separated by only one wooden board. Isabella pressed her hands to her chest and gasped loudly. "This girl!" she shouted after her sister, but Ariadne had already climbed to the very top of the stairs. Ariadne hummed a melody with satisfaction. Furious about everything that had happened, Isabella returned to the banquet hall, but she could not enter right away. She stood leaning against the door. She thought about Ariadne, called her a damn girl. It seemed as if Ariadne could not even squeak on her own, but still she dared to speak out against Isabella. Isabella realized that in that case, she would have to take a different path. She could use her many friends to completely isolate Ariadne from high society. Having made such a decision, Ariadne approached the ladies and girls who were sitting on the sofa. They immediately rushed to her, asking if she was okay. Isabella allowed herself to be seated on the sofa and surrounded with attention, care, and sympathy. She even began to cry again, hiding her face in her hands. She said that she had indeed put on the white dress only in obedience to Ariadne's request, and now she could not understand at all why she had suddenly become angry with her. Bursting into tears, Isabella said that she had lent her sister clothes, helped with her education, and moved to San Carlo. But now it turned out that all these efforts were not enough in Ariadne's eyes. Among these ladies, Isabella could count on support, and so they decided that the matter could be in the prince, or rather in the fact that Ariadne was jealous of him for her sister, and she probably ruined her dress herself. And judging by the way the heir to the throne took Ariadne's side, one could conclude that she seduced him with her body. And only one girl looked at the gossips with visible condemnation. "Mr. Murray," she said, "the edge of your own underwear is visible from under your dress." Isabella looked up, tears glistening in her eyes, and the edge of the pink material did indeed appear from the large neckline of her dress. Isabella noticed the mistake that had happened to her and was horrified, but the girl who had pointed it out to her had already left. This girl was followed by others because she enjoyed some authority among her friends. "Oh, you traitors," said the angry Isabella. Meanwhile, the girl headed towards the group of people surrounding Ariadne and the crown prince. She caught Ariadne's attention and introduced herself. Her name was Julia. She was the eldest daughter of the Marquis de Baldassare. Ariadne, of course, recognized Signorina Julia, since everyone in society knew this girl. Julia said she was thinking of having a tea party at her family home next week. She invited Ariadne to attend the event and said it would be an honor for their house. Ariadne clutched the folds of her skirt in her hand and thought that in her past life there had not been a single girl her age who would have approached her first. And now she had even been invited to tea. Ariadne smiled happily and assured that she would certainly accept Miss de Baldassare's invitation and would also look forward to this meeting. After the end of the ball dedicated to the debut, Cardinal de Marais studied his expenses. He believed that 300 ducados were required to organize a modest ball, while 500 would be needed for a more lavish celebration. The budget that the cardinal allocated to Ariadne to organize her debut amounted to only 150 ducados. At the same time, the daughter returned his wallet to him, in which there were still 12 ducati left. The girl bowed to her father with respect and said that she had tried to protect the family from excessive spending, and she had recorded all expenses in detail in a book, which she now handed to the cardinal. The cardinal was amazed by Ariadne's foresight. He leafed through her notes and asked from whom and when she had acquired the knowledge of how to keep a ledger of expenses. Ariadne replied that she found a book in her father's office and only followed what was written there. Cardinal de Marais looked intently at the girl frozen in front of him, and then ordered Lucretia to be brought here immediately. Lady Lucrezia appeared before the cardinal and asked why he so suddenly wished to see her. She looked suspiciously at Ariadne, trying to guess what this girl was doing here again. Her stepdaughter's impudence was astounding. Cardinal de Marais asked gloomily how Madame Lucrezia managed his family's money. Mrs. Lucretia could not even imagine what prompted her husband, who had previously not interfered in the running of the household affairs, to suddenly begin asking such questions. The lady thought that he might discover that she was hiding some of the money in her parents' house. Cardinal de Marais asked if Lucrezia still remembered the amount spent on Ippolito's farewell, since although there were not so many guests, the expenses exceeded 500 ducados, and Isabella's dress for her last ball cost 50 ducados. Mrs. Lucrezia asked if there was anything unusual about such prices if such an event only happened once. The woman reminded him that 20 years had already passed since Cardinal de Mar had entrusted the affairs of the household into her hands. So did she really deserve to be distrusted now? Could it be that the cardinal simply did not trust his dear wife? Cardinal de Marais slammed his hand down on the tabletop. He wanted to know what trust Lucrezia was talking about, because it was she who should have responded to him with gratitude for the trust he had shown her all these years. The cardinal reported that Ariadne had managed to spend only 138 ducati on the ball, which clearly demonstrated how extravagant Lucrezia had been. The cardinal turned away from Lady Lucrezia and declared that from now on he would give money for Ariadne's expenses to her personally, so that she could manage it herself, and from that moment on Lucrezia was also forbidden to spend more than Ariadne. Mrs. Lucrezia felt insulted that her husband had decided to transfer some of her responsibilities to his illegitimate daughter. She cried out that her reputation as the mistress of this house would suffer. Perhaps the cardinal did not consider her his wife at all, since it was unacceptable to allow a child born outside the home to spend money at his own discretion. The cardinal interrupted his interlocutor's fiery speech and told her not to force him to repeat it twice. He ordered Mrs. Lucrezia to leave his office. The lady clenched her fists in rage. She glanced gloomily at Ariadne, who stood serenely next to her, and thought that all this was because of that damn girl. The two women's eyes met, and there was no family feeling in either of them. For some time after Lady Lucrezia left father and daughter alone, Cardinal de Marais caught his breath. He cleared his throat and asked if the rumors were true that there had been some incident at the ball. He wanted Ariadne to know what the reasons were. Perhaps there had been a mistake by the sewing workshop. No, Ariadne answered and explained that she checked. The problem arose after the dress was in the residence. She would be able to say something more specific when she found out more. The cardinal noted that all the girl's actions were correct, and the ability to manage servants was a valuable quality. Now Ariadne had to make sure that this did not happen again, and he also glanced at the stacks of books. From that day on, he intended to personally give Ariadne 10 ducati a month so that she could dispose of them herself. Ariadne beamed and wondered how Lucrezia must feel now that she no longer had power over 10 ducati. The girl bowed and thanked her father for his trust. She thought that there would be more to come. She returned to her rooms together with Sansia. They decided to discuss this eventful day. The maid wanted to know why the lady did not tell her father that the incident with the dress was the trick of Lady Isabella. Ariadne admitted that she had no reliable evidence for this. After the ball, they carefully examined the dress and noticed two oddities. Firstly, the hooks were mixed with silver, and silver is softer than iron, and it requires less effort to deform it, so it is usually customary to use iron ones. However, the hooks that Maria brought were different and did not fasten well. It is quite obvious that they inevitably become loose over time. Secondly, traces of an unnatural break in the seam thread were on the front side. It could be easily unraveled, even by simply pulling the thread slightly. Although Ariadne was internally convinced that this was Isabella's doing, there was no convincing evidence. And without good reason, her father would not have been able to believe Ariadne. Ariadne looked at the saddened Sancha and said that any evidence is like a bomb. When the enemy is weakened, it must be detonated with one blow to cause him maximum damage. That's why they will collect evidence step by step, so that they can then deal Isabella a crushing blow. When the whole family gathered at the table, Cardinal de Marais declared that all family affairs should remain within the walls of this house. They could quarrel with each other in the house, but outside it, it was necessary to appear as an ideal family. The cardinal pointed his finger at Ariadne and said that if her sister had made a mistake, she shouldn't point it out to others, she should endure it in the presence of others, and then find out at home who was right and who was wrong. Ariadne sat with her head down and thought that, in short, the cardinal was angry when he learned about the sisters' quarrel in public. She said out loud that she had not thought about the consequences, but that it would not happen again. The cardinal turned to Isabella and indignantly exclaimed that he already knew about the talk about his sister's figure. He reminded her that a grown girl should clearly know the boundaries of what is permitted. And besides, one cannot treat one's sister so disrespectfully. Isabella's eyes instantly filled with tears. She covered her face with her hands and cried bitterly, loudly insisting that everything was not like that at all. Isabella said that it was Camelia who first started gossiping about Ariadne, deliberately exposing her breasts. The cardinal asked in surprise, wasn't it Isabella who started talking nonsense first? Lady Lucretia stopped comforting her daughter, hugging Isabella to herself. She asked from whom his lordship had heard such things, that he trusted these words more than his own daughter. She did not understand how a father could not feel sorry for his own crying child. The cardinal objected that of course there could have been a misunderstanding. Suddenly something rang, and Arabella, frightened, rushed to apologize. The girl accidentally knocked over her own plate of breakfast. Arabella's eyes seemed huge. It was simply impossible, the cardinal said, rising from the table, and she added that he had no appetite. Mrs. Lucretia screamed at Arabella that it was because of her that her father had left. She also got up from the table and helped Isabella up to take her away, saying that she was her poor daughter and needed rest. Arabella felt completely miserable. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. Ariadne pushed her plate towards her sister. She told the youngest to chew slowly, finish everything, and go up to the rooms above. The girl was surprised to hear Ariadne say that it was not her fault. Arabella agreed with this. At this time in the palace, Prince Alfonso entered the chambers of his mother, Queen Margaret. Her Majesty was reading something. The young man looked at her with sadness. Queen Margaret said she had been informed that Alfonso had been at the debut of Cardinal de Marais' second daughter. The fire in the fireplace was blazing hotly. Her name is Ariadne, said Alfonso, reminding her that his mother knew her name too. Queen Margaret looked at her son sternly. She handed him the papers she had been studying earlier and told him to read them. Alfonso obeyed and quickly ran his eyes over the lines. It was a report about the Archduke de Balloa and his daughter. Yes, said Her Majesty. The subject was the daughter of the Archduke of the Kingdom of Caligo, Lariesa de Balloa. Alfonso was amazed to hear that negotiations were now underway for a wedding, since this girl was the perfect choice for the crown prince. Not knowing what to answer, Alfonso read the text again. He said that he had never even seen this Lariesa. Queen Margaret said she expected a diplomatic representative from Caligo to visit next month to discuss the wedding and the terms of the marriage in detail. The Queen said that this meant that Alfonso must show his best side. No one was supposed to know that the prince was quite closely associated with some young girl from another family. Alfonso objected that Ariadne was not just some girl from another family for him. He said that if his mother was angry because he had attended her debut in secret from everyone, then only he himself should be blamed for this, but not Ariadne. Queen Margaret said that Alfonso should not forget that he was the only heir to the throne of the Etruscan kingdom, and his status did not allow him to marry just anyone. Prince Alfonso lowered his head. The Queen continued her educational speech. She said that there are such concepts as reputation and marriageable age. It was unacceptable for the girl to continue to get closer to the prince, nurturing hopes for the future that were not destined to come true. Thus, she will miss the chance to get married. The queen said that Alfonso's mistake would cause irreparable harm to Ariadne. She ordered not to exchange letters anymore. They were also no longer supposed to be alone together. Before this friendship went too far, it was better for them to stop. The day came when Ariadne came to visit Signorina Giulia, who was delighted to see her, and shook hands when they met. Ariadne was grateful for the invitation. The girls looked at each other with mutual sympathy, and Giulia invited the guests to come in quickly, because everyone was already waiting. Ariadne had no idea what young girls talked about at such meetings. She wondered if she had a chance to make friends with anyone. "But will he really marry me?" Ariadne heard as she entered the room. The girl who was sitting on one of the sofas said that the engagement had already happened, but she still had doubts. Her friends who had gathered around consoled her. The girl said that she doubted that her fiancé was sincere in his feelings, and tears glistened in her eyes. So this is what people at that age are interested in, Ariadne thought. Men, love, marriage, and the like. But at that moment someone exclaimed that it was all about Isabella. The name immediately caught Ariadne's attention, making her feel alarmed. The crying girl said that she had been humiliated by Isabella in Ottavio's presence, when Isabella, with an innocent look, had condemned her for allegedly looking at a servant while her fiancé was nearby. Isabella then rushed to console Ottavio, and listening to her voice, the young man did not hear at all what his bride was saying. He was completely absorbed in the charm of another. Ariadne thought that despite the fact that her sister had dared to flirt with her dear friend's man, her reputation in society circles still remained impeccable. In a way, this was astonishing and caused a certain malicious admiration. Ariadne approached the chatting ladies and said that all worries should be thrown aside, because for Isabella such things were nothing more than a game. The crying girl exclaimed that she had not noticed Ariadne entering. She tried to say something about that incident. Ariadne continued her speech and stated that as soon as a man responded to Isabella's advances, she would immediately stop communicating and run away. Ariadne smiled slyly and said that her sister simply longed for attention from men. She had done the same thing in the past, first trying to attract attention with flirting. But as soon as a man crossed the line, Isabella retreated, pretending that she did not want it at all, which is exactly how she behaved with Cesare. There were still tears in the eyes of Ariadne's interlocutor. She thanked him for the consolation and said that Mr. Murray was so sweet and helpful. Ariadne thought sadly that this was more likely called mutual sympathy. The girl said that Isabella had a very kind sister, so it was difficult to understand why Isabella spoke of her that way. If she had known earlier that she wanted to become friends with Ariadne, she would have stopped Isabella when she said all these things. Ariadne looked closely at her interlocutor and asked what she was talking about. She was told that Isabella claimed that her sister had deliberately torn her clothes, knowing about the prince's presence, and she also said that Ariadne always put her breasts on display in everyday life. Ariadne clutched the folds of her skirt in excitement. After all, Isabella had always been a terrible person. The girl continued and said that although Isabella had asked to keep it a secret, she also wore a breast bandage, perhaps to make her breasts look more lush, since she was irritated that her sister had something to show, but she herself had nothing. Ariadne realized that by tightening the breasts with the help of underwear, it was possible to highlight the décolleté area, thereby showing its lush part in the neckline, and, if necessary, to put a piece of fabric under the breast, creating volume. Ariadne frowned and realized that her interlocutor had betrayed her dear friend for the sake of winning the favor of a new one, and was now pretending that they were close. But as soon as the new acquaintance walked out the door, the same gossip would start behind her back, so no one here could be trusted. Good, thought Ariadne. Now she understood everything about this place. Ariadne admired the elegantly set table for tea and again turned to this girl, whose name was Camelia. She said that Isabella claimed that it was Camelia who started the talk about breasts. With a very worried expression on her face, Ariadne said that Isabella had told her father that Camelia had been the first to talk about it, and now the girl was saying that her only sin was that she had not stopped this conversation. The ladies around began to whisper this terrible incident was a great reason for excitement. They said that it was true. Isabella was the first to raise this topic. Many heard it personally. Camelia blushed with anger and exclaimed that Isabella did not dare to shift her own guilt onto her. Ariadne watched the ladies' reactions and thought that the enemy of your enemy may be your friend. She planned to set Isabella and Camelia against each other and then exploit the relationship between the two. At this time, the young people spent time drinking wine and playing cards at the house of the Count of Como. Ottavio, Cesare turned to one of his friends. The young man sitting at the card table turned around warily. Cesare asked what method his friend uses to seduce a girl who doesn't like him. Ottavio was very surprised by such a question. He did not understand how he could know things about women that even Count Cesare himself did not know. After all, it was Cesare who was considered a famous heartthrob in the capital. Cesare threw away the match thoughtfully. He said that he had never been the initiator before because women always showed him their interest first. An expression of extreme bewilderment appeared on Ottavio's face. Cesare asked what he had said wrong, but his friend covered his mouth with his hand. "Well then," he said thoughtfully, and suggested trying to start from the basics. Ottavio suggested sending flowers and gifts to this woman because there are no women who would not like such things. Cesare thought about this advice. He said that he seemed to understand the reason for the lack of female attention to Ottavio's person. These words touched his friend to the quick. Ottavio jumped up and shouted at Cesare. He had no intention of paying any attention to this outburst of indignation. And yet, a whole basket of luxurious roses went straight to the right address. Isabella, seeing them, froze in amazement in front of the messenger. The sender's name was Count Cesare de Como. Besides the flowers, among the gifts there was a dress of the same red color. Isabella was delighted at how magnificent it was and so elegant. She suggested that such a product could have been sewn in the collection. The messenger confirmed that all these gifts were sent by Count Cesare de Como, which excited the girl. A sly and triumphant smile appeared on Isabella's face. Isabella said that the roses could be left in her room, but she had to try on the dress right away. The messenger suddenly became nervous and asked him to forgive him. What he said enraged Isabella, because the gifts were intended for the second daughter of Cardinal de Marais. Ariadne was surprised to learn that all this splendor was for her. The girl asked whether the gifts were really for Ariadne de Marais. "Yes, that's right," said the messenger, and handed over her letter, which the sender had given along with the gift. The letter said that it was an honor for him to dance her first waltz in her life, and he sent her these beautiful roses because they reminded him of Ariadne and suited her very well. Ariadne read these lines, feeling the darkness approaching from all sides. In a past life, Cesare told her about the lilies of the valley on the side of the road that were so humble. They seemed to bow to everyone, but Cesare considered only himself capable of recognizing Ariadne in this flower. A flower with its head bowed grows in the fields. It could be obtained absolutely free of charge. Just think, as soon as circumstances changed, Cesare's attitude towards Ariadne changed radically. Ariadne closed the envelope with the letter and ordered the gift to be sent back. She said that she had nothing in common with this man. It was necessary to explain this well to Count Cesare and return the dress with flowers to him. The messenger was amazed by such an answer, because if he had to do this, if the miss wanted to return the roses, then they would not reach the sender, they would wither on the way, and Count Cesare would take revenge for the failure on the servants. Ariadne looked sternly at the man. She asked if he would be in trouble because of her refusal. The messenger blushed and said that it was true. Ariadne said that she would accept the roses, but the dress would still have to be returned. She told me to leave the flowers outside and leave. This bouquet had to be taken away from her eyes. The bouquet was placed in the common room, where Arabella discovered it and was absolutely delighted. The girl exclaimed with delight that she was seeing such huge roses for the first time, and her emotional reaction really irritated Isabella. "Hey, be quiet there!" the cardinal's eldest daughter screamed angrily. "My head is already splitting!" Arabella left the room sadly. Isabella was furious that Giulia de Baldassare had arranged a tea party without her, and even invited Ariadne to her place, and now this had happened. Isabella would like to understand why Count Cesare sent Ariadne a gift. Just recently he asked for Isabella's hand, but something suddenly changed. This infuriated the girl, because Ariadne was not even particularly beautiful. How dare Cesare be infatuated with her? Suddenly, someone approached Isabella and asked why the lovely signorina was so upset. This man was Genobi, the nephew of Lady Lucretia. He invited the girl to share her problems with him. Isabella rushed towards him, exclaiming that she had been offended and calling the young man her brother. She began to complain about her troubles in a verbose and emotional manner. Isabella's story outraged Genobi. He cried out that there were simply no words to describe how terrible that girl was. Genobi promised that he would give Ariadne a lot of trouble. He was flattered that such a beauty was complaining to him about her troubles, and Isabella was glad that someone was ready to help her. Genobi was going to brag to his friends back home later, but now he felt like a hero and told Isabella she could trust him. But he didn't know if he should ask for a kiss on the cheek in return. Arabella went to Ariadne's room. She told her about the hunting competitions that her older sister was going to attend. The girl was envious. She thought about who would win and dreamed about how she would participate in such entertainment when she grew up. She wanted a handsome knight to win them. Arabella dreamed of how she would definitely give her handkerchief to the winner and then even marry the handsome and brave knight. That's how it will be, Ariadne agreed with a smile. At the royal hunting competition, influential aristocrats chatted casually in their tents, and the armed youths went hunting after the game. As a reward, the young girls gave the winner their scarf as a prize for being the first. There were cases when a girl gave her handkerchief to a non-winner if the young man seemed like a brave knight in her eyes. In other words, it was an event where young people could exchange and meet glances, thereby spending more time in each other's company. Arabella dreamed of how she would soon make her debut in high society, like her sisters, going to tea parties with friends, and also wearing lovely dresses and attending balls with handsome young men. Ariadne admired the girl. She thought that she could help her. No matter what happened, Arabella would grow up and be able to meet a handsome knight. In this life, Arabella must avoid dying from the plague at such a young age. Ariadne thought sadly and resolutely that she would definitely change this fate. Sancha ran into the room and announced that her mistress had received a letter. Ariadne wondered with surprise who it could have been from. Perhaps it was a message from Alfonso. Ariadne asked if it was time for Arabella to go to class, and the girl did not argue. Ariadne took the letter. It was the first letter she received after her debut. The girl opened the envelope. She was very curious about what was written there. She didn't expect to see what was actually there. The letter was from Cesare, and so Ariadne tore it to shreds. She had no words to express all the feelings that overwhelmed her. She believed that Cesare was devoid of conscience. He wrote it that he intended to win the royal hunting competition. If he could become the winner by obtaining the golden deer, he had one request for Ariadne. He wanted the girl to give him her scarf. Sancha said that Count Cesare must have known that Ariadne was also going to attend these hunting competitions. After all, his new gift was a deerskin saddle for a horse, skillfully made by hand. Ariadne continued tearing the paper in rage. Sancha said that she understood everything and ordered the gift to be returned to the sender again. Ariadne thought with resignation that she did not want to listen to Cesare's speeches about the golden deer, even in this life. She leaned heavily on the table. It was all just unbearable. Every day, Cesare sent letters and gifts that she did not expect at all, while there was not a single letter from Alfonso after the ball. Ariadne thought that maybe something had happened to the prince. But it could also be that, having seen how huge and ugly her body was, he no longer considered her worthy of his attention. Thoughts of Alfonso and the possibility of meeting him in the competition made Ariadne clench her fists. On the day of the hunting competition, the king was informed of the arrival of a diplomatic representative of the Kingdom of Caligo. King Crown Prince Alfonso greeted the guests. Duke Miret, the head of the delegation from the Kingdom of Caligo, spoke to them in his own language. Count Marquess, who was in charge of negotiations for the Etruscan kingdom, noted that when visiting that country on an official visit, ambassadors must follow local laws, so Duke Miret was able to communicate easily in the Etruscan language. This was known to many. Duke Miret smiled and asked where it was ever seen that a great state would follow the rules of a small kingdom. Prince Alfonso looked at these people with alarm. For a moment there was silence in the reception hall. The courtiers glanced sideways at the king, watching his reaction. His Majesty deigned to laugh out loud. The king said that marrying his son had always seemed like a difficult task to him. He raised his glass and said that soon the two kingdoms would become related and create a strong bond for the sake of a common future, so such personal issues as language could be put aside and they could drink together. The king said that this would help the ambassadors to finally relax. Alfonso remained sad despite his father's cheerfulness. The young men had already gone hunting at this time. They were discussing that the prince was unable to participate in the competition due to the reception of the Caligorian envoys. Although his skills in hunting and swordsmanship were considered outstanding, perhaps the representatives of Caligos should be thanked by the rest of the participants in the competition for the chance to win. "It's always better to rob an empty house," Cesare said with a grin. Ottavio asked his friend if he meant to say that in a forest without a tiger, the fox rules, and Cesare did not like this comparison. Cesare said that he was going alone today and that his friend could not follow him. After all, Count Takumo was going to find the golden deer. A girl in a hat was watching this conversation, keeping her distance. It was Ariadne, and her mood was the darkest, because everything reminded her of a past life in which Cesare also believed in the golden deer. Rumor has it that if you wash yourself with the water of eternal life that the golden deer drank, you will gain a charm that no one can resist. But rumor has it that what will happen to the person who catches the golden deer is even more important. This man will ascend the throne. Ariadne remembered that in her past life, Cesare had been very insistent on this. He claimed that he was handsome precisely because as a child, he washed his face with the water of eternal life after meeting the golden deer. Of course, this couldn't be true, the girl thought. Suddenly, she noticed a man walking towards her. Prince Alfonso stood frozen in front of Ariadne, who was sitting on her horse. He looked at her worried face and the leaves swirling around her, raised by the wind. Alfonso turned away from his friend abruptly. Ariadne looked after him sadly. She thought that the prince behaved this way because it was a public event. She touched the reins of her horse. She could understand the prince's actions. Ariadne's horse headed away from this place. The girl thought that she would be happy to sit in the tent now, but instead, she was riding on horseback through a beautiful forest. She remembered Lucretia's family and thought that it would be better to wander through the forest than to be near these people. Hey! Suddenly, there was an unexpected call. Genobe was catching up with Ariadne and offering to talk. Ariadne thought that the mood was already terrible, and now he had appeared. Ariadne stated that she had nothing to talk about with Genobe, so she would rather leave right away. The young man was angry at this behavior. He said that everyone says that Ariadne has forgotten about respect for her elders. Genobe declared that if Ariadne ever again caused inconvenience to poor Isabella, he would not let it go. Ariadne turned around and looked at this fool with a poisonous grin. She suggested out loud that he was getting excited and so nervous because he hoped to impress Isabella, but he forgot that this girl could not be anyone for him except a relative, because she was his cousin. Hearing such suspicions, Genobe turned purple with anger and shame. Ariadne continued and said that before getting involved in other people's affairs, you need to sort out your own life. The girl accused Genobe of not even earning a single ducato with his own hands. Genobe called Ariadne a cheap whore and told her to shut up. Ariadne called him a good-for-nothing scumbag with a smile. "Shut your mouth!" The young man growled in rage. Shouting that she dare not behave like that, Genobe drew his crossbow and asked if she was going to obey him. Ariadne exclaimed that he had gone mad. Genobe fired, and the arrow pierced the croup of the horse on which Ariadne was sitting. Mad with pain, the horse reared up. Genobe looked at what was happening in fear. Ariadne's horse galloped away from that place. Damn it, thought the girl, clinging to the horse's neck and barely staying in the saddle. She didn't know if she should jump off, because if she dismounted at such a speed, she could break all her bones. On the other hand, if nothing was done, she and the horse would fall into the abyss, which was already very close. Ariadne closed her eyes and grabbed the reins with all her might. She could no longer stay in the saddle during such a furious ride. "Loosen your grip," the girl heard someone scream. "Ariadne," the voice repeated, causing her eyes to widen. Cesare rode his horse next to her, shouting for her to relax her hips and then stretch her whole body forward. "Just a little more," shouted the young man. Ariadne tried to follow this advice from her unexpected savior. "Oh, damn," he said, "it's not working." "Ariadne," Cesare shouted again. He ordered her to take her feet out of the stirrups and then picked her up in his arms. Ariadne didn't understand what exactly he did. She came to when they were both lying on the ground, pressed tightly against each other. "Listen," said Ariadne and asked if everything was okay. Cesare did not answer, his eyes were closed. The girl was afraid that he had fallen to his death. She jumped up. It was necessary to check his breathing. "Ah," Cesare suddenly said. He regretted that she had gotten up because he had enjoyed hugging the beauty, but she had run away too quickly. Ariadne asked worriedly if he was hurt. Cesare replied that his arm hurt, so he would lie down a little longer. Then he smiled and added that since his arms were open, perhaps Ariadne would like to join him. Ariadne thought he was out of his mind. She said he should stop talking nonsense and get up off the ground, and if he didn't, she would kick him in the sore arm. "Come on, hurry up," she said and grabbed his hand. Cesare was indignant. He was in pain. Perhaps it was a fracture. Ariadne resolutely tore the fabric into bandages. She bandaged Cesare's arm quite skillfully, and he was surprised that she could do that too. And the girl explained that when you grow up on a farm, you have to learn a lot of different things. She rose to her feet and said that they needed to hurry. She did not want to stay in these mountains all night. She did not need to give such a reason for gossip. A little further away, Ariadne saw her poor horse lying on the grass. Cesare approached her and said that the horse was dead. Ariadne said that it seemed that while the mare was raging, she broke her neck. Suddenly, Cesare noticed something. It was a crossbow bolt, and the young man asked why it was sticking out of the horse's rump. Ariadne replied that it was a long story, but Cesare still pulled out the crossbow bolt. He shrugged and noted that Ariadne could tell everything on the way, since they would have plenty of time. He pointed to his horse and told the girl to mount in front, but Ariadne said that he should ride alone because she intended to go on foot. Cesare asked why she refused. Ariadne replied that she had her reasons for that. In fact, she simply did not want to ride a horse in the arms of this man. Cesare laughed. He assumed that the chaste and pious Miss de Marais wanted to spend the night in the forest alone with him, but Ariadne told him to be quiet. He wanted to know the reasons for her refusal, but the girl was not going to reveal them. And then Cesare noted that every rose must have thorns, which angered Ariadne even more. At this time, Ambassador Caligo was explaining himself to Count Marquez, who expressed complete confusion about the current situation, since it was originally assumed that the Archduke's daughter, Susanna, would become the wife of the Crown Prince. Count Marquez explained that no one expected that the girl would be replaced by her younger sister, Lariesa. The ambassador of the Kingdom of Caligo, Count Mireille, replied that Susanna's death left them no other choice. Susanna, the eldest daughter of Archduke Balloa, was exceptionally beautiful, known for her faith and wisdom, and her fame and talents extended far beyond the borders of the kingdom. However, she left this world as a result of a severe and sudden illness. Therefore, her place had to be taken by her younger sister, Lariesa de Balloa. Count Mireille asked if his interlocutor wanted this story to cause a stir. Duke Marquez noted that if the bride changes, the dowry must match. He wanted the Etruscan to receive 20 cannons, and also that the method of making gunpowder, which was used in the regular army of Caligo, be added to the bride's dowry. After these words, there was silence in the negotiating tent for a while. Then Ambassador Caligo asked if Duke Marquez was asking too much in demanding both the guns and the recipe for gunpowder. Count Marquez responded by asking whether the daughter of the Caligorian Archduke intended to take the place of the wife of the heir to the throne of the Etruscan kingdom. The men looked at each other for a moment. Count Mireille suggested that his interlocutor thought that Lariesa was lacking something. In that case, he could suggest that the girl personally visit the Etruscan kingdom. Whether she is fit for the role of a princess will be decided after they see her with their own eyes here. At this time, Cesare and Ariadne were making their way to the camp through the forest, the girl riding a horse, and the young man walking alongside, indignant that she was forcing the man who had saved her to carry the reins as if he were her servant. It was somewhat selfish of her. Ariadne objected that he had put her in the saddle himself. She could very well dismount, and he could mount the horse. But Cesare replied that it was impossible to be a gentleman while sitting on horseback and leaving a woman behind. It would be easier if they simply rode together. He did not fail to remind her that if he had not saved Ariadne, something irreparable would have happened. He wanted to know why she was trying to get on her step-cousin's nerves. Ariadne angrily asked if she was supposed to listen silently and obediently. Cesare replied that she should have plunged the knife into the croup of Genobe's horse first. Ariadne looked at her interlocutor. Cesare said that from now on, whenever problems arise, she can immediately run to Count Tacomo. He will immediately appear and take care of everything. Ariadne said that he was lying, and that he was not such a person at all. Cesare asked how only she could know about this. Cesare said that one way or another, he came today for one purpose. But because of a woman, all plans were ruined. Suddenly, a golden glow attracted the attention of the companions. They looked through the bushes and saw the golden deer drinking water from the spring. Ariadne was amazed that this beast actually existed. She glanced sideways at Cesare, who was staring at the deer. The man who catches the golden deer will ascend the throne. Cesare probably wanted to go down in history as Count Cesare de Como, who had royal blood in his veins, and who managed to catch the golden deer. Ariadne understood that her companion would immediately leave her and run to catch the deer. She dismounted and told Cesare that he could mount his horse and go and catch up with his golden trophy. Cesare replied that nothing would work, because in order to catch him, he would have to leave the girl behind and go into the forest. He could not do this to her. Ariadne looked at the young man in disbelief. He had so dreamed of catching it, she reminded him that he wrote to her about it in letters every now and then. Cesare triumphantly asked if this meant that she still read his letters, because since there had never been an answer, he had decided that he was tearing up and throwing away his messages without even reading them. He said he was glad, and then asked if he should write more often. Ariadne realized that it seemed he had just said too much. She tried to object and claim that she had not read anything, at which time Cesare noticed that the deer had escaped. "Let's go," he said to Ariadne. "Even though he couldn't catch the deer, they can consider this river water a source of eternal life." He leaned towards the river and advised Ariadne to also come and wash herself with this water. Cesare suggested that if he washed Ariadne's face with the water of eternal life, perhaps it would become beautiful. The girl replied that he should stop making her angry. Cesare washed himself with water from the river. Ariadne suggested that it was painful because of the abrasions and cuts, and the young man agreed. Ariadne noted that in such circumstances it was most common to say that everything was fine in order to appear more noble, but Caesar objected that he always appeared noble, no matter what he did or said. Ariadne thought that this man was the same one she once knew. Cesare watched attentively as the girl washed herself. Ariadne thought that the cold water was helping, and as soon as she washed her face, she felt a little better. Cesare suddenly leaned towards her. He touched her hair with his lips and froze for a few moments, closing his eyes. Ariadne was stunned by this action of his. She didn't understand at all why he did this. "What are you doing?" the girl exclaimed and recoiled sharply. Cesare raised his hands, feigning repentance. He even asked for forgiveness, but stated that the water of eternal life suddenly made Ariadne beautiful. The girl gloomily replied that she was completely serious in demanding that this never happen again. She stood up, but at the same time, she understood perfectly well that she couldn't even get angry at him. He had managed to do it too cleverly. She was surprised how he always got away with everything. Ariadne turned away and said that it was time for them to continue their journey before the sun set. The girl was riding in the saddle again, and Cesare was walking alongside her, asking if the knight who had thrown himself onto a galloping horse to save a lady did not even deserve this. Ariadne asked why she necessarily owed him something. At this time, the royal tent was cheerful and noisy. Only Prince Alfonso looked gloomily at Isabella de Mare, next to whom her sister never appeared. Alfonso thought that Ariadne might have been hunting, but she didn't look like the kind of person who would be into that sort of thing. The thought that came into the prince's head made him clench his fists. Ariadne could go out for a walk in the company of another man. Alfonso didn't want to believe it. He preferred to imagine Ariadne's smile. He remembered her sly mischief. He thought about how she pretended to be cruel. Alfonso believed that he was the only person who saw the fragility and tenderness hidden behind it all. Other men will never know. This Ariadne showed only to Alfonso, forever striking his heart. The servant whispered to the king that the Count of Como had still not returned. The king jumped up. He was worried about Cesare. He ordered people to be sent into the forest to search, because the sun was already setting. Suddenly, everyone noticed someone coming out of the forest. They were Cesare de Como and Ariadne de Mare. Alfonso was shocked to see Ariadne in such circumstances. The girl walked with her eyes downcast. There really was another man next to her. It turned out to be Cesare. The king rushed to his illegitimate son. Cesare bowed ceremoniously and said that His Majesty's loyal subject greets King Leo III, the son of the Etruscan kingdom. Cesare said that because of his broken arm from falling from his horse, he unfortunately could not greet the king properly, but hoped for leniency. The king was very surprised. He asked how this could happen. He did not believe that his son was capable of falling off his horse. Cesare explained that he was rescuing a young lady who was in trouble. He quickly glanced at Ariadne, but failed to catch her gaze. Then the young man said that some bad man had attacked Miss de Mare with a hunting crossbow, which had left her on the brink of death, and if Cesare had not met her in time, something irreparable could have happened. The king cried out in rage, wanting to know who dared to commit such an outrageous act during a sacred hunt. Ariadne was amazed to hear Cesare's voice, who confidently named the nephew of Cardinal de Mare's mistress, Lucrezia, as the culprit. Cesare said that this young man came from a family of knights and was currently preparing for an initiation ceremony. Cesare believed that this man did not have knightly honor. The king ordered that this scoundrel be brought to him immediately. Genobe was found and thrown to the ground in front of the king's chair, after first tying the offender's hands with a rope. The king asked if it was true that Genobi de Rossi had shot an arrow at Cardinal de Marais' second daughter, Ariadne. No, Genobi cried, declaring that he had done nothing of the sort. He assured that he had been in the tent the whole time, and therefore he could not have shot from there at the rump of Ariadne's horse. Ariadne thought that this man dared to tell such an obvious lie in front of someone who had taken a direct part in what happened. It looked like a real mockery. The girl took a step closer and addressed the king. She bowed and asked to be forgiven for disturbing the inner peace of the son of the Etruscan kingdom with such a trivial matter. And yet the girl said that Count Cesare had only mentioned that Genobi had attacked her with a crossbow. The only difference was whether the arrow hit Ariadne herself or missed, hitting the horse. Count Cesare did not say a word about this. "That's not it," Genobi shouted after hearing Ariadne's speech. He claimed that he had been misunderstood. Now he claimed that when he saw Ariadne returning from the forest on foot, he simply thought that something had happened to the horse. Ariadne bowed and said that Genobi had followed her while she was walking and then shot her from behind her back. But the girl's speech was interrupted by the cry of Lady Lucretia that it was all a misunderstanding. Lady Lucretia rushed to Genobi, claiming that her nephew was an innocent and virtuous man, and that his stepdaughter was slandering him because she had personal scores and grievances against him. Genobi shouted that this was true, because in fact Isabella had shared with him that Ariadne was bothering her and tormenting her, and then he had scolded the younger one, and now this girl was angry with him and accusing him of some unheard-of crime. Ariadne cursed under her breath. She understood that to everyone around her, Mrs. Lucretia was considered her stepmother, whom she did not dare to openly oppose in public. Cesare looked at the girl. Her confusion did not escape his notice. The young man quickly walked past the surprised Ariadne. "Your Majesty," he said with all respect, and handed the king an arrow that hit the horse in the croup. It was engraved with the coat of arms and the name of the owner, Genobi de Rossi. Ariadne looked at Cesare with disbelief. The count continued his speech, and his gaze was stern. He said that fortunately the arrow hit the horse. Because of the wound it received, it began to rage. For this reason, Miss de Marais almost died from falling from the maddened animal. Cesare added that while saving a man from death, he himself almost died. The king shuddered when he heard these words. Ariadne realized what Cesare had just done. She looked at the young man's back and thought about how he had just helped her. She didn't understand why he did this, because he wouldn't get any benefit from this act. The king announced his decision to Genobi de Rossi. He had harmed a young maiden whom he, as a knight, was supposed to protect, and then lied to cover up his evil deed, and the victim was his cousin, which meant there was no family affection between them. The king sentenced Genobi to 40 lashes, 20 lashes for losing his horse, 10 for lying, 10 for disrespecting a relative. Lady Lucretia smiled at these words of His Majesty. Ariadne thought gloomily that the punishment was typical for crimes involving damage to property, since only the horse had suffered, which meant that the king had not acknowledged the fact of the attempt on Ariadne's life. Moreover, the king added, Genobi de Rossi did not understand the moral principles of knighthood, so he was banned from initiation for the rest of his life. "No!" the young man screamed desperately, trying to break free from the hands of the guards. He was ready for any punishment, just not this. Genobi screamed that he should become a knight, and it all happened because of that smug girl. Ariadne thought that not only was he not relieved by the ridiculously light punishment he had received, but he was also lamenting out of self-pity that he would not become a knight. This young man seemed disgusting to her. "No," cried Lady Lucretia. As Genobi was led away, she repeated his name and cried that he was her nephew. There were tears in Lucretia's eyes. This unfortunate girl, Madame Lucretia, turned her anger on Ariadne, blaming her for everything that happened. But the lady was unable to get to her stepdaughter because she slipped and fell. Isabella ran to her mother in fear. Mrs. Lucretia was lying on the floor and someone started shouting for a doctor. At this time, Genobi was tied to a pole to receive his punishment. Ariadne stood opposite Cesare de Como. She didn't want to admit it, but Cesare had helped her a lot. She didn't know what she should do now. She looked at Cesare and thought that she needed to thank him. The count was silent, and also did not take his eyes off her. They did not notice that they were being watched. Prince Alfonso looked at Ariadne and his brother, approaching unnoticed. In the evening, a difficult conversation took place at the de Mare residence. Cardinal de Marais told the kneeling Genobi that he had provided him with food, clothing, and shelter for the past 22 years. Yet the young man still dared to harm his daughter. The cardinal looked sternly at Lady Lucrezia's nephew. Genobi did not rise from the floor and only stuttered as he tried to justify himself. He said that Isabella asked him to do it. Isabella cried out indignantly that nothing of the sort had happened. She quickly turned to her father to say that this was a blatant lie, because Genobi had lied in front of His Majesty and was now continuing to lie even after he was home. Genobi persisted and stated that Isabella had spoken with her own lips the request to teach this girl a lesson. Isabella objected that he was the first to say that he would cause Ariadne a lot of trouble, and Isabella had no need to ask for such a thing. "Isabella," said Cardinal de Marais, he wanted to know what Ariadne could have done that made her elder sister hate her so much. "Father," said Isabella, looking at him with an anxious look. The cardinal asked what terrible thing Ariadne had done that Isabella had arranged things so that she had to be rescued by a strange man in the forest, and if she had to spend the night there, it would have destroyed her reputation. The cardinal ordered Isabella to stay home and read the story, The City of Noble Maidens, as punishment, and then write a conclusion about it. Until that time, Isabella was forbidden to leave the house. After this, the cardinal ordered Genobi to be captured. He ordered all the tendons in his hands and ankles to be cut. As Genobi was dragged away, he screamed for his uncle to stop his order. He begged to be saved. Cardinal de Marais turned to Madame Lucrezia, who was shaking with excitement, and reminded the woman that as a priest he had no right to officially create a family. That is why he was unable to provide the mother of his children with the status of a legal wife. He felt guilty about this and always tried to treat her well. The cardinal said he had no idea how great his gratitude had been until that day. But the cardinal had no intention of being lenient either towards Lucrezia herself or towards the fact that she was secretly sending money to her family. The cardinal saw his lady's astonishment and whispered to her that she had been naive when she really thought that he was doing nothing because he knew nothing. Fear was frozen in Mrs. Lucretia's eyes. "Ariadne," said the cardinal, turning to his second daughter. He ordered the girl to henceforth control the entries in the family book of income and expenses herself. He ordered Mrs. Lucretia to bring her daughter's book every week for inspection. The cardinal ordered Ariadne not to show any leniency to Lucretia as a mother, and if the girl saw anything suspicious, then to double-check everything and bring it to him for investigation. Ariadne obediently agreed with her father's will. The cardinal walked quickly out of the room. "Oh, damn it!" cried Mrs. Lucretia in rage, and declared that everything had gone wrong precisely after Ariadne had appeared in this house. Mrs. Lucretia said that all this happened to them because of Ariadne. But the girl, with a smile, reminded that she would start checking the entries in the book from the following week. She assumed that the preparation would take some time, so they would see each other on Friday. Mrs. Lucretia screamed that she would kill that girl. At her cries, Ariadne left. A smiling Sancha met her in the room. Ariadne closed the door behind her and leaned her back against it. Ariadne reported that her father had ordered that from that day on, she should check the account book of Lady Lucrezia. Sancha was glad that everything had changed so much now. She wanted her to experience it all for herself. Ariadne smiled tiredly in response. She said that she had learned something today too, and Sancha asked what it was. Ariadne said that even when chasing a rat, you need to anticipate its escape routes, and only then begin to drive it into a corner. Ariadne said that otherwise you will be bitten. She knew that Genobi would not dare threaten her when she teased him. After all, she was the daughter of a cardinal, and he was still her cousin. But Ariadne still decided to put him in a difficult position. And then Genobi attacked her with a brute force she did not expect. Sancha asked how her mistress then intended to demonstrate her power. Ariadne said that she would first collect everything tile by tile. And only at the decisive moment when he reaches the required height will he finish off the enemy with one decisive blow. A few days later, Ariadne was sitting at the table checking her notes, and Sancha was bringing her more and more books from Lady Lucrezia. Sancha complained that today Lady Lucrezia also did not want to give them back, so they had to be taken almost by force. Ariadne answered her that the condition of these records was terrible. Ariadne remembered that Sancha had recently told her that in the last days of Lucretia, many letters were coming. Yes, Sancha replied, and suggested that the de Rossi family was trying to destroy her. These letters were full of questions about why Lucrezia was not sending them money to pay for their accommodation, and requests to send more money for poor, crippled Genobi. Lady Lucrezia was called ungrateful, accused of abandoning her family, and wished to go straight to hell. Ariadne noticed that, thinking about this, she could even say that she felt sorry for Lucretia. Sancha suddenly remembered that Ariadne had also received a letter. Count Cesare also sent her the deerskin saddle, which they had returned to the sender the last time, but it was again delivered in the name of Ariadne de Mar. "Again!" Ariadne exclaimed indignantly. The girl opened the envelope and read Count Cesare's message. He wrote that because his arm was broken through someone else's fault, he was no longer capable of saving other people's lives in the next couple of months. Therefore, he asks Ariadne to use the saddle he sent her so that the loads will no longer get stuck in the stirrups. He also added that if a scar does remain on his face, the young lady will have to take responsibility for it. Ariadne reread the message several times. She smiled. In response, she decided to send Count Tacomo a good ointment to treat scars and wished him a speedy recovery. She wrote that thanks to his beautiful face, Cesare would be able to meet a good woman and create a happy family with her. Everything she wrote made Ariadne laugh. She gave Sancha the written letter and told her not to return the saddle to the sender, but instead to make sure that a return gift was delivered to him. Sancha did not believe what she heard and even asked again if her mistress was serious. Sancha placed the remaining letters on the table. Ariadne looked at the 3 envelopes in surprise. Alfonso wrote that he was very sorry that the girl had gotten into such a terrible situation at the hunting competition and asked if she had been hurt. The prince was disappointed that his father had only ordered a few lashes as punishment, and that he and Ariadne had not been able to speak in person. Alfonso reported that a masquerade ball would be held at the palace at the end of October, and the prince cherished the hope of seeing her there. He suggested that when we met, they talk about what had been put off for so long. Alfonso wrote that he missed them because they hadn't seen each other for so long. Ariadne read these lines with joy. Alfonso took care of her. The girl pressed the sheet of paper to her heart. From the very beginning, she deliberately got close to the prince. She believed that Alfonso was her golden chance, the one who was able to help her escape from the unbearable Cesare and the de Mar family. Ariadne herself did not understand at what moment everything began to change in her soul. She didn't know when she began to miss him during the days of separation, to want him to be interested in her and miss her in the same way. Ariadne closed her eyes, thinking about Alfonso. Unfortunately, she couldn't allow herself to love him. She thought it was a win-win deal. Alfonso would have taken her as his wife and taken her away from the de Marais family. And in return, she would have stopped the rebellion and helped him safely ascend to the throne. Therefore, at first, suppressing the voice of conscience, Ariadne tried to get closer to the prince. Then she charmed him, almost seduced him. But eventually she herself began to feel a thrill that made her forget her guilt. And now, having lost sight of her original goal, she was reading the letter from Alfonso that touched her soul so much. Being in love made Ariadne stupid, since she was ready to sacrifice everything and give up her own life. Ariadne convinced herself to come to her senses and think only about what she had to do. In this life, she absolutely must become Alfonso's wife, so that he can save her from her own family. And, of course, she had one more goal. She will stop Cesare, who has sworn allegiance to the throne. Ariadne will not fall in love with Alfonso or anyone else. She will become queen, taking her place next to the crown prince, for the sake of her own freedom and safety. In the reception room of Lazione, the craftswoman talked with Ariadne a few days later. She exclaimed that she would have problems because of the request of the mistress. She explained that if the story of what they had done leaked into the gossip columns, the reputation of the workshop would suffer greatly. The woman explained that, first of all, this would lead to Cardinal de Marais breaking the deal with them, which they could not do for Madame Lucrezia Riba. A rebate was a phenomenon where a seller returned part of the selling price to the buyer. If the workshop returns part of the money to Mrs. Lucrezia for the dresses she bought, it will turn out that they were purchased for a sum less than that indicated in the account book, and the lady will again acquire hidden savings. If you deliberately spread a rumor through Lucrezia's circle about a new source of income that has appeared in the workshop, they will have no choice but to return part of the money to her. This was the only way for Lucretia to save money. And Ariadne will have proof that Lucretia is stealing from the cardinal again, which she will immediately tell him about. Ariadne wanted her father's trust in this woman to dry up, and for power over de Marais' money and household to pass into her hands. Ariadne asked if her interlocutor had noticed any changes that had occurred after she had shown off the outfits from this workshop to high society. Ariadne noticed that she refused offers from more famous workshops, and all in order to remain faithful to them. Ariadne asked the owner of the workshop how long she thought she would continue to do business with someone who did not dare to fulfill just one of her requests. The owner of the workshop thought seriously. Ariadne said that if her plan worked, the deal between the workshop and the Desmarais family would indeed be broken. But at the same time, Ariadne herself will continue to demonstrate the workshop's outfits, and with this help, they will be able to further expand their business. This idea surprised the owner of the workshop. Ariadne suggested that she open a second shop under a different name, change the direction of sewing. It would be good to do clothes for servants and bed linen for the home. The owner of the workshop looked at Ariadne, realizing her words. Ariadne stated that if she were to be responsible for the household in the future, she would need someone to help her resolve such issues. Of course, the net profit per unit of goods will be less, but this is still a new market. The Desmarais house will become a regular customer, after which it will be much easier to get the rest of the influential families, and Ariadne will help with this. The owner of the workshop thought about the prospects of the new market. Ariadne turned to leave, turned back one last time, and said that she should be informed when everything had been thought through. A few days later, Sancha and Ariadne were studying the papers again. Sancha showed the lady that the lipstick purchase had been calculated incorrectly and had a different date. Ariadne was glad that reading was becoming easier for Sancha now, and she was also well-versed in accounting. Sancha proudly declared that she was so good at it because she had learned it from Ariadne. However, Ariadne said she had no plans to touch Lucretia's personal expenses. She showed the girl one specific recording. Sancha saw a letter from Lazione's workshop which said that they accepted Ariadne's proposal. Sancha wondered what this meant. Ariadne asked who was considered Lucretia's closest servant. She grinned and told Sancha to call her because it was time to load the mousetrap. At this time, in another house, Cesare was also reading a letter, which said that a certain lady had not seen him for more than a month. She called Cesare her lover. The lady wrote that at that very moment, all the ardor that made her lover spend the whole night under her window, waiting for the morning dew to appear, disappeared, and now she stands there pitifully alone. Cesare crumpled the letter and threw it aside, declaring that it was too boring. Ottavio noticed that Cesare had met this lady last month. He was surprised that she had managed to bore his friend so quickly. Cesare corrected that he had not met, but had just had some fun once. Cesare did not understand why all these ladies were so slow-witted, because if you don't receive any news for a month, it looks like a refusal. Cesare grumbled that everyone was too serious. Ottavio, having read the next message, cried out heart-rendingly that the lady had been languishing in anticipation, standing for several hours at that mill on the outskirts, and the heartless lover had never appeared. The young man read the text of the message carefully, wondering if Cesare had lured women for this reason at first, and then not shown up at the last minute. Cesare sighed and said that he had forgotten, but Ottavio did not understand how one could forget something like that, since for the girl herself such a situation could be a scar for life, but Cesare replied that she was married anyway. This answer surprised Ottavio even more. He said he was sure that one day his friend would meet his death from a knife in the back by a woman. Cesare looked at the last sealed letter. Ottavio reached out his hand to the envelope, wondering what kind of letter it was that they were protecting it so carefully. Cesare hit the young man on the hand, took the envelope away, and said that it was none of his business. Ottavio still tried to take the envelope, and for some time the boys fought over it. Cesare said that this did not concern Ottavio. He was seriously angry. Ottavio was very surprised by this reaction. He assumed that they were talking about some special girl. Cesare turned away and told him to be silent. This letter was addressed to Miss Ariadne de Mere, the one who would be seduced by this beautiful face and marry Count Cesare de Como. He wrote to Ariadne that she might decide to take responsibility for him, and he will be ready to give her everything, even a kingdom. At this time, in the palace, Prince Alfonso was talking with a courtier who was surprised at what the prince had just said. Alfonso asked if he could invite Ari. The courtier clutched his head. He could not imagine Miss de Marais in the southern palace. It was impossible under any circumstances. The courtier declared that it was not worth inviting young girls at such a time. He added that the situation is completely different with male guests. Alfonso couldn't help but imagine Ariadne in a man's suit. They could have fun together. They would walk in the garden, laugh together, tell and listen to stories. Alfonso would treat his girlfriend to his favorite sweets. These pictures seemed very lively and colorful. They would have had quite a good time, Alfonso nodded to himself. And in the future, Ariadne could share her wisdom. While Alfonso ruled the kingdom, they could do so much together with Ari. This thought suddenly shocked Alfonso. He looked sadly out the window, thinking that perhaps he wouldn't be able to invite Ariadna over. But the chance to meet will definitely present itself at the masquerade. While Prince Alfonso was at table with his family, he was informed that the Duchess of Lariesa was arriving to visit just in time for the masquerade ball. The king recalled that this event is famous for the fact that it is held on Michaelmas. His Majesty laughed and said that it looked like the girl was just itching to marry his son. Queen Margaret said seriously and sternly that the Duchess was an important guest who was coming to Alfonso. This meant that Alfonso would be her escort for the entire duration of the ball from beginning to end. The Queen saw her son's reaction to these words, but continued to eat breakfast as if nothing had happened. She said that it was necessary to accompany with special care. Alfonso listened to the news that in order to avoid diplomatic problems, he would have to be very attentive to his guest. The prince said that he understood everything, but his face was clouded. He wrote a letter to Ariadne explaining that the palace was expecting a visit from a state representative of the Kingdom of Caligo, and that he had been entrusted with accompanying this man to a masquerade ball. Despite the fact that Alfonso had long dreamed of meeting Ariadne, he asked for forgiveness and promised to write again later. Ariadna thought that if everything were to be like in her past life, then the official guest from Caligo should be the Archduke's daughter, who was already being touted as Alfonso's bride. In a past life, Lariesa de Balloa attended a masquerade and fell head over heels in love with Alfonso. However, after one incident, all talk of marriage ceased, and the prince soon married Isabella. This knowledge from her past life gave Ariadne confidence that the Duchess would not become a dangerous rival for her. Ariadna thought that everything was going as it should, everything was fine. The door to Isabella's room swung open. Arabella tiptoed cautiously into the room. The girl was going to look through her sister's things without anyone bothering her. She saw a box, strings of pearls, ruby earrings, and elegant perfume bottles. There were also peacock feathers, precious things for beautification, and all this caused Arabella extraordinary delight. The girl walked up to the dressing table and exhaled in admiration that Isabella's room was the best. She took her sister's dress and went to the mirror to try it on. Then Arabella tried putting on lipstick. She tried on the sparkling tiara and reached into the chest with other jewelry. Suddenly, Arabella saw something very unusual. It was a light, curly lock of hair. Arabella picked it up and noticed that the tip was somehow unusual. Hooks were attached to this end to secure it to the hairstyle. Arabella took this strand and attached it to her hair. "Madam?" She suddenly heard someone's voice. Fearing that she would be discovered, Arabella hastily closed the lid of the chest. She heard that the ordered mask had arrived. Arabella quickly ran to the other sister's room. She wanted Ari to show her this mask as soon as possible. Isabella's treasure chest remained in the room. Arabella screamed for her sister to let her try on her mask. Suddenly, she saw that Ariadne and Sancha did not seem at all happy about the mask they had received. Arabella asked why they were so serious since they had received the mask they ordered. Ariadne turned around. Her face was covered with a black, ugly mask that covered her entire face. Arabella screamed that it was a very scary mask. Ariadne leaned towards the girl and tried to say something, but it sounded so indistinct that Arabella did not understand a word. Sancha said that this mask would not suit the lady. Ariadne took off her mask and said that it was impossible to utter a word in it. She showed the inside of the mask. There was a pin that you had to bite down to hold it in place. Now it was clear why this mask was called the Mute Maid. Arabella suggested simply asking for a more beautiful new one to be made, but Sancha explained that there was too little time left before the ball to make another one. Ariadne didn't know what to do. She couldn't predict this situation because in that past life she had never worn a carnival mask. And after her return, she lived, believing only her own words. And now she will have to keep her mouth shut for the entire ball. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and a messenger entered with another gift from Count Cesare. Ariadne said that today, as before, she would open the parcel and then send it back. Sancha took the box. Ariadne told them to leave the roses at the front of the house and take the gifts, but then she opened the lid of the box and something shone from inside. It was a beautiful mask, white with gold lace. It was the work of the costume collection. The Count paid a lot of money for all of it and gave personal special instructions for its production. If the young Lady de Marais returns the gifts today, the Count personally promised to kill the messenger. Ariadne thought that Cesare sent the parcel just before the masquerade ball, and by accepting the gift, she would be able to solve the problem with the mask. Sancha and Arabella looked at the mask with delight. saying that it was beautiful. There was no need for detailed explanations. Arabella asked if her sister was going to send such beauty back. Sancha echoed her, repeating how beautiful and magnificent the mask was. Ariadne thoughtfully wondered if a girl who was not in any relationship with a man could accept such a wonderful mask from him. "Madam," said Sancha. She whispered that Ariadne simply had to have a great time at the ball so as not to lose to that man. Ariadne thought deeply, because Alfonso would still spend all this time with Lariessa. Ariadne said that she had already accepted a saddle from Cesare once. Sancha and Arabella exclaimed something jubilantly. On the day of the masquerade, an elegant carriage awaited Ariadne at the gates of the residence. Arabella waved goodbye and told her to have fun there, and Sancha wished her a good time. Ariadne, in a dress and mask, approached the carriage. She thought that she should spend this time well, in her own way. She placed her foot on the carriage's running board. Suddenly, she saw something she didn't like at all. Isabella was sitting in the carriage, also wearing a smart dress and a mask. Ariadne realized that she and her sister would have to go to the palace together. Arabella asked to be brought many interesting stories. Ariadne waved her hand at the girl through the window. Isabella was going to ignore both of them. The two young ladies de Marais sat opposite each other in the carriage. Ariadne looked closely at Isabella. Isabella wore a mask whose design would only become popular a couple of years later, and her fashion sense was something to behold. But still, in this mask, anyone will recognize Isabella de Marais. This costume is just itching to reveal her identity. Ariadne's case was different. If we exclude the trip in the same carriage with Isabella, in a costume like Ariadne's, no one will recognize her and no one will see her face under the mask. No one will guess what kind of facial expression and emotions this lady might have. Ariadne felt strange, as if she was running away from something. At this time, in the palace, Prince Alfonso was spending time with his guest, who said that she had heard a lot about him. The guest reminded that she came from the kingdom of Caligo. She gave her name, Lariessa de Balloa. Alfonso said he was pleased to meet you and also gave his name. The prince said that if the girl was more comfortable communicating in her native language, they could switch to it. Larissa smiled and said that she would try to speak Etruscan. She said that their father was actively involved in his daughter's education, and he was especially strict with Susanna's education, thanks to which his children are well-versed in literature, embroidery, music, and art. Larissa said that they were most knowledgeable about poetry and painting, and then she started talking about her sister. She told Alfonso that Susanna had very deep knowledge. Larissa thought that Susanna was very beautiful. She said that Susanna's white, almost transparent skin was incomparable to anyone else's, so she, like everyone else, always admired her sister. "But listen," said Alfonso. He told this girl that she was also very beautiful and her skin was also white. He wanted to know why she only spoke about the late Susanna. The prince asked Lariessa to tell him more about herself. Lariessa grew up all her life in the shadow of her older sister, who was outstanding in every way. She loved Susanna very much, but at the same time, deep down, she hated her. But she never showed it, always admired and praised her. Because everyone was only interested in Susanna. Nobody cared about the stories about Lares. They only loved her when she talked about her sister. But Alfonso smiled at her and asked her to tell him about herself. This happened to Lariessa for the first time.